Drivers will call you up in a sec. Also, guys, there's been some concern about guys wanting to know how much fuel is left in their tank after their run is over. So for those of you that have those syringes that want to include a syringe when you place your car, come on up, drivers. Come on up, drivers. So anybody that has a syringe that wants to include it into the tech box after the race, the tech officials will.
Welcome, everybody, to the Proline Racing broadcast studio here at the RC Tracks of Las Vegas for the first day of qualifying here at the 2016 1/8 scale Nitro Off-Road Buggy World Championships here from Sin City, Nevada at the RC Tracks of Las Vegas. Our coverage this week brought to you by Proline Racing and Kyosho. I'm Aaron Waldron here with Gary Guest in the booth. And Gary, we've got 2 rounds of qualifying today. The big story we think so far is going to be the track.
Yeah, absolutely. I just did a track walk, and, from what we've been seeing, the track hasn't looked that bad. We've seen the cars hopping around, doing some weird stuff, traction rolling in some corners, but I just did a track walk. I don't know if it's the angle of the sun. I'm not quite sure, Aaron, what it was, but there is stuff everywhere. I did notice the fadeaway double cars getting weird right there. There's a big groove that's about 2 inches deep that goes all the way up to the base of it. It's forming a little bump. So if guys could even clear it, by the end of the day, not sure. So the track, we're going to bring you track facts all day long that are going to explain what's going on with the evolution of the track. Also, seating. So the top guys are in the first heats of the day where the track's not going to be dried out. There's not going to be a higher speed racing line. So I did see a lot of the guys' cars with shocks off this morning. Of course, they're mounting new tires, but I'm not sure if they went to softer tires or what, but the track's a little muddy, especially for race number 1, which the top 4 or top 5 are actually in, top 4. They kind of mixed them up, but some of the fastest guys from round 2 are in race number 1.
Yeah, the way that they seeded the practice is to break up the drivers into groups of 39 and then sort of shuffle them through these 3 heat blocks with the fastest drivers coming up at the beginning. And as we saw yesterday, the track really picked up speed toward the end of the day. And so it'll be interesting to see here in the first round. We haven't heard yet if they're going to shuffle the order of the heats for the later rounds, though we believe that may be the case. But if not, having the faster guys at the beginning might provide a little bit of an equalizer, and it's going to be really interesting to see what this first round looks like.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it's, race 1, 2, 3, and 4 has got all those fast guys in it, so you want to make sure you stay tuned right away. I was told that, everybody gets a chance to run at the beginning of the day, at the middle of the day, and then at the end of the day. So it's 3 days of qualifying, so that makes perfect sense. So
so we've got qualifying rounds 1 and 2 today, 3 and 4 tomorrow, 5 and 6 on Thursday, and each driver's 4 best runs of the 6 will count. So consistency is going to be key.
Yep. And everybody went faster the second round. The fastest time in seating was in the second round when the track was at its worst, and that was David Ronafalk.
And Ronafalk, David Ungaro, huge surprise. The young Italian driver was second quickest. Elliott Boots third. Defending champion Ty Tessman fourth after seating. And U.S. national champion Spencer Rivkin fifth.
Yep, that was great. We're going to walk that right down. Jared Tebow, he's after a world championship. He's sixth. Dakota Fenn seventh. The young star from Italy, Riccardo Bertone, is in the 8th spot. Ryan Cavallari ninth. And surprising to me, because he doesn't race Nitro, Stephen Hartson is your 10th seeding going into this qualifying rounds.
2013 IFMAR four-wheel drive world champion Stephen Hartson getting it done here with the Nitro buggy. That's just the top 10 drivers. Mayfield 11th, Matsakura 12th, Lutz 13th, Truey 14th. Truey raced his way into this race.
Yeah.
Marco Barufalo 15th. And those are just 15 of the 39 drivers we're going to see here in the first 3 races of 16 here at round number 1 of qualifying here at the RC Tracks of Las Vegas here at the 2016 IFMAR Nitro Off-Road Buggy Worlds. Stick around. We got a lot of great racing action coming up today. Great shot there of the driver's stand here for the first heat of qualifying. Total focus on everyone's faces, and I don't see anyone rocking goggles this morning. I don't believe the wind has been quite as bad as it was yesterday. The wind was howling in the morning. Cars out for warm-up, getting a chance to run on the track for the first time here today. They did put down a lot of water last night, just flooded the track after opening ceremonies, and then watered really heavily again this morning, trying to get a little bit of moisture in the track. With the wind blowing so hard, you see the flags are whipping around a little bit, but not nearly as bad as it was yesterday. The wind was really drying the track out, and that's what allowed the track to start breaking up. So they know if they can keep a little bit of moisture in the track, it will hold together a little bit better. But it's going to be a tall order here with 18 heats and 2 rounds today. Incredible talent here in the first heat. Ronafalk, Tessman, Fenn, Hartson, Lutz, Cragg, Bornhorst, McBride, Kasiuszek in his first 8-scale IFMAR World Championships, Timu Lino, Cole Ogden, Jerome Iguan, and Josh Glancy. This is going to be nuts. 5RC chat room. Let's call out a winner here of heat number 1. Who you got? Got a Proline Racing track fact coming up right now, trackside with Gary Guest.
Here we are, trackside, guys. Right, we wanted to tell you guys about the dance floor and that big lip coming off the dance floor. You're going to watch some cars come through here right now. You're going to see that lip. There's Dakota Fenn, little bump. Cole Ogden, his car gets a little bit of air. Here comes Ty Tessman. His car just sailed through that. David Ronafalk, he went around that lip. We'll keep our eye on that for a sec. A lot of guys opting to go inside and not go through it. So that, and here's a car, yep, see, he even turned to not go through it. So that lip right there, everyone's on their first laps. That lip's about 4 inches right now. The loop is live. This is the
clock has started for this first qualifying heat. Great look there at the hole developing after what we've been calling the dance floor. We've got a lot of Vegas-themed names for the different features on the track. See who's got the fastest lap on lap number 1. David Ronafalk starting off early with a 35.307. We saw at the warm-up race here a few months ago, Ty Tessman and David Ronafalk were the class of the field. And Ronafalk getting off to an early start here. Fastest on lap number 1, but Lutz coming by for his second lap, 35.050 as we follow along with Kyle McBride there going into the 5-car draw. David Ronafalk here, the race leader. With another car up ahead, heading into the option lane, what we've been calling the crapshoot. Down Fremont Street and into the 5-car draw. Ronafalk getting over both doubles. We saw some drivers purposely short jumping the second double there to try to get the car slowed down for the corner. That was Ty Tessman, I believe, that ducked into pit lane. Looks like having a rough start here to round number 1, an uncharacteristic slow beginning here for the defending world champion. His HB Racing teammate Ronafalk in the meantime quick after 3 laps. 35-3, 35-1, 35-1 for Ronafalk's first 3, getting hung up on top of the Hoover Dam, but getting back underway to the 5-car draw. You see him jumping toward the inside of the corner. And up over the poker table, down Las Vegas Boulevard. This lap, Ronafalk, 35-5. He stripped out a 1.4-second gap on Ryan Lutz with Jerome Egwin third. Dakota Fenn fourth, Timu Lino fifth. Now Josh Clancy up to fifth, Joe Bornhorst sixth, Kyle McBride seventh, Timu Lino dropping to eighth, Cole Ogden ninth, Alex Koskiushek 10th, Neil Craig 11th, Stephen Hartson 12th, and Ty Tessman, 40.6 as he ducked into pit lane early. Perhaps needed a little engine tune here. Picking up with second place Ryan Lutz in Techno RC's first appearance here at the IFMAR World Championships. Bornhorst and Lutz both in this race after the restart, ending up in the same qualifying heat down Fremont Street. Lutz's last lap at 35.6. He's just less than 0.8 of a second behind the race leader, David Ronafalk. Lutz trying to get his 2016 World Championship off to a quick start. Looking to make another World Championship final. Lutz made the main event in both 2012 and 2014. So you see 10-minute qualifiers. Many of the drivers will have to pit and try to get fuel. Some drivers, like Adam Drake, we think are going to flirt with trying to go 10 minutes. Dakota Fenn now out front as Ronafalk with a 39.7 last time by. Ronafalk with a mistake last time by. Dakota Fenn coming into pit lane, up on the blocks and back out. Awesome two-man teamwork there. The fuel gun mechanic putting the car back on the track. A full 10-minute race counts for qualifying time. The fastest consecutive 3-lap seating time nonsense is over. That's a great shot there of the crapshoot. Fenn dropping down Fremont Street. We saw at the beginning of the week they could jump down that stair. But now the lip is worn away and they have to jump short jump on purpose to not roll it over. Now Fenn with some traffic ahead, heading over the poker table. Luckily, a couple cars ahead pulling into pit lane. Now it looks like Fenn coming up on early leader Lutz, who has slipped to fifth after what looks like a slow pit stop lap for him, 41.0. Fenn's pit stop lap of 40.1. So Ronafalk back out front by 3 seconds. He had the fastest pit lap, a 39.7. Ronafalk, Fenn, Tessman up to third, pouring it on here early in this one. His pit lap was a 40.1. Tessman had a slow start to the race, but picking it up the pace as the race wears on. Ronafalk, Fenn, Tessman, Bornhorst in his first World Championships, running fourth right ahead of Techno RC teammate Ryan Lutz, as we pick up here with defending world champion Ty Tessman. Dominated qualifying in Italy and looking to get at least a modest start here to his 2016 title defense, trying to become the only driver ever to go back-to-back. And that was his teammate David Ronafalk, who had a crash there on the back left section of the track heading toward the crapshoot. So that could move Fenn up to the lead. Ty Tessman, personal best lap last time by the line, 35.364. Ronafalk's lap, 37.3, so the gap to Fenn now less than 0.6 of a second. Tessman leads Ronafalk around the track. Ronafalk still the leader on the clock. The top three within 2 seconds with 3 minutes and 15 seconds left to go. Joe Bornhorst running in the fourth position in his yellow, gray, and red Techno NB 48.3. See him getting a little squirrely there through the dance floor, trying to go to the inside of that rut that's developed. Tessman, 35.092, new personal best again, picking up the pace with 3 minutes left to go. Tessman within a second and a half of the lead now, as Bornhorst another 4.5 seconds back. Here is the race leader, David Ronafalk. Last lap, 35.5. His lead over Dakota Fenn just a half second with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Ronafalk down Fremont Street and into the 5-car draw. It's like traffic a few corners ahead. He probably will catch them with 2.5 minutes left to go. Over the poker table, coming up a little short. You see a couple of bumps coming onto the Las Vegas Boulevard. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. This lap, 35.7. Tessman last lap, 35.3. So the gap to Tessman now 1.7 seconds as Tessman has moved into second by 1.7 over Dakota Fenn. Fenn with a mistake last lap, 38.6 drops him to the third spot. He's still 3.2 seconds up on Joe Bornhorst with less than 2 to go through the 5-car draw for Ronafalk. Jumping right to the inside, getting sideways, and luckily did not catch a rut up on the curb there right before the dance floor. Ronafalk's last lap, 35.7. Last lap for Tessman, 35.2, made up a half second on his teammate. The gap now less than 1.2. Tessman into the crapshoot, has traffic ahead. You see him jumping right to the inside of the corner and missing that rut. Down Fremont Street into the 5-car draw. He's got 3 cars ahead and 1:20 left to go. Looks like Bornhorst right ahead of him. That's the 4th place driver. 1:15 on the clock. Down Las Vegas Boulevard, the longest straightaway we've seen at a race here at RC Tracks Las Vegas, nearly from fence to fence. Here's what we've been calling the snake eyes, and into the ante-up. Now into the crapshoot. Tessman still hasn't yet had to push the issue here on Bornhorst. With 50 seconds left to go, less than a second separates Ronafalk and Tessman. It's going to come down to the wire here in heat number 1 of qualifying. You see David Ronafalk on the left side of your screen. Tessman still trying to get around Bornhorst on the right side. Ronafalk can see Tessman ahead of him on the track. Both cars going through the same section of the track over the fadeaway double at nearly the same time. Tessman has now gotten around Bornhorst and see if he can pick up the pace as Ronafalk picked up a half second last time by. The gap back to 1.4 with 15 seconds left to go. Ronafalk, Tessman, Fenn, Bornhorst, Lutz, top 5 with 10 seconds remaining in heat number 1 of qualifying here in the first round of the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships. Ronafalk and Tessman, the top 2 drivers from the warm-up race. 2-time European champion David Ronafalk, 3-time Roar National Champion Ty Tessman. 2 of the fastest 8-scale buggy drivers on the planet duking it out here for this first round quick time and trying to set a mark that will hold up through 2 more very competitive heats of the 18 groups that will run here in round number 1. Ronafalk's last lap, 36.0. Tessman, 35.6. The gap is down to a half second. Tessman's last lap, 35.5. What does Ronafalk have? Ronafalk drops to 3rd on the final lap, 38.8. Ty Tessman taking the win in heat number 1, round number 1. Dakota Fenn moves to 2nd. Ronafalk 3rd, Ryan Lutz 4th, and Joe Bornhorst rounds out the top 5. Still waiting for a few drivers left to finish here as Tessman sets the early time to beat at a 17:10:12.4. The defending world champion Ty Tessman in the HB Racing D815 V2 starting off his title defense in the best way possible here. Let's see if this time holds up for 2 more heats. Ronafalk falling apart on the final lap. Lost over 2 seconds. Lost over 3 seconds to Tessman. 3.3 second loss. Going to a J Concepts pit report with heat winner Ty Tessman on the driver's stand.
We're here with Ty Tessman right after his first round of qualifying. Ty, take us through that, and then how much different is the track being the first group on the track than, let's say, yesterday in your last round?
It started off good. My car felt good. It just wasn't super fast. David was quite a bit faster at the start. I made a mistake. Just kind of kept putting in laps. I know it's hard to not make mistakes in 10 minutes on this track, so I just figured I'll just keep going, try not to make mistakes. Hopefully somebody else does, and that's what happened. So we pitted pretty early, tried to get out of traffic. I was right in front of David, so it kind of worked out good. But the track, it feels definitely bumpier than yesterday, but it's not too terribly bad. It's just, I think it might be a little bit slower during the day, but it's pretty good now.
What tires did you run?
I ran X3 Electro Shot.
Nice. Thank you, guys. That's Ty Tessman.
Ty Tessman, I'm sure, very relieved after some of the weird luck he had in practice yesterday. Very relieved to get a good run in here for round number 1 of qualifying, and see a lot of heavy hitters coming up here in heat number 2. Davide Ungaro from Italy, a huge surprise in practice, coming in here and setting some of the fastest practice times we saw in the last couple of days. Defending Roar National Champion Spencer Rivkin, 2015 Kyosho Masters champion here at RC Tracks Las Vegas, Ricardo Bertone. Ryan Mayfield, one of just 3 drivers who's made all of the previous 4 Worlds Finals, and he's led in every single one of them. Still hasn't won a world title here at 8-scale off-road. Mayfield here in this heat. Mike Truey, who had to race his way in the pre-race here in heat number 2. 2012 world champion Robert Batye has been battling kidney stones all week. Quick in practice, however, here in heat number 2 starts car number 6, Adam Drake, the fuel mileage master, looking for another World Championships finals appearance. Made the final in 2010. Car number 7, the 2008 world champion, 2010 world champion Cody King, another one of the 3 drivers who has made all 4 of the previous world championship finals. Car number 8, Jonathan Skidmore, the British surprise, here in car number 9, jumping into the quick group. Las Vegas local and former Roar Nationals finalist Dylan Rodriguez. Here in car number 10, Tyler Jones, the 2015 Roar Junior National Champion. In car 11, Danny Batye, Robert Batye's younger brother, making his way here from Spain as well in car 12. And the Portuguese driver Ricardo Monteiro, car number 13, will roll out here for heat number 2. And checking out our Kyosho pit lane cam, we see David Ungaro's car there on the far right. That's car number 10 next to him, Dylan Rodriguez. Next to him, Robert Batye. And that's about all I've got from this view. This will be an excellent view, especially going into the finals. Checking into our chat room here, Mason. I was just telling our camera crew that on the way here this morning. Yeah. Statistically proven to help release kidney stones by riding roller coasters. I was talking about that as we were driving by the New York this morning, the roller coaster that comes in and out of the hotel. Que Gombe, love it. The track is amazing, absolutely. Frank Root cheering on Dakota Fenn. Thank you, everyone, for watching online. We are broadcasting on liverc.com, as well as YouTube, Facebook Live, and Twitch.tv. Thank you to our viewers all around the world tuning in on a variety of platforms here for this first round of qualifying. Hello, Charlie Swanka. So heat number 2 of the first round of qualifying coming up here. There is Fremont Street. Look at everyone going out for a warm-up all at the same time. No bother stretching themselves out and getting a clean look at the track. No, let's just all go out and freight train around the course here for a warm-up. Less than a minute and a half till the start. T3 GT, I'm already destroyed. Charlie, the trailer is actually quite cool this morning. Mason calling Davide Ungaro as the winner of this heat.
Remember, no mechanics on the track, just like always, and marshals never leave your spot. 45 seconds, driver, 45 seconds.
There's Richard Saxon dropping Spencer Ripken's car on the pit lane. Team Associated's won more world championships than any other manufacturer, but not a single one here in the 8-scale off-road category. A lot of pressure on Spencer Ripken's shoulders here to deliver that first world title for the RC8 B3. A lot of drivers here in this heat with something to prove. Ungaro, Ripken, Bertone, three very young, very hungry drivers. Mayfield has led all four of the previous IFMAR World's Finals, and it's all been for naught. Mike Truey, 2008 World's TQ, had to race his way in the pre-race. His old new teammate, Adam Drake, the fuel mileage master, expect him to go 10 minutes. Following along here with Davide Ungaro. Through the 5-car draw across the dance floor. Ooh, up on the curb before the dance floor, maybe trying to get a little straighter run at that brick section. And drafting around Mugen Seiki teammate Mike Truey. Truey with enough motor to still remain ahead at the end of the front straightaway. Someone's body coming off. I think that was Tyler Jones, unfortunately, doing the alligator. Chomp, chomp, chomp. That's a rough start to qualifying here at your first World Championships. Fortunately, Jones will have 5 heats left to go. So Batye quick on lap number 1, 35.083. Like Mike Tree, the only one who's not yet come by. And it is Batye with the fastest lap on lap number 1, 35.083, as we follow along with Davide Ungaro. Third quick on lap number 1. And the orange and white pushing a little wide there after the fadeaway double into the snake eyes. Ungaro taking it easy through the crapshoot. Upside down, going up Hoover Dam. Got up too far on the curb. The turn marshal had to wait for a couple of cars to go by, and that's going to put Ungaro at a severe disadvantage here with just a minute 42 down in heat number 2. Batye is still quick after lap number 2. He's got 0.15 of a second on, well, it was 0.15 on Ungaro, now 0.15 on Mayfield, as Ungaro drops all the way to 9th. So it's Batye, Mayfield, Bertone, King, Rodriguez. Here is Robert Batye, seeing a little donkey kick, exiting the dance floor. Upside down, coming across the finish line on the front straightaway. Hit the curb and traction roll. The camera curse is alive. Bertone Batye hard on the brakes at the end of the front straightaway. Now it's Ryan Mayfield taking over the top spot by 0.4 of a second. And that gap will grow as Batye gets penalized by that crash. Bertone to second now, 0.3 of a second behind Mayfield. Rodriguez just had the fastest lap of the early race in the 4th spot, 34.9. It's Mayfield out front, 34.9 last time by. Up Hoover Dam, down the stairs, and Fremont Street. Team Losi Racing, Reds Racing Horsepower. J Concepts tires across the dance floor. I don't believe they make a compound for brick. 35.091 for Mayfield on an 18:10:33 pace. Of course, the fuel stop here in the 10-minute race will slow down the top 5, but right now the top 5 drivers all on pace to go faster than Tessman's time. We'll have to recheck that after pit stop cycle through. Here's Ricardo Bertone jumping down the stairs onto Fremont Street. Bertone third after 3 minutes and 25 seconds. The top 3 separated by less than a second after 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Bertone going to the inside of the rut after the dance floor. Hard to get the cars to turn and climb back up that hill, coming nearly to a stop on the bricks and then spinning the tires on the way up. Over the fadeaway double into the Snake Eyes section. You see just how far the second right-hand turn there in the Snake Eyes falls off camber. Taking it nice and easy into the crapshoot and down Fremont Street. You see the hole developing there after that option lane jump as the cars jumping into the corner have dug out a crater. Bertone across the dance floor, this time going right over the bump. Clearing the poker table down the straightaway, 0.8 of a second behind Dylan Rodriguez, who's climbed to the 2nd spot. Ryan Mayfield up to 3rd. Rodriguez out of shape after the 5-car draw. Car kicking up a little bit coming onto the dance floor as a rut starting to develop there as well. Rodriguez still with a decent lap, 35.9. He's less than a second behind Ryan Mayfield as we approach the halfway mark. Mayfield, Rodriguez, Bertone, King, Drake, the top 5. And this is where we might see Drake start to climb the standings as the drivers begin their pit stops here as we approach the halfway point. And Drake, we expect, will not pit. Rodriguez getting lucky as another car slowed down at the end of Fremont Street. Rodriguez a little out of shape through the 5-car draw, but able to get over that second double. Dylan Rodriguez into pit lane. Here he comes up on the blocks, the A-Man Hobbies driver, and RC Tracks Las Vegas staff member, fueling by himself, in and out. Quick pit stop there for Rodriguez. He had just taken over the lead as Mayfield came in for his pit stop as well. 40.018 for Mayfield. So we'll see as pit stops cycle through. The top 5 were still ahead of Ty Tessman's pace before the pit stops began. Dylan Rodriguez was out front, but his pit stop will count. Now Rodriguez down to 5th. Looks like Mayfield will resort back to the top spot as pit stops cycle through. He was 32 thousandths of a second up on Cody King, but King had not yet pitted. Mayfield, after his pit stop, 35.6, 35.4. Mayfield pouring it on here, still on pace for a TQ run after pit stops. Mayfield, Drake, Bertone. Now Drake dropping to 4th. Looks like Drake actually pitted, 41.5. So Drake taking it, making it a conservative option here in round number 1, opting to come in for a pit stop. He's on a good run. He might as well not take any chances, salvage a top 10 run here. Maybe he could push it later on in qualifying. Jonathan Skidmore we're following along with right here in the 6th spot. Skidmore just had a personal best last time by as we were following him. 35.567 in the orange, white, and blue. Oh, sideways there, exiting the Snake Eyes. The car doing a hard tank slapper, heading over the ante up. Mayfield, Bertone, King, Rodriguez, and Drake after pit stops is 7 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go. Mayfield, the only driver on pace to go to a new TQ run. 17:10.07 the pace for Mayfield. That is 4.5 seconds faster than what Tessman did the last heat as we pick up Riccardo Bertone, the Italian Kyosho driver who won the Kyosho Masters last year here at RC Tracks Las Vegas and won the Italian job race this year. Up over the ante up and into the crapshoot, jumping right to the inside, up on the curb, down Fremont Street. Bertone's last lap, 35.2. Nearly identical lap between Mayfield and Bertone. Mayfield this time by 35.2. Bertone was 5.1 seconds behind as here's Ryan Mayfield over the fadeaway double. Looks like Robert Battier, the next car ahead of the American driver here. 2 minutes left to go. Mayfield over the crapshoot. Looks like Tyler Jones flaming out, so a very rough start here for that youngster. Into the 5-car draw. Mayfield just barely touching the top of the landing of the second double. Kicking hard, exiting the dance floor. You see him go over that little hip jump, swapping directions back and forth. Last lap, 36.9. That's his slowest lap since his pit stop. Bertone with a 36.0, making up 9/10 of a second, but the gap still 3.7 seconds. Bertone on pace to qualify 3rd after 2 heats. 17:10.08 the pace for Mayfield. Nearly 4 seconds faster than what Tessman did in the previous heat. Bertone on a 17:10.13. Cody King 17:10.15. 3rd in this heat would put him 6th at the moment. Mike Truey would be 7th. Robert Battier 8th. Jonathan Skidmore looking to put himself in 9th after 2 heats of racing. 9 minutes down, 1 minute left to go. 4.6 second lead for Mayfield over Bertone. Mayfield just clicking off laps at this point. Bertone right behind Skidmore on the track as they head over what we've been calling the high roller, the fadeaway double through the Snake Eyes. Mayfield in traffic, heading over the Hoover Dam back there. We'll have to see what that does to his lap time. A couple of slower cars getting together, and Mayfield caught in the mix. Across the dance floor, Mayfield's last lap was a 35.2. This lap, 37.1. Still on a TQ run by 3 seconds, but that's slowing him down. Losing about 2 seconds there compared to his previous lap. His average of 35.8. That last lap at 37.1. So Mayfield catching a lucky break there. It could have been much worse. Mayfield down the Fremont Street over the 5-car draw. Double, nice and easy. As the master clock has expired, Mayfield will have one more lap around the track. Mayfield with traffic ahead. Rivkin pulling over. Rivkin already done 16:10.03. That's only good for 25th at the moment, so not the start to his World Championship he'd like to see. Mayfield coming up on former TLR teammate Adam Drake. Up Hoover Dam, see Mayfield's car skating going up the hill, swapping a little bit, jumping off the Hoover Dam onto Fremont Street. 5-car draw over the double-double. One more time. Go up on the curb. Getting a lucky break there, heading to the dance floor. Up over the poker table one final time, and Mayfield shoots across the line. New TQ run. 17:10.2 for Mayfield, setting a new time to beat. Ricardo Bertone will finish second, 17:10.13. Cody King third, 17:10.15. Robert Battier fourth, 17:10.17. Mike Truey fifth, 17:10.19. Jonathan Skidmore sixth, 17:10.23. David Angaro seventh, 17:10.23. Ricardo Montero eighth, 17:10.30. Dylan Rodriguez ninth, 17:10.32. Adam Drake 10th, 17:10.33. Actually looks like Montero dropping to 11th, so Drake 9th, Danny Battier 10th. Montero may not have made the finish. So the new top 10 looks like this. Ryan Mayfield up to new TQ. Ty Tessman second. Ricardo Bertone now sits third. Dakota Fenn drops to fourth. David Ronnebalk to fifth. King sixth. Battier seventh. Truey eighth. Lutz ninth. And Bornhorst 10th. Going to a J Concepts pit report on the driver's stand with new TQ, Ryan Mayfield.
We're here with Ryan Mayfield right after his first round of practice. And Ryan, take us through your run. How different is the track being in the morning cool heat?
Yeah, the track is, I think I had a little bit better track than the guys in round one. It seemed like my track maybe held a little more moisture. But to be honest, I don't know when the track's fast or slow. It's so inconsistent. So like I said in all my other interviews, I've just been focusing on my 10-minute pace, my 30-minute pace, and I knew I had the speed. The car, that's the best the car's been all week. I went to some old shocks that I've been doing all my testing with, some old brakes that I've been doing all my testing with, and that was the balance and the feel I needed to put the 10 minutes together. So I'm happy with that. The car could be a little better, but I think it's the track. When the track comes in a little more, my car will kind of come in a little more too.
I was watching your car, looked pretty good. Got in some traffic there, you're like a surgeon moving in and out of some of those guys. How hard is it to recover when you're stuck on somebody?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough coming up on everybody. Everybody's going fast, but the track is just creating mistakes. And, I was pretty nervous when I was catching that pack of 5 cars at the end, but luckily I kind of got through it a little unscathed. I had some problem, but not a big deal. But like I said, my car's fast and it's pretty easy to drive. So I think if the temperature comes up, my car will be even better. But I'm happy just to get a nice solid run to start the weekend off. That's all that really counts right now.
Thanks, Ryan. And what tires did you run?
I ran red Triple Ds. So we'll see. I'll go out and check my car, see what the tires look like, and I think we're doing pretty good so far.
All right, thank you, Ryan. Back to you in the booth, Aaron.
Ryan Mayfield looking for a 5th straight IFMAR World's final appearance. And getting off to a good start here as he eclipses defending world champion Ty Tessman's time in round number 1 with the third of the 3 heats of the top group coming up next. You are watching the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 Scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships presented by Proline Racing, as well as Kyosho. Additional sponsors include Upgrade RC, Fire Safe Systems, Maxima MX, aka Products J Concepts, RC Car Action, MKS, Team Associated OS Engines, and Futaba. Coming up now, multi-time European champion Elliott Boots, former Roar National champion Jared Tebow, multi-time electric off-road world champion Ryan Cavalieri, multi-time on-road world champion Naoto Matsukura, another one of the very fast young Italian drivers Marco Barufalo, multi-time European champion Renault Savoia, very quick Portuguese driver João Figueiredo, previous 2014 IFMAR Worlds finalist Alex Zancatin, Swiss driver Patrick Hoffer, former European champion Darren Bloomfield, young Arizonan hot shoe Tanner Stees, Taylor Peterson showed up here, hasn't raced RC cars in a year, cold turkey, making the top 40 in seating practice. And another youngster here from the United States, Noah Dickerson, car number 13 here in heat number 3. Got another J Concepts pit report with Gary down in the pit area.
Here we are trackside with Proline's head of innovation, Tim Clark. Tim just got here. It's his first day at the Worlds. Tim, what do you think of the track?
Well, I think it looks really nice. Just all the colors, and it looks really clean and just really first class. Compared to, I went to Argentina and then Italy, and definitely when you come here, it's first class environment.
Awesome. Well, we're going to go back to the race. That's Tim Clark from Proline. I want to do a quick catch-up for you folks at home.
Tim Clark from Proline Racing, our title sponsor of the weekend. Special thanks to Proline and all of our sponsors for the support this week, allowing us to bring the IFMAR World Championships to everyone around the world for free on a whole bunch of different platforms. Thank you to everyone for watching along. Rockstar 199 practicing a little beatboxing in the chat room. Boots and pants and boots and pants. Boots, Tebow, Cavalieri, Matsukura, Barufalo, Savoia, Figueiredo, Zancatin, Hoffer, Bloomfield, Stees, Peterson, and Dickerson here in race number 3 as we've got 45 seconds left in warm-up. There's a good view of the Shark.
If you can come up here, Chris Toko.
Awesome shot from the driver's stand. There is Jared Tebow with Marco Barufalo on his left and Naoto Matsukura on his right.
All photographers off the track at this time. All photographers off the track at this time. 20 seconds.
Tebow, a two-time electric off-road world champion, has made the World Championship finals in 2008, 2010, and 2014 in Nitro off-road. And here's a good look at many-time electric on-road world champion Naoto Matsukura, racing for Kyosho, and just won the All Japan Nationals this year in 8-scale off-road. Across the dance floor and coming by to start his clock here for round number 1 of qualifying. Looking for Ryan Mayfield's new TQ time of a 17:10:10. See a hole developing there. Heading into the off-camber corner to complete the Snake Eyes section. Kicked Matsukura's car up in the air as we pick up Elliott Boots heading over the fadeaway double through the Snake Eyes section. That was a good look at the hole developing in the face of that off-camber corner. Boots throwing a little style over the crapshoot here on lap number 1. like, nope. 12 of the 13 cars making the start here. Looks like Noah Dickerson may not have made the start here of round number 1. Boots starting off quick, 34.903. Remember, they're looking for Ryan Mayfield's TQ time. It'll be 17:10:10. And the pace for the drivers in this heat will fall off, as we believe probably all of them will have to pit for a full tank of fuel. Not sure anyone's going to push the envelope here in round number 1. Here's Jared Tebow down the front straightaway. Childhood friends with track co-owner here, Chris Tocco, the man who designed this course, which looks absolutely amazing with the blue carpet on the inside. Everyone was so thrilled when they showed up. Attention to detail, second to none here. Every aspect of this incredible facility. Tebow coming up slightly short, almost looked like on purpose at the end of the 5-car draw here. Tebow's last 2 laps, 35.5, 35.2. This lap, 35.005, new personal best. Marco Barufalo, though, out front, 35.1, 34.5, 35.2, as Barufalo leads Boots by less than a half second, then less than a half second to Tebow. Top 3 separated by 9/10 of a second after nearly 2.5 minutes. Tebow up around the Hoover Dam, picking up here with Marco Barufalo. And into the 5-car draw. And to the dance floor. Wow, taking a nice inside line. Didn't kick on either dance floor entrance or exit. Early pit stop, pitting before the 3-minute mark as we see another car getting flung out of pit lane as well. Tebow pitted early. So Tebow and Barufalo pitting before the 3-minute mark. Just get it out of the way early, get back out on the track. Most people will probably pit later in the race, so. Whoa, Barufalo off the track. That's the first member of the Out of the Track Club I've seen all week. Launching off the course in the anti-up, step up on the left side of the track. Unfortunately for Barufalo, that's going to make for a terribly slow outlap here. Oh, and getting hung up again through the dance floor as we go to a team-associated instant replay. Barufalo exiting the Snake Eyes. Went wide enough here to square up the jump, but just pushed too quickly and jumped way off the track. His right tires didn't even touch the pipe. He just landed completely on the carpet outside. Turn marshal was quick to get there, but not enough. Picking up here with Ryan Cavallari up on top of the Hoover Dam. Back down. Cavallari currently second, less than 0.8 of a second behind Elliott Boots, now less than 0.6, as Boots came out with a 35.4. Cavallari's last lap at 35.2, and here he is over the poker table. Now at 35.7, so Boots actually picking up a couple of tenths on that last lap. The gap now nearly 1 full second. 5 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. The top 4 on pace to go faster than Ryan Mayfield, but still a long time left to go here in heat number 3 of 18 here in round number 1 of qualifying. Renault Savoia currently running third, 1.6 seconds behind Ryan Cavallari. Savoia now into pit lane, taking it nice and slow. Up on the blocks. And back down, you see RC Concept crew getting a full tank of fuel on that TLR buggy. And now he's got traffic ahead. So perhaps a poor time to pit from Savoia. Now he's got 2 cars ahead of him. And Savoia pushing wide as well over the ante-up. 2.6 seconds separated Cavallari and Savoia before that pit stop. Don't believe Cavallari has pitted yet. 34.652, new personal best for Elliott Boots. He's 2.6 seconds behind Ryan Cavallari. As Boots just completing the fadeaway double, heading to the ante-up right here. You see how rough it is getting exiting the Snake Eyes off camber corner. Boots jumping right to the inside curb through the crapshoot. Down Fremont Street. Taking a tight entrance to that double apex left-hand corner. Boots had a 2.6 second gap to make up to Ryan Cavallari. Last lap 34.6, this lap 35.0. The gap now less than 2 seconds as the top two, Cavallari and Boots, still ahead of Ryan Mayfield's time. Ryan Cavallari into pit lane, up and down. It's Dan Hissam and Louis Cavallari putting a full tank of fuel in that. Team Associated RC8B3, Maxima MX Power. Cavallari around the off-camera corner, getting sideways, spinning out a little bit as he hit one of those bumps, upset the car, nearly coming to a complete stop. Cavallari back on track, looking for another World Championship final. He made the main in 2008, 2010, and then 2014. Kicking up big time, exiting the dance floor. We've seen that bump affecting some cars more than others. Cavallari dropping to fourth after that pit stop of 41.830. So it's Boots, Tebow with a personal best last time by 35.003. So picking up here with Tebow. Looks like he just got around one slower car. He's got another ahead. 3 minutes left to go. Tebow 3.5 seconds behind Kyosho teammate Elliott Boots, with not sure who that is ahead. Maybe, I don't know. All orange Buggy pushing up to the top of the Hoover Dam, letting him go. Whoa, getting close there at the end of Fremont Street. Luckily, that slower driver stomped on the brakes not to run him over. Tebow would qualify third if he finished up here with a 17.10.10. Tebow tipping up on two wheels, exiting the dance floor. This lap, 35.8. So 4 consecutive 35s in a row from Tebow. Juan Figueredo 4 laps ago at a 34.936. Fastest lap of the race so far was Marco Barufalo all the way back on lap number 2. Tebow conservative through the crapshoot. Coming up a little short, jumping down the stairs. Tebow also jumping over the second double. We saw some drivers jumping short there yesterday. But the lip seems to be okay on that second double at the moment. Tebow 35.1. Last lap for Boots was a 35.7. So Tebow cutting the lead down to 3.5 seconds. Boots with a heater last time by 35.2. Losing another 1/10 of a second, however. Boots up and over the high roller to the fadeaway double. Got around one slower car. He's got another further ahead. 1 minute, 30 seconds left to go here in heat number 3. These first 3 heats were the 3 quickest heats of drivers from yesterday's resort. Shuffled together, the top 39 drivers. Not to say there isn't deep talent throughout the field here. 18 heats of drivers here at the 2016 World Championships. Boots up and over the high roller. Coming up a little short on the fadeaway double. See another car there stopping to let him go as he had pushed wide. Boots a little wide over the ante up. His last lap, 35.8, 35.5 for Tebow. The gap, 3.2 seconds. Another 3.2 back to Cavallari in third. 1.6 seconds from Cavallari to Figueredo in fourth. And 3.8 seconds from Figueredo back to Savoia in fifth. Boots and Tebow still ahead of Ryan Mayfield's TQ time with 35 seconds left to go. Boots getting around some slower traffic and open course ahead. So it looks like Elliott Boots made TQ, set their early time to beat anyway, with 15 heats left to go here in round number 1. But looking good here for potentially a first round TQ and getting his 2016 title hopes off to a strong start. Remember, no one makes the finals straight out of qualifying here in Nitro Off-Road. Everyone will race their way into the main event on Saturday. Boots 35.3. A 17.10.05 pace, over 5 seconds faster than what Ryan Mayfield turned in on that last heat. We thought Mayfield was quick. Here come the Kyosho teammates, Boots and Tebow, looking to go 1-2 here in round number 1 early on. Boots up the Hoover Dam, down the stairs to Fremont Street. Boots able to make it all the way down that second jump. Over the double-double, this is Boots' final lap. Last lap, 35.3. One more time across the dance floor, inside of that rut. And Boots a little wide across the line. 35.2 on his final lap. Takes the win by 3 seconds over Jared Tebow. New TQ run for Reds Racing powered Kyosho driver Elliott Boots over teammate Jared Tebow here in round number 1 of qualifying. at the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships, live from the RC tracks of Las Vegas, presented by Proline Racing. Proline and Kyosho are two title sponsors for the race, and two sponsors for Elliott Boots. Setting their early time to beat here in round number 1. We'll have to get a word with him up on the driver's stand. Boots, Tebow, Cavallari, Figueredo, Savoya, top 5 here in heat number 3. Ryan Cavallari, 3rd in this heat, will be 4th after 3 heats of racing. John Figueredo was 4th in this heat, 10th after heat number 3. Going to a J Concepts pit report on the driver's stand with new TQ Elliott Boots. Take it away, Gary.
Elliott Boots, take us through your run. Awesome run. As of now, you have a 6-second cushion on TQ. It's still early. Make any changes to your car, track change, just go for it. Whatever you want to tell us.
Well, I didn't change anything from yesterday. I mean, we was working on the whole run yesterday rather than 3 laps, and I wanted to bring that into qualifying, and it worked out really well. My car works really great through the bumps. The car always does. It's a pretty steady run. Really comfortable and confident for the next one.
Your pit strategy, I was wondering, do you guys plan that, or does Craddock watch you and say, hey, you know, where you're at on the track to get you clear from traffic?
Well, yeah, I mean, we want to come in as early so you don't have to fill such a full tank. But also you got to work that in with traffic as well, so it's a bit of both.
Gotcha. Your car looks awesome. Good job. What tires did you run?
M4 whole shot.
There's Elliott Boots. Back to you, Aaron.
Thank you, Gary. Nice little chat there with new top qualifier Elliott Boots, setting a 17:10.04. See if that holds up here through another 15 heats of racing in round number 1 of qualifying at the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships. So lots of fast drivers here in this one. British racing veteran Graham Alsop, Australian racing champion Aaron Stringer, Martin Bayer here from the Czech Republic, X-ray engineer Austin Blair, Northern California hot shoe, racing for A-Main Hobbies, former World's TQ Richard Saxton, Marco Natale and Alessandro Stacco, 2 quick Italians, Travis Amezcua racing the borrowed HB Racing Buggy, the Victor Guerrero Rent-A-Ride, a 2008 World's finalist here in the United States. Alex Napatrapi, Marcus Sandberg, Jack Embling here from Great Britain, Danny Vega here from Spain, a former World's finalist, and Colin Weatherholt, car number 13, one of 4 USA drivers here in group number 4. Checking out our Kyosho pit lane cam. Good shot of Graham Alsop's HB Racing Buggy there, car number 1. Pink, blue, yellow, and black. And that's car number 5 next to him, Richard Saxton, the LRP pitman. Car number 4 exiting there as well, Austin Blair. Not everybody at once there, guys. Nice wide, very sturdy pit lane here at the RC Tracks Las Vegas. Was one of the first structures that they built here on the premises, as well as put a track layout in. I came by here a couple of years ago and checked out Toko's progress as they were building up everything, and he had put in a quick track layout in the pit lane, and they would stand up on the pit lane to go drive laps before they had a chance to build up the driver's stand. 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go here for warm-up in heat number 4. Going to a J Concepts pit report in the pit area with Dakota Fend. Take it away, Gary.
TLR Racing's Dakota Fend just got done turn marshaling here in round number 1 of qualifying. Dakota, your car looked good to me. Walk us through it. Was the track any different for you? A couple of the other drivers were mentioning that it's a lot rougher than they remember it being last night after the last round. How was it for you?
Yeah, so the track changes a lot day to day, even from your first run and the second run of the day, just because we run, 4 or 5 hours apart. I was one of the earlier heats yesterday, so today was kind of a little bit different. And also I had a couple bad mistakes, 2 on my own. Just kind of first lap, just kind of hit a mud spot and flipped over. The next one, I was just pushing too hard and just made a mistake. Overall, the car's been really good. Everything's working good. Still a top 10 run, so I'm happy with that and just going to try and clean up the mistakes for the next round.
Great. I noticed your car looked really good last night in the last round of seating. Good luck in the second round. We're back to you guys, Aaron.
Dakota Fan looking for his 3rd straight World's Finals appearance here at the Nitro Off-Road World Championships. Made the main in 2012, finished 9th, and finished 7th in 2014. Sure, he would love to improve on those finishing positions here on U.S. soil. Team Losi Racing and Team Associated both looking for their first World Championships. In 8-scale buggy, anyway. Getting underway here with group number 4. And starting out the race here with car number 1. British veteran Graham Alsop, a.k.a. Sloppy. Sandro Stacco getting started with a quick 36.064. We are looking for Elliott Boots' TQ time of a 17:10.04. Right now it would take a 17-lap run. Well, actually, everyone's done 17 so far. You can check out all the race results from this first round of qualifying and throughout the week, including practice, by going to our new beta scoring site at ifmar.liverc.com. Very mobile friendly. Check it out. Let us know what you think. Blair, Stringer, Stocco, Saxton, Vega early on in this one. Just a minute 30 down. Austin Blair, one of the few S-Works drivers here. Quick on the first lap. Aaron Stringer signed with Leadfinger Racing recently. The Australian Kyosho driver. 35.8 for his first lap, 35.5 for his second lap. Along with Graham Alsop, his first 2 laps, 37.3, 37.0. So Alsop down in the 12th position. So Aaron Stringer actually coming by the line with a 37.2, drops all the way to 4th. It's Austin Blair out front. Austin Blair from Northern California. A 35.592 last time by was his best of the 3 laps so far. There's Travis Mezcua. Got a body painted up for that borrowed HB Racing buggy. Mezcua currently in the 8th position. 36.1 2 laps ago is his personal best, backed it up with a 36.3. He moves up to the 5th spot. There's a couple of other drivers falling behind, and here's the race leader, Austin Blair. Last lap, 36.1. Blair's got a 1.5 second cushion on Richard Saxton in the second spot, who's got another half second back to Alessandro Stocco. Blair rolling it over, crashing quite spectacularly in the crapshoot. He crapped out in the back section there. Getting a little too aggressive, jumping off that staggered jump. So this is going to drop Blair down the running order, and he's also coming in for his pit stop. Take a deep breath, get refocused, and back on the track. Oh, and up on the pipe exiting pit lane as well. Able to fix himself before Elliott Boots got there. You see Chris Tocco talking to Jared Tebow over on the side. I imagine Tebow is equal parts happy to get a second place run out of the way and also wondering how he could be 3 seconds slower than his teammate. Wow, and Blair upside down again, jumping down the stairs, going from bad to worse on Fremont Street. Wouldn't be the only person that's happened to. Mesko running second should take over the, well, actually it was Richard Saxton up in the lead, but he drops to second, so Mesko now the leader by 1 second over Saxton. Both Mesko and Saxton had personal best laps last time by. 35.4 for Mesko last lap. 35.7 was Saxton's best lap, but his next one, a 37.6. 36.9 for Mesko, so the lead down to half a second. Mesko over Saxton. Stringer third, Vega fourth, Bayer fifth, Natali sixth, Weatherholt seventh, Napatropi eighth. Just as I say that, Napatropi to seventh, Alsop eighth, Stocko ninth, Weatherholt 10th, Sandberg 11th, Embling 12th, and Blair, after a very brisk start to this race, dropping to the back. Now improving to 11th as I say that. Saxton with a rough one, 44.2. That was a bad pit lap for Saxton, dropped him down to 10th. Amezcua's pit lap at 37.2. Looks like Amezcua going to hang on to the top spot. No, Stringer to the top now by 94 one-thousandths of a second.
Also on that same note, we will start with race 7 tomorrow, which means race number 6. Race number 6, we will have to be here at our...
Travis Amezcua over the fadeaway double through the snake eyes. 94 one-thousandths of a second behind Aaron Stringer on the clock. Further behind Stringer on the track than that. I believe it's Aaron Stringer that's the next car ahead of him, but likely too far ahead for Amezcua to see him and be able to gauge whether or not he's gaining time. Amezcua rolling it over here, coming up short at the 5-car draw. Pit stop still cycling through here with 4 minutes left to go. Amezcua's mistake dropping him all the way to 12th. That mistake compounding his pit lap. It was a 49.481 going from the top to the bottom of the order as Aaron Stringer regains the lead. Marco Natale second. Natale personal best last time by 36.173. Following it up with a 37.5, nearly 3 seconds behind Aaron Stringer. Natale, Stocko, Vega, all within 1.8 seconds. The top three, 6 minutes and 50 seconds into heat number 4. Here's Danny Vega, multi-time former world's finalist. Very quick Spanish driver's been racing for a very long time. Down the Las Vegas Boulevard, Vega's last lap may have been his pit lap, I believe so. 43.9 unfortunately drops him out of the top 3 into 8th. Nine-tenths of a second separates Marco Natale from Aaron Stringer. Vega's lap this time by 36.1. Marco Natale, 6/10 of a second up on Stringer now. Just as I say that, Stringer retaking the lead. Natale's last lap was a 37.2. Back to 3 straight 37s for Natale is what gave up the top spot there. Stringer back out front, 35.7 last time by. Graham Alsop shooting to the third spot. Personal best last lap, 36.1. Alsop with the latest fast lap of any driver we've seen at the moment. Stocko moving back to third, drops Sloppy to fourth. But Alsop making up for a slow start to the race. Marco Natale, the second place driver, running 1.8 seconds behind Aaron Stringer. Stringer just had a personal best 35.5. So that's why the gap is back up to 1.8 seconds. Let's see what Natale has this time by. His last lap was a 36.6, and he lost 1.2 seconds to Stringer. This time, 36.7, so the gap up to 1.6 seconds for Stringer over Natale. Natale, an Italian Kyosho driver. Heading into the off-camber corner and up over the ante-up. Here's Aaron Stringer over the fadeaway double. And he tiptoes around the off-camber corner. See him a little wider entrance to the corner and squaring it up and trying to go inside of the ruts, exiting the corner. You'll be able to do that for one round, and then that'll be chewed up as well. Stringer, Natale, Stocco, Martin Bayer up to 4th, Graham Alsop 5th, Saxton 6th, Embling 7th, Vega 8th, Weatherholt 9th, and Blair 10th. 20 seconds left. Aaron Stringer on a 17:10:23 pace would be good for 18th after 4 heats. Over the ante-up, step up. Like only one person on the J Concepts lift. Stringer looking to take the win here in heat number 4. We'll have 1 lap left to go. 2.9 second gap on Natale as he starts now a 3.5 second lead over Martin Bayer. Bayer shooting to the second spot. 2 laps ago, new personal best on lap 15 of a 17 lap run. 35.986 for Bayer, backed it up with a 36.3. And he takes over the second spot by 0.3 of a second over Marco Natale. Natale has just 23 hundredths on Alessandro Stocco. Now Stocco moving to 3rd as he completes his race. 17:10:27. That's good for 29th at the moment. Marco Natale finishing 1 second behind. 17:10:28 will put him 31st. Aaron Stringer finishing up 17:10:22 for the win here in group number 4. 17:10:22 is 16th quick. And Martin Bayer, personal best lap on the final time by the line. 35.874 for Bayer's final lap is 17:10:25.962 is good for 25th quick. As there's a good look at Graham Alsop giving us the thumbs up, showing us his steering thumb for that stick radio. Nice high five there between Kyosho teammates. And that concludes heat number 4 of 18 here for round number 1 of qualifying in the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 Scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships presented by Proline Racing and Kyosho here from the RC Tracks of Las Vegas in Sin City, Nevada. Live on liverc.com.
Feeling the need for speed? Log on to AbsoluteHobbies.com. We stock more of the items you want and less of the items you don't. Most domestic orders ship same day for no extra charge. We carry a full line of nitro and electric RC cars, parts, and accessories, and we have a knowledgeable staff providing phone support from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern on weekdays. Tired of waiting for your orders and being treated like a number in line? Make the switch to AbsoluteHobbies.com today, and you will never shop anywhere else.
Back to our Kyosho pit lane cam as we prepare for group number 5. Bradley Baird's car getting brought back to the shelf. You see Baird there bending over, perhaps listening to his engine, trying to communicate with his pit man. He was listening to the steering wheel on his radio. That's what it was. Jeremy Courts, a former podium finisher, finished third at the 2004 World Championships in Furland, Sweden. Among the drivers here in this heat, racing a privateer Kyosho buggy. Lee Martin had to race his way into this through the pre-race. Former electric off-road European champion. Miguel Matias, a former podium finisher at the World Championships. Tanner Denny, Ryan Mayfield's protege. Cole F. Tollard from the Midwest. Wataru Takashiro from Japan. Evan Vale here from the United States. Martin Walenka, a.k.a. Willy Wonka, the X-Ray driver, making his way here from Europe. Gunnar Rick. And Jeremy Courts, two more U.S. drivers. Bradley Baird in car number 10. Clayton Saxton, the nephew of Team Associates Richard Saxton, in car 11. Michael Page, car 12. And Eddie Cordoba will roll out in car number 13. And warm-up has begun. Warm-up underway here for group number 5. This being the second heat of the second block of heats. Each group of 3 heats was shuffled together. So heats 1 through 3 were the top 39 drivers from seating practice that were shuffled into. It's a complicated way of explaining it. But the first 3 heats, they took the top 39 drivers, shuffled them all together. Heats 4, 5, and 6, they took the second fastest group of 39 drivers, shuffled them all together. I'm sure you can see where that goes from there. See Lee Martin's white, orange, and blue car exited pit lane. I believe that was Baird. Bradley Baird getting dropped back onto the pit lane exit ramp. Nice view of McCarran International Airport as well as the Las Vegas Strip just behind the back section here at RC Tracks of Las Vegas. Could not have asked for a better venue here. For the first time, the World Championships have been held on U.S. soil since 2008. Drivers have been here all week. Many of them flew in early to enjoy the city. Just a couple of miles from the Strip here. Easy access to all sorts of hotels. We're staying at the Westgate Hotel where the International Indoor Championships are currently running as well. You can watch that here live on Live RC. Be interesting to see what Lee Martin can do here from heat number 5. Elliott Boots TQ time of a 17:10.04, not necessarily safe. Lots of quick drivers still coming up in later heats. Martin quick on lap number 1, 35.762. Matias still has not come by for his first lap. Looks like he was the last car And also a slow first lap for Matthias, 40.619, and a Privateer Mugen Seiki buggy this week. Tanner Denny, quickest on lap number 1, 35.809. Unfortunately, 36.3 for his second lap. Drops him behind Mikey Page and Lee Martin, who we follow along with right here. Drives for Yokomo for 10th scale and Mugen Seiki for 8th scale here with a new MBX 7R. Mugen drivers are running a few new parts on the buggy, including all new differentials, but not a complete MBX 8 as had been rumored. Mikey Page with a 35.581 last time by. Just hundredths of a second quicker than Lee Martin. The gap is 11 hundredths of a second. Fastest lap so far, Martin Walanka, last time by the loop, 35.568. He's down the 7th spot. Martin with traffic ahead, heading into the 5-car draw. Up on the curb before the dance floor. Looks like that's Mikey Page right ahead of him, kicked horribly, exiting the dance floor, did not want to leave the party. Page slammed the door shut into the 180 at the end of the Las Vegas Boulevard. No pass for you. I don't care if you're the leader. Page is only a half second behind the leader. Oh, sideways, heading into the crapshoot. Oh, and upside down Fremont Street. Martin just driving underneath Page's car. That could have been a disaster. Page looking a little out of shape here in the early minutes of this race. They've been going fast for the first 4 laps, but it came unglued here on lap number 5. Tanner Denny jumping in the top spot. Lee Martin had a rough lap there as well as he got caught up with Page a couple of times. Martin a 37.6 as Jeremy Courts now taking over the early lead. Tanner Denny a 37.2 last lap. He drops down. Jeremy Courts 36.3. He loses the top spot. Martin Walanka now in the lead. Mikey Page turning left and right multiple times heading down Fremont Street. Got a team associated instant replay. Here was Mikey Page and Lee Martin up on top of the Hoover Dam and jumping down the stairs onto Fremont Street. Page already drifted to the outside. Wow. You can see Martin was so nervous he drove out onto the cushion. In the next corner, I'm sure puckered up and taking a deep breath after that one. Following along here with Mikey Page, who's dropped to the 9th spot, as Evan Vale taking the lead as pit stops cycle through. Vale had a personal best last time by, 35.765. Vale dropping to 4th. Cole Tollard now to the lead. Tollard yet hasn't pitted. Courts hasn't pitted as well. Baird has not come in for his pit stop. So his pit stop cycle through. This is actually Wataru Takashiro. Wataru, the Japanese driver, having a rough start to this round number 1 and flipping over on the dance floor. I think that's when you slip and fall, trying to do the electric slide or something. Tollard, Baird, Courts, Vale, Matthias. Top 5. Tollard on a 17-10-14 pace before the pit stop would put him 7th. See what Tollard's pace looks like after pit stop cycle through, but right now Tollard and Baird both on top 12 runs. Tollard with a 37.5 last time by, loses the lead to Bradley Baird by less than a half second. Here's Baird by the line, 36.6. Now the lead just 1/10 of a second up over the high roller to the fadeaway double. Around the Snake Eyes, Baird with traffic ahead. Up the Hoover Dam and back down the stairs to Fremont Street. Baird's last lap, 36.6. 37.5 for Cole Tollard is what gave Baird the lead. Tollard with another rough lap Actually, that was a pit lap for Tollard. Drops him to 42.9 last lap for Tollard. Baird staying out again, a 3-second lead for the Irishman over Miguel Matias. Matias, the Portuguese driver in car number 2, 3.1 seconds behind Baird. Baird still on an 11th place run, 17:10.16 in the works. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left to go. Denny moving back to the second spot after a quick early start. Had his personal best lap 2 laps ago, 35.7. Now a 35.986 for Denny's last 2 laps, as he is nearly 5 seconds behind Bradley Baird. Baird over the 5-car draw as the all-white car ahead. Ooh, up on the curb for Baird, heading onto the dance floor. Got a lucky break there. Baird's last lap, 36.5. Martin back to the second spot, 36.1. 5.1 seconds, 5.4 seconds now separating the top 3, Baird, Martin, and Denny. Denny less than a half second behind Lee Martin. Courts now to second, 35.3 for his last lap, 4.7 seconds behind as we follow Lee Martin. Martin trying to make his way back to the second spot. 1/10 of a second now behind Courts. Last lap for Martin, 36.6. Bradley Baird right behind Lee Martin. So Martin's not going to want to give him any room. Martin checking up a little bit heading into the crapshoot, as a slower car had crashed in that short chute. Nice and easy over the 5-car draw. Across the dance floor. Over the poker table, down the straightaway. Lee Martin's last lap, 36.0. So Bradley Baird still lead the way by 2.3 seconds. Baird on a 14th place run at the moment. Courts would be 18th. Martin would be 20th if they finished up this way. 9 minutes now and 1 minute left to go. Bradley Baird, 1.3 second lead. Top 5 drivers separated by 6.5 seconds. Baird, Courts, Martin. Courts and Martin having a great battle on the clock. 0.7 of a second apart as the top 3 have gathered up. Baird with a rough lap last time by 37.2. Stacks up the top 3 within a second and a half. Courts within 0.2 of the lead. So the old man coming on strong here at the end of this one. Baird, Courts, Martin, Tollard, Denny, top 5. And Jeremy Courts actually taking over the lead with Baird having another bad lap, losing 0.3 of a second. We're going to follow Jeremy Courts' last lap in the ProMotion t-shirts, Kyosho MP9 TKI 4. Heading into the crapshoot. Up on the curb a little bit. Nice entrance to the Hoover Dam. A little tight at the end of Fremont Street. Through the 5-car draw, a little wide after that second double, but nice inside line up on the curb. Tidy across the dance floor and across the line. Jeremy Courts, 17:10.20. Good for 14th fastest time of the round so far. Bradley Baird finishing second, Lee Martin third, Cole Tollard fourth, Tanner Denny fifth, then Cordova sixth, Walanka seventh, Matthias eighth, Page ninth, and Vale rounds out the top 10. Rick, Saxton, and Takashiro complete the finishing order here for heat number 5 of round number 1 of qualifying here at the RC Tracks of Las Vegas. The 2016 IFMAR 1/8 scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships presented by Proline Racing and Kyosho. Checking out our chat room here. David Little, UK, what's going on with the back markers? If they divide the heats with fast and slow drivers, the slower drivers need to be aware of what's going around them. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I don't think they should have to pull out of the way and stop. The drivers should be able to work together a little bit. This is the first time that they've run together. They didn't get a practice run in their qualifying heats. SCW Rod, no, there will not be a resort after every qualifier. We do think they're going to shuffle the order of the heats. I'm not sure if that's going to be by day or by round. We haven't yet confirmed that. We're going to go to another clip that we shot in down the pit area, going inside the car with JQ Racing's Joseph Quagrain.
We're here with the man, the car, JQ himself, and he's going to go inside Joseph Quagrain's car.
Well, thank you for taking the time to talk to me. I'm here in Vegas for the Worlds, and the team is running a bunch of new parts. So basically, all of these silver parts you see here, the front and rear shock towers, the arm holders, this top arm system we have here, the center diff weight, the ballast, actually the chassis too, even though it's anodized, all of these parts are new. And basically the idea is to just make the car easier to drive, more stable. We know it's fast, but it's a bit of a challenge to drive, especially on a track like this, slippery and bumpy and technical. So the focus has really been on making invisible speed. So as a driver, you might not even notice that you're going faster, but the stopwatch tells you that you're faster because you're carrying more corner speed. So that's one of our focuses. And the other one is to just push the boundaries of what the car can handle. So if you make a small mistake, the car will just correct itself. You can keep on going. So you just gas it more, and instead of flipping over, the car will actually maintain traction and keep its line. So those two things. Invisible speed, so you just do the same thing and the car is faster, and also it remains stable for longer, even when you make small mistakes.
So when you say invisible speed and, to make the car easier to drive, we're talking about building confidence in the driver, so which helps him go faster anyway.
Yes, it's both of those two things. It's one of the things is that when you make a small mistake, if the car isn't right, it will flip over or you'll lose a lot of time. Well, with this edition, with all these new option parts, what happens is you'll make that mistake, but the car will kind of correct itself. You can clip a pipe and still keep going. You can get two wheels on the curb and keep going. Or you can tangle with another car and just gas it more and keep on going. And that was something with the older parts where you would always lose time, but now you don't necessarily do that. And then the other thing is just that even when your car feels good, you might be off the pace. And with the changes we've done, the car will feel the same, but you will actually be going faster.
Now, are these parts, do you have a planned production date, or are they going to go into production, or are they still prototypes at this point?
At this point, they're all prototypes, so we'll see what we're going to do, but for next year, we'll definitely have these parts available.
Great. Well, there's JQ, the man, and we went inside JQ's The Car. Thanks, JQ.
Thank you.
Back to our Kyosho pit lane cam. After that look inside the JQ Racing The Car with JQ founder Joseph Quagrain. Cool look there at Yannick Aguan's X-Ray Buggy. Very bright pink and yellow paint job on that car. Looks great. Tyler Hooks there in car number 9. There's car number 1. That is Joseph Quagrain trying to tiptoe by. Juan's made a World Finals before. Juan Carlos Canas is the European B champion from this year. Jerome Sartel, a very fast Frenchman. Tom Robin, I'm not familiar with. Tyler Vick. Ryan Kenny's agent. Jorn Newman, a former electric off-road European champion. Josh Wheeler, a former IFMAR Worlds finalist. I believe his highest finish has been 4th. I think this is Tyler Hook's first IFMAR Worlds. Very fast Swedish off-road former champion, Robert Gustafsson. At Sushihara, 2008 world champion, has made 3 of the last 4 Worlds finals. Auguste Coutinho up here from Argentina. And Alberto Garcia from Spain. Coming up next. Good look at the Las Vegas Strip. Just on the other side of McCarran International Airport. David Copperfield still performing at the MGM Grand. See an airplane taking off there. It just cleared the stratosphere. Now heading over the wind. "15 seconds from the start." Like Doug Hook's enthusiasm. Jorn Neumann flaming out in pit lane. Gerd Strange in the orange Serpent t-shirt running back to the starter box. Fires up that Serpent buggy and gets him back on pit lane to make the start. Here is Joseph Quagrain driving his JQ Racing buggy. The Arma Energy JQ Racing Alpha Form Reds team. I thought the green anodized Reds head on JQ's buggy was particularly funny. Going to the inside of what we've been calling the money pit, going up the face of the high roller there. Quagrain through the crapshoot. Nice and easy up on the curb. Very tidy up and down the Hoover Dam. Quagrain just making it over that second double to complete the 5-car draw to get the car slowed down for the next right-hand turn. Quagrain's first lap, about mid-pack, 36.341. Josh Wheeler with a heater on lap 1, 35.277. Quickest on lap 1 by over 0.6 of a second at Sushihara. Wheeler backed it up with another 35.2, so 2 quick laps to start the race. For Wheeler, Quagrain's first lap, 36.3. Quagrain heading to the dance floor as we go off in search of new race leader, Josh Wheeler. Wheeler through the 5-car draw. Got a little out of shape under braking after Fremont Street. Wheeler down the straightaway, another 35-second lap. 17:10:03 after just 3 laps would be a new TQ for Josh Wheeler. But that will fall off surely. Wheeler will likely have to pit or make a mistake or something at this point. We know Wheeler has the speed to run up front. We'll see what he's able to do here in that latest version of the X-Ray XB8 platform. A little loose after the high roller, coming up short on the fadeaway double. Pushes him wide, entering the snake eyes. Whoa, another car tumbling off the track right in front of Wheeler. Heading into the crapshoot section, just flipped right out of the lane. Juan Carlos Canas running second, Tyler Vick third. Jorn Newman fourth, Joseph Quagrain fifth, Tom Robin sixth, August Coutinho seventh, at Sushihara eighth, Robert Gustafsson will likely be dropping out of 9th. Yannick Aguan 10th. Yes, Aguan up to 9th. Jerome Sartell 10th. Alberto Garcia 11th. Tyler Hooks 12th. And Robert Gustafson 13th. Wheeler with a little traffic ahead coming down Fremont Street. Very subdued cab on the body on that X-Ray buggy, it looks like, from Wheeler. And the X-Ray drivers do have a new prototype Lexan wing of their own this week. Wheeler's last lap, 36.034. He's got a 1.4 second gap on Juan Carlos Cañas. Wheeler 1.7 second lead on Tyler Vick. Vick 2 laps ago had a personal best 35.7. Wheeler's last lap 36.0. So Wheeler losing 0.7 of a second to Vick over the last 2 laps. Vick this lap 36.2. Wheeler gains it all back 35.7 to the lead back to 2.2 seconds. Wheeler, Vick, Quagrain up to 3rd after a couple of rough laps in the center of this race. And Tsushihara 4th, Jorn Newman 5th. Wheeler still on pace to qualify 3rd for the round. Tyler Vick would be 8th, though neither driver has done a pit stop yet. Actually, Vick's last lap, 38.3. If that wasn't a pit stop, it has been slow. .525 down, 4:35 left to go. Nearly 8-second lead for Josh Wheeler over Tyler Vick. As Juan Carlos Cañas in a 44.8 pit lap dropped him down to 8th. Vick pitting 43.052 for his pit lap. Here is Tyler Hooks. Hooks running in the 10th position. Actually, that's Tyler Vick, my bad, in the X-Ray car. See how when pit stops cycle through, Vick lawn darting after the crapshoot, using that front bumper for a shovel, digging up a new hole. Vick across the dance floor, going wide over the hip, and nice and easy over the poker table. Vick back to the 5th spot as we still wait for pit stops to completely shuffle through the running order. 3:30 left to go. Vick over the ante up. The crapshoot once again. Let's see if he lands on all 4 tires this time, and he does. Josh Wheeler on a 17:10.11. His last lap was a 37.5, but I'm pretty sure that's too slow for a pit stop. Oh, there it was. Pit stop lap 41.0 for Wheeler, and it looks like he's going to come out right behind Tyler Vick. So the X-Ray teammates right together. Wheeler on a 13th place run at the moment. 17:10.19. Wheeler, Newman, Aguan, Cañas, Vick, top 5. Quagrain 6th, Hara 7th, Robin 8th, Cutini 9th, Hooks 10th, Sartell 11th, Garcia 12th, and Gustafson 13th. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Wheeler over the high roller to the fadeaway double. .750 down, 2:10 left. Wheeler getting up on the wrong side of the pipe, heading up the Hoover Dam. That's going to cost him. His last lap was a 35.9. See how far this drops him. Newman was just 1.8 seconds behind. Wheeler getting back around X-Ray teammate Tyler Vick. This lap for Wheeler, 39.147 drops him to the 2nd spot. Jorn Newman taking over the lead. German driver Jorn Newman in the Serpent buggy. Coming by to complete lap number 13, 37.094 on that last lap. He's on a 17.10.21 pace. His lead over Wheeler, 0.3 of a second at the line last time by. And just as I say that, Wheeler back out front by 25 hundredths of a second. Newman with a 37.1, giving over the top spot that he held for one lap. Tidy up on Hoover Dam, running right ahead of, looks like Joseph Quagrain on the clock. See a shadow back there heading into the dance floor. See if Newman a better lap this time by 36.8. So still doesn't have the lap time pace to hang with Wheeler. Wheeler's last lap was at 36.045. Fastest lap of the race, actually, 3 laps ago for Juan Carlos Canas. Moving up into the third spot. He is 4.1 seconds out of the lead. Newman perhaps a little nervous with Quagrain behind him. Coming up a little short, jumping down from the Hoover Dam. Newman going wide at the end of the 5-car draw. Quagrain very patiently behind him. Big mistake there, heading up into that was that Tsuchihara getting upside down, heading up to the high roller. Newman going wide as he checked up. Quagrain drove to the inside. So Wheeler with a 1.6 second gap as the master clock expires. Wheeler, Neumann, Canas, Aguan, and Hara, top 5. Though Hara did have that rough lap, that's going to drop him out of the top 5. Josh Wheeler coming by to finish up here for his first round of qualifying. 17:10:20.036 as the 14th fastest time we've seen so far. Juan Carlos Canas finishing second, 3.9 seconds behind with a 17:10:23. That is the 23rd fastest time we've seen. Jorn Neumann, another second further behind Canas. Having a rough end of that one, 2 laps before the finish. A 38.8 for Neumann dropped him out of the second spot. So Juan Carlos Canas with the fastest lap of the race on lap number 11 moves up to the second at the end. Wheeler taking the win. Canas second, Neumann third, Aguan fourth, Quagrain fifth. Then Robin, Hara, Vic, Hooks, and Coutini round out the top 10. Sartell 11th, Garcia 12th, and Robert Gustafson 13th in group number 6. This is the first round of qualifying. The 2016 IFMAR 1/8 scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships presented by Proline and Kyosho. Additional help from Upgrade RC, Fire Safe Systems, Maxima MX Racing, aka J Concepts RC Car Action MKS, Team Associated OS Engines, and Futaba. Nice look at our live RC hospitality tent. Putting a screen for drivers and spectators to come by and watch the broadcast. Everybody wave to the camera. Hooray! Now one person listen. Hi! Thank you everybody for watching. Woohoo! Thank you, Tony. Is that Tony? I don't think that's Tony. My bad. Daniel Kavovic coming up next in this heat. There's car number 6. Is Miguel Hosbrook from South Africa. Kyle Johnson from here in Las Vegas. Mark Souza, one of the 2 Souza brothers making their way here from Canada. Brian Baldo, one of the Baldo brothers from Spain. Billy Easton, Serpent engineer. As I said, Miguel Hosbrook there in the 6 car. Jessica Paulson, young lady from Sweden racing here. The only female driver in the field, I believe. Shanna Dachi racing for Serpent in car number 8. Andrew Ford, car number 9, here from Australia. His mother Sue probably watching online. She was yesterday. Jacob Haas, U.S. driver in car number 10, Mean Wetlock. The Thai driver, former Nitro Touring Car World Champion in car 11. Steve Harris from right here in the good old USA, car 12. And Alejandro Darras, the Spanish driver, car number 13, completes the field here for heat number 7 of round number 1 of qualifying here at the 2016 IFMAR Worlds in Las Vegas, Nevada. An extended water break here, looks like, for heat number 7. Very leisurely environment down here in pit lane from our Kyosho pit lane cam. Looks like they're putting a thick layer of water down on Las Vegas Boulevard. Jumping into our chat room here. Burmy Guy RC is right. They're taking the points from the best 4 of 6 rounds to determine the overall qualifying order. Jessica Paulson coming up next. Stranger danger. Got creeped on by one of our camera guys yesterday. Sean Price wants to see a good run from Mark Souza. You can check out the race results on our new beta scoring site, ifmar.liverc.com. A new scoring interface that we will be rolling out to all of the live time RC tracks over the next couple of months. See what's going on in our Facebook chat as we get underway here with warm-up for group number 7. Don McMain. I haven't seen the name Tim Wallace, but that doesn't mean he's not here. Michael Eskinda Jr. Yes, Cole Ogden was 9th in his heat. Did not have the greatest run. Checking out our HRP track cam on top of the Hoover Dam. Super cool section up there. You see just how little of a run they have from the curb to try to jump down that double. Hans Magna Berg asking Daniel Kovacic to please drive the car as though he stole it. Justin Van Bijan. Come on, Rabbit Pants. Who is Rabbit Pants? Jeff Rennie wishing Andrew Forty good luck. Franz von Zyl cheering on Miguel Haasbrook. Thank you, everyone, for watching online. Master Clock has 10 seconds left until it begins. Veterans. Jessica Paulson is from Furulund, Sweden. And she is, what did we decide, 13? Here is Jessica Paulson's pink and blue Kyosho buggy heading down Fremont Street. And into the 5-card draw. Not old enough to gamble here in Las Vegas. Got to be 21. Got to be 21 to do almost anything here in Las Vegas, except for play video games. Right, yeah, there's a sign that says you got to be 14 to turn marshal, though apparently they're cutting the brakes for some of the racers out there. Figure if you made the World Championships, you probably know what you're doing. Paulson up on top of the Hoover Dam, jumping down. She had a 37.3 on lap number 1. Looks like Billy Easton with the fastest lap on lap 1. Uh-oh. It may have been Easton tumbling off the track there. Through the 5-card draw. Did not get the cards he wanted. That drops him down to 10th, and it's Mark Souza from Canada moving out front. Souza, Haas, Adachi, Baldo, and Daras top 5 after almost 2 minutes of racing. Mark Souza's early pace is 17:10:10. Goodness, wouldn't that be something? So Billy Easton in the 4th spot, right behind race leader Mark Souza. Easton's last lap, 35.7, 0.2 of a second faster than Souza. We'll see if Easton kind of forces the issue here on Mark. Oh, Mark hitting the pipe up at the top of the Hoover Dam, unfortunately dropping a few tenths of a second there. Easton able to get by around the outside like a trailer park girl. That may allow Jacob Haas to move into the lead. He was 1.2 seconds back. Easton in for an early pit stop. Souza's last lap at 37.4. 0.2 of a second now up on Jacob Haas. Haas with a personal best last time by 35.988. Souza does have the best lap of the race so far, back on lap 2 at 35.358. Unfortunately, it looks like Andrew Ford off the driver's stand after just 1 lap. Souza with a mistake after the double-double, able to get himself going once again. He was just 0.4 of a second ahead of Shin Adachi, and now Adachi taking over the lead by 1 second. Adachi's last lap, 36.2. Mark Souza's lap, a 37.9. So it's a 1 second lead for Adachi over Souza. Kabovic running 3rd, 0.4 of a second back. Brian Baldo 4th. Now Kyle Johnson up to 4th, Baldo 5th. Top 5 within 2.4 seconds. Just 4 minutes into this 10-minute qualifying run. Adachi, Souza, Johnson, Baldo, Hasbrook now top 5. Adachi on a 17:10:22 pace would be 19th fastest at the moment. The middle of the field jumbling all around, and I don't believe we've even started pit stops yet. Adachi now with a 1.1 second lead on Souza, with Brian Baldo running 3rd. Souza just went in and out of pit lane. So that allowed, dropped Souza to the 8th spot. Adachi with a 1.5 second lead on Brian Baldo, but is not yet pitted as we just hit the halfway mark. Adachi with some design experience for a variety of different companies. Racing a Serpent here at the World Championships. Works with the Yokomo team for 10 scale. Adachi in the green car. Very cool paint job for that Japanese driver. Through the 5-car draw. Up over the poker table. Adachi's last lap, 36.4. This lap, 36.9. Now a 1.2 second advantage on Brian Baldo. Shin Adachi now with a 2.2 second lead on Baldo. He's got 2.9 seconds to Souza. 55 thousandths from Souza to Easton. And then 5.1 seconds back to Kyle Johnson. Good battle for third and fourth on the clock as we follow along with Shin Adachi. New personal best last lap for Shinosuke Adachi. 35.976. Let's see what Adachi can do after that brilliant lap last time by a car ahead of him. I think that may have been Andrew Ford who kicked up and over. No, that's Steve Harris. Adachi backed up his great lap with a 37.5. Unfortunately, one of his slowest of the race so far. Pace slips to a 17:10.22. Would be 19th fastest of the round. Adachi, Easton, Souza now top three as Baldo drops to fourth. Paulson running fifth. Great run for that young lady. Shinosuke Adachi 37.160 on that last lap. Someone rocking the bear top on the left side. Taking off his t-shirt to soak in as much cancer-causing UV as possible. Still haven't seen a pit stop from Shinosuke Adachi, perhaps trying to go 10 minutes. It'll be the first driver that we've been able to record going a full 10-minute run. 8:15 to go. I think at this point it's kind of too late to bother pitting. Adachi coming up short on the fadeaway double through the snake eyes. Up over the ante-up. Through the crapshoot. Up and down Hoover Dam. Doesn't look like he's driving very hard, so perhaps just trying to save fuel. Across the dance floor. Over the poker table. Another lap without a pit for Shinosuke Adachi. It's now been 9 minutes, so clearly going for the 10-minute run on one tank of fuel. On pace for a 17:10.23. So which means he'd have to go about 11 minutes because you have the first lap to go as well. Through the 5-car draw around the back. Across the dance floor. Adachi, another lap, 37.3, so not going very fast. But hasn't pitted. And look at a top 25 run at the moment. 17:10.24. He's got a 2.8 second lead on Billy Easton. Oh, Paul Ciccarello pointing out in the chat room, Jorn Newman went 10 minutes as well. Master clock has expired. Adachi going to make it. Well, actually, he's got one more lap after this one. So working on lap number 17 of a 17:10.25 run. Looks like the money pit going up the face of the high roller has mellowed out a bit. Adachi ripping on the throttle, heading up to the ante-up. Conservative through the crapshoot. There's one car that didn't make it. White, orange, and blue fall into, drop into a stop in the center of the track. Daci across the dance floor, over the hip. And there we go. Full tank, full run on one tank of fuel. Shinasuke Adachi finishing up 17:10.25. 30th fastest time of the round at the moment. Great run for the Japanese veteran, former national champion. It's like Billy Easton did not make the finish. Perhaps he tried to go 10. Mark Souza finishing. He will jump up to second. Brian Baldo will go to third. Steve Harris did not make the finish. Jessica Paulson will move to fourth. Mean Whitlock fifth. Actually, no, Easton and Harris will stay there. So it's going to be Adachi, Souza, Baldo, Easton, Harris, Paulson, 6th, Whitlock 7th, Haas 8th, Haasbrook 9th, Kovacic 10th, Johnson 11th, Doris 12th, Ford 13th. Great shot of the beautiful driver stand here at the RC tracks of Las Vegas. Using 2 cargo containers as bases, and you can see the swing-up doors that hide the pit lane monitors showing the Lifetime RC Race Vision screen. You're watching the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships live from the RC tracks of Las Vegas, presented by Proline Racing and Kyosho. We're going to take a quick break and come back for heat number 8.
When it comes to true champions by design, Team Associated radio-controlled cars have everyone beat, hands down. With multiple national and world titles won over the decades, it's no wonder Team Associated RC vehicles are the highest performing cars and trucks on the track today. So get behind the wheel of your very own Team Associated radio-controlled car or truck and be part of the winning team. Will you be the next world champion?
Digging through our Facebook live chat here. Chris Wall Wilhelm saying hello from Tennessee and cheering on Joe and Ryan. Bernardo Lopez Ynares cheering on Team Spain. Vamos. Connor Webb asking for a shout out for Adam All and Jonathan Adams. Martin Pirkebauer saying a perfect track. I agree. Rafa Medina, where was Boots? Toward the top for sure. Yeah, top qualifier. Boots top qualifier so far. He was in heat number 3. Fritz Croy asking, what's the payout to win? There's actually no specific prize money for the race, but the companies do pay their drivers contingency money. Ashley Patterson giving a shout out. Connor Webb, I believe Tessman is still running the B2102 with the low profile head. Ashley Patterson at Elliott Boots was absolutely flying for sure. Joseph Day giving Kyle a shout out. I believe that was Kyle Johnson. Jason Roth saying it was Miguel Hosbrook that is Rabbit Pants. Miguel Silva, yes, Miguel Matias did run already. You can check out the results at ifmar.liverc.com. Jeff Rennie, not sure what happened to Andrew Ford, unfortunately. Chris Wall Wilhelm, after the dance floor is blown out like they went footloose on it. Yeah, I agree. That's too funny. Connor Webb giving a shout out to Adam Wall and Jonathan Adams. Jeff Rennie wishing Craig Lawton good luck. Lawton here from Australia. Thank you to everyone in our Facebook chat. M-Town RC calling Josh Payne to win this heat. What do you think, Live RC chat room? You think Payne's got this one? Josh Payne just getting engaged last night. Congratulations to Josh Payne and his fiancée. M-Town RC also said he believes Derek Weatherholt could be fast in this one. So we will see. 25 seconds left to go here in warm-up. 2002 World Champion Greg Degani in this heat with the JQ Racing Buggy. Max Mort, another JQ Racing driver. The best comic book villain name ever. Tony Truman, my co-star at the 2015 IFMAR Worlds in Japan in this race with the Nemo Racing Agama. Following along here with Greg Degani, throwing a little whip over the high roller and over the anti-up, step up. Rather aggressive in the crapshoot, but quick up and around the Hoover Dam. Across the dance floor. Slowing down big time for what's turned into a canyon after the bricks end there. My goodness. Degani rocking his long-time paint job. An all-white body with red Honda wings on both sides. Sure, he's excited to see Ken Roxon joining the Honda HRC Red Bull team for Supercross next year. Degani's first lap was a 36.013. Tommy Salonen from Finland, 35.443, the fastest on lap number one. Salonen, Degani, Baldo, Lawton, Truman, top five after nearly 2 minutes. Salonen on a very quick pace that will surely slow down as the race goes on, including pit stops in this 10-minute qualifying heat. Tommy Salonen trying to get around Alejandro Calens, and he does at the end of the front straightaway. Salonen in the green, white, and pink. Up over the ante-up. Going against traffic in the back. Down Fremont Street. Through the 5-car draw. Looks like the second double there. I know they didn't work on it, but it's much easier to clear than it was yesterday. The first double had started falling apart, and it seems that one has fixed itself as well. Tommy Salonen across the dance floor, hitting the canyon over there at an angle. Seemed to help him out. Salonen on pace to qualify 7th. Of course, still have a pit stop left. But man, wouldn't that be something if he went 10 minutes at this pace. Over the ante-up. Into the crapshoot. Taking it nice and easy. See the road going up the Hoover Dam over there is starting to groove up a little bit as it stayed dry. Across the dance floor. Over jumping the poker table a little bit. That lap at 36.5. 1.2 seconds up on Dagani. And getting around some traffic. The David Ronafalk lookalike body. Sending it in on the leader through the snake eyes. Goodness. Not sure who that is, but that was abrupt. That, I believe, don't reckon that, not sure. We will see right now as they come by the line. But Salonen did a great job of checking up. Yeah, Sebastian Winterstein, the German. Aggressively going after the race leader, though he has pulled away. So Winterstein perhaps fast enough to go ahead and run ahead of Salonen. Maybe Salonen can learn a thing or two if Winterstein starts leaving him in the dust again. Salonen, though, making up ground on the track as Winterstein made a mistake on the left side. And now he's being held up once again. Across the dance floor. Salonen with a much better line entering the dance floor at a straighter angle. Doesn't have to turn as sharp. Tommy Salonen leading the way. Craig Lawton, the Aussie, 2nd. Oscar Baldo, 3rd. Greg Dagani, 4th. Tony Truman, 5th. Salonen's last lap, 36.7. 36.4 for Lawton, so the gap less than 0.4 of a second. Baldo with 2 rough laps in a row. He was within just a couple seconds of the lead. Now nearly 8 seconds behind Salonen as Dagani moves back to the lead. Baldo's lap pitting last time by 41.6. Across the dance floor, down the straightaway, this is Josh Payne, the Australian. Popped the question last night, likely popped some bubbly to celebrate, and back out on the track with renewed focus here in race number 8. Payne's last lap at 37.015. His fastest was at 36.3. Payne currently on a 16.10.05 pace. Proposed to his new fiancee, Jessica Tolhurst, in front of the water show at the Bellagio. How cool. Came halfway around the world. But Tommy Salonen leading the way, had the fastest lap of the race on his first lap. He's been out front ever since. 37.188 for the last time by the line on a 17.10.25 pace. 6.6 seconds up on Craig Lawton. Greg Degani moving back to third. This is Craig Lawton right here in the second spot, 6.5 seconds behind the leader. Lost 0.7 of a second on that last lap, so now he's 7.3 seconds back. TLR buggy there for Lawton. Nice and easy over the 5-card draw. Across the dance floor, giving the front tires a little wiggle. Lawton with a good lap, 37.0. Actually lost 0.3 of a second again as Tommy Salonen, consistently the fastest car on the track this time. Here is Tommy Salonen with 45 seconds left to go. Into the crapshoot. Oh, getting hung up on the top of the Hoover Dam there, but able to get back going. Lost minimal time, did not need a turn marshal. Sweeping out very wide. Heading into the bank and the dance floor. Backing it in at the end of the front straightaway. That was awesome. Going full rally car style, just like a typical Finn. Kimi Räikkönen, eat your heart out. Salonen down Fremont Street. Working on lap number 16 of 17, so he'll make it by for one more as the master clock has expired. Salonen coming by to start his final lap with a 6.5 second cushion on Craig Lawton and the rest of the field here in group number 8 as Weatherholt, Truman, Winterstein, Payne, and Grana have all finished. Half a lap to go for Tommy Salonen through the double-double of the two pairs. There we go, the two pairs of the 5-card draw. And 17.10.25 for Tommy Salonen, taking the win here in group number 8. Craig Lawton finishing up second. Oscar Baldo still the final car on the track. And there it is. Tommy Salonen taking the win. Craig Lawton second. Oscar Baldo third. Greg Degani fourth. Josh Payne fifth. Max Mort sixth. Derek Weatherholt seventh. Tony Truman eighth. Sebastian Winterstein ninth. Alejandro Calenz 10th. Mason Epley 11th. Chad Grana 12th. And Justin Wheeler 13th. Wrap up group number 8 of round 1 of qualifying here at the 2016 IFMAR Nitro 8-Scale Off-Road World Championships presented by Proline Racing and Kyosho. Our title sponsors for the race stepping up big time to help us bring you the show live on liverc.com as well as Facebook Live, YouTube, and Twitch.tv. Multiple platforms to reach as many people as possible. Ted Gunny asking in our Facebook chat what the weather's like out there. It's currently just 71 degrees here in Vegas today. Not the warmest we've ever had, that's for sure. And do a little bit of fan mail here. Oh, here is, this was Chris Mitchell from in China showing off his Orion pies. That's too funny. We ate a lot of those at the ISTC World Championships. Here is Ashley. Oh, Larry Bloy watching from work. This was yesterday. He said working and watching. The boss told him, I'm going to need you to come in on Sunday. He's like, oh, I'm sure I can find something to do. And here is Ashley Pattison yesterday watching the practice from my bedroom in the UK. Love the coverage so far. Keep it up. Thank you, Ashley. Matthew Schubert was watching the feed on Twitch yesterday from a Step Above Hobbies in Albany, Oregon. Thanks for the coverage. What a cool setup there. Watching the World Championships in a hobby store. Start with one of these RTRs and perhaps end up here. Very cool. Tyron Babasanides, go Team South Africa. He's got 2 to send to us. Nice. He was tuning in on Sunday night in Cape Town, South Africa. Wanted to wish Team South Africa and his buddy Akshay Patel big ups from Zone RC Club in Cape Town. Thank you, Tyron. Checking out our Kyosho pit lane cam as we prepare for heat number 9. This will mark the halfway mark for round number 1 of qualifying here at the 2016 IFMAR World Championships. Cool view there of car number 11, Chris Wheeler, being held by fellow Arizonan TLR racer Charles Hicks. Wheeler raced his way in the IFMAR World's pre-race. Heat number 9 coming up right now, stacked with Americans. CJ Jellin, the youngster from Northern California, in his first World Championships. Chad Phillips, a long-time off-road racer from at least the 90s. Colin Herzig, Cody King's buddy. Ben's Papon here from Thailand. Hunter Kinsey from Texas. Jake Dellinger from Texas. Both of them racing in their first World Championships. Sean Kirkman from Southern California racing his first Worlds. Derek Souza, I saw his brother Mark earlier, Ryan, a.k.a. Cooter Kenny, the Northern California semi-pro. Jason Negrohu, Chris Wheeler, Kurt Kellum, and 2000 IFMAR World Champion Yuichi Kanai won the first Worlds on U.S. soil right here in Las Vegas. Gamblers 31 in the chat room saying Jake needs to roll out. Well, they all rolled out of pit lane. Lance McDonald, if Aaron keeps going, you won't be able to speak for a month. I think my fiance is hoping for that. Give her the silent treatment like it's a punishment. Buzz 86 wishing Derek Weatherholt good luck here. Oh, Derek Souza, excuse me. Wrong Derek. Matt Trimmings, when is the electric truggy up? Race 19. Dennis Turley Jr. on Facebook. Yes, we will be covering this weekend's finals on Facebook all week long here on Facebook Live, as well as our other platforms. Maurice Battle, when you get here on Friday, make sure you come by the trailer and say hi. Getting started here with group number 9 of qualifying. Kirkman with a 36.8 first lap. Ryan Kenny 36.2, good one. Waiting on Kinsey, Wheeler, and Jellin to come by for their first laps. Ryan Kenny with a good one here on lap number 1, 36.2 in car number 9. So Hunter Kinsey, the leader after lap number 1, 36.056 in car number 5. Colin Herzig out front after 3 laps on a 17:10:21 pace. 36.080 is his best lap on lap number 2. The only driver that's gone faster than that so far, Hunter Kinsey on his first lap. Herzig, Kirkman, Wheeler now to the top. New personal best for him, 36.239. So a lot of time left here in this race, including pit stops for probably everybody. Following on here with the orange and yellow of Colin Herzig. Not sure who that was ahead. I didn't catch as they went by the line last time by. Herzig currently third, just 0.9 of a second out of the lead. Now Herzig taking over the top spot as Wheeler and Kirkman had slower laps. So an 0.8 of a second advantage for Herzig over the rest of the field. Making a great save across the dance floor. Had to go around a car that had crashed ahead. And now Herzig with some open track ahead. We see a hole developing in the exit of the 180 at the end of Las Vegas Boulevard. Over the ante up. Wow, flat landing there off of the crapshoot. wiggling the wheels, turning in after the end of Fremont Street. Across the dance floor, early entry, early exit. Great line there across the bricks. And a 36.7 last lap, so 0.8 of a second faster than the previous time. 3.4 second lead on Derek Souza, who's got 83 thousandths on Benz Papon. Souza now dropping to fourth, had a rough lap. Papon to second, Dellinger to third, Kirkman fourth, Souza fifth. New personal bests last time by for both Papon and Dellinger, second and third. Here's Colin Herzig into pit lane. Levi Jackson leisurely picking up the car. Whoa, Herzig flying out of pit lane into the pipe. That was weird. Looked like the throttle stuck or something. He just didn't even bother slowing down for the corner. Doing the video game line, just use the wall to turn the car. Herzig, though, very quick through the crapshoot. Got a team associated instant replay of Colin Herzig coming out of pit lane, and he got a little out of shape, hit the pipe. Oh, he was up on two wheels, not able to turn to the right. So he hit the pipe and basically followed it around the radius of the corner. We pick up with him here one lap later. Herzig has dropped to second, 0.6 of a second behind Dellinger, but Dellinger with a rough lap is going to fall back. In fact, I think Dellinger actually in pit lane. Herzig with a 2.4 second cushion on Chris Wheeler. Ryan Kenny back up to third. Looks like Kenny is pitted as well. Colin Herzig on a 16:10.04 pace, and that would put him 83rd at the moment. This is the start of the third block. I'm sorry, the end of the third block of racers, so it's in groups of 3 heats. Herzig up and around the Hoover Dam, down Fremont Street. Taking a leisurely stroll around the right side of the track. I say that knowing that he's probably driving as hard as he possibly can. Yeah, the track is designed a lot like a club, and that they've made it very difficult to get off the dance floor. Gary's giving me a wiggle here in the trailer. That's lovely. 16:10.02 the pace for Colin Herzig. His last lap a 37.301, working on lap number 12. Here he comes by the line again. 36.875, quite a bit faster than what he did the previous lap. Colin Herzig with Cody King and Levi Jackson in the pit area actually had the third fastest pit time, in this heat. Ryan Kenny and Hunter Kinsey had faster times. Kinsey actually with a 3.849 second pit stop. That's super fast. Herzig, Wheeler, Kenny, Souza, and Benz Papon. The top 5 here in this one. Herzig on a 16:10:01 pace would put him 77th after 9 heats of 18. Ryan Kenny running 4.9 seconds back. That last lap, Ryan Kenny was faster by 0.6 of a second through sector 1. Colin Herzig finishing up here with the fastest time in group number 9. A 16:10 flat .065, missing out on a 17-lap run by 65 1/1000ths of a second. Colin Herzig taking the win. Ryan Kenny second, Chris Wheeler third, Sean Kirkman fourth, and Chad Phillips rounds out the top 5. Benz Papon sixth, Jake Dellinger seventh, Yuichi Kanai eighth, Jason Negrohu ninth, Derek Souza 10th, Kinsey 11th, Jellin 12th, and Kellum 13th. So we do have 3 sector times on the track, and we're actually sort of looking at the end of sector 1. It's in the right hand corner preceding the ante-up jump. Sector 2 ends halfway down Fremont Street, and then sector 3 ends at the finish line. So if you click on the show advanced scoring options check mark under the event tab on the live.liverc.com broadcast window, that's what the S1, S2, S3 marks mean. Jumping into the chat room here, Mason saying this portion of the chat is brought to you in part by a bunch of non-working slackers. Yeah, no kidding. It's like noon on Tuesday. Productivity is at an all-time low this week. Yeah, probably the lowest it's been since 2014. Lance McDonald pointing out there's a big hole coming onto the front straight. Yep. Not that big. Gary in here in the trailer was just outside walking around. He said it's not that big. And it just looks that bad. Because the cars are already coming around the corner. It just looks a little weird. The blue carpet out there, I think, is like an outdoor carpet. Similar to an AstroTurf. What is used to mark the track? It's like a black PVC pipe. Bjarne Holund, this is the world. It should be free for all over the world, and it is. Nathan Lejuez, even though he has a paid account on liverc.com, he applauds us for making the stream freely available for everybody. Thank you so much, Nathan, for being a bonus lap subscriber, as well as for watching the World Championships. We appreciate it. Jonah Thomas cheering on Mikey Page. Bill Herzog, what heat is Joel Johnson in? He should be good on the flatter tracks. Joel is in race number 19. William Samson cheering on Yuichi Kanai. Craig Emmington cheering on S-Works. Connor Webb cheering on CJ Jellin, Team HB. What's up, Red Long? Thanks for watching. John Tomeski II. You can go to ifmar.liverc.com. Check out our new beta scoring site. Kevin Azidex. In this part of the world, it's time to sleep. So I will work when you sleep. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, not getting enough sleep this week. Yes, Tolly Tizer is right. It is black-ribbed poly pipe. Back in the chat room, JJ is at Hooters. Oh, we're actually not staying there this week. I'm so excited. Z&M Hobbies cheering on Cole Tollard from the Racem crew. Heat number 10 coming up. This is the first heat of the fourth block of 39 racers. The heat's getting progressively slower as the round goes on. Don't believe we've heard the heat order yet for round 2, so I'm assuming it's still going to be 1 through 18 unless we hear otherwise. SC Herzig cheering on Colin. Awesome job, Colin, taking the win in heat number 9. Looking at the drivers here from heat number 10 from our Kyosho pit lane cam. Car number 12 there on the far right. That is Yaniv Sivan here from Israel. You can see his mechanic wearing the Israel team shirts. It has been confirmed that round number 2 will run in the same order, 1 through 18. Mason, no, and it will not. Unfortunately, LiveRC Buck system not active. Camo, what's up to all my American friends and Canadian family? Thank you for watching from America's Hat. Cave Brigada, go Cole Tollard, Trackside Hobbies representing Garza W, cheering on Camden Lime. Good luck, Camden, in this heat. The link's for you. Hooters has cheap blackjack. It's about the only good thing. Yeah, I agree. Z&M Hobbies, a shout out breast cancer race this Saturday at Racem RC. They'll be watching the screen live on our 20-inch TV. Well, that says 20-foot TV. That's huge. 20-foot TV? Is that like a Jumbotron from a stadium somewhere? Team Lewis Racing. This race is really going to hurt his work production this week. Yeah. Yeah, people watching from work. A lot of people ratting themselves out with fan mail photos. Wawa cheering on Shane Prugshot. And if you want to see your fan mail photos during the broadcast, send them in a fan mail at liverc.com. Mason, projector for the win, yeah. 20-foot screen, that's gigantic. Out there for warm-up for group number 10. At the Kyosho pit lane cam live as the drivers come in for a fresh tank of fuel before the start of heat number 10 of qualifying. We got Ronnie Luber here from Switzerland, Albin Tarning from Sweden, Camden Lime from the United States, Stanley Wangsanagara, Game Mongolpan, Lomlot Mongolpan, aka Game, Kenji Osaka from Japan, Shane Kelly from Australia, Sebastian Riccio from Argentina, Manyat Ui, Kazuki Sasatsu, John Agus, Yaniv Savan, and Felipe Martinez. The 13 drivers here in heat number 10. "35 seconds into this one. "1 minute into this one. See who's got the fastest first lap so far. Looks like Felipe Martinez. 36-second lap on lap number 1, and this is the race leader, Felipe. Up over the poker table and across the line. Nope, that's Shane Kelly that we're following here in car number 7, the Aussie. Kelly moving up to 4th here with a good lap. Martinez dropping to 3rd on lap number 2. Martinez, Osaka, Luber, Tarning, Monkopan, top 5. Kelly 6th, Riccio 7th, Wangsanagara 8th, Sasatsu 9th, and Manyat Rui 10th. Martinez back out front. After that 36.769 on lap number 1, he's at a 37.7 and a 37.4. 0.7 of a second was the advantage. Now Ronnie Luber back to the top. Ronnie Luber out front. Felipe Martinez running second, 0.7 of a second behind. Shane Kelly third, Kenji Osaka fourth, and Albin Tarning fifth. Felipe Martinez, the race leader, up on top of the Hoover Dam, taking it easy on his way down the stairs. A leisurely stroll down Fremont Street. Across the dance floor. Back on and off. And over the poker table, Martinez just 0.8 of a second behind Ronnie Luber. The only two drivers on a 17-lap run, Luber and Martinez, but neither of them have pitted yet. Luber's lead, 0.4 of a second. Martinez across the dance floor trying to make up the time. This lap for Martinez at 37.5. Luber with a 37.8 last lap, giving up 0.3 of a second to lead down to just a half second. Luber into pit lane, turning into pit lane. And back out, Ronnie Luber with a 4.4 second pit stop. Albin turning with a 4.6 second stop. Savan and Yat Rui have both pitted. Ronnie Luber had a 2700th of a second advantage last time by. Camden Lime in and out of pit lane, or in pit lane at the moment. Felipe Martinez moving back to the lead. Now Shane Kelly out front. Kelly hasn't pitted yet. In fact, the top 7 drivers haven't pitted yet. Here's Kazuki Sasatsu's in pit lane now. Felipe Martinez over the ante-up. Taking it nice and slow through the crapshoot and up and down the Hoover Dam. Across the dance floor. Over the poker table. Felipe Martinez running 0.8 of a second behind the leader, Shane Kelly. Kelly, the Australian, in car number 7, leading the way. Martinez about 0.4 of a second behind, or slower than Kelly through sector 1. He's 0.3 of a second faster last lap in sector 2. This time by Martinez giving up 2 seconds in sector 2. Kelly, Martinez, Monkopan, Riccio, and Osaka, top 5. Kenji Osaka now pitting. Seven minutes, 10 seconds, and Shane Kelly now ducking into pit lane. And here's Felipe Martinez into pit lane. The Shane Kelly's stop was 4.4 seconds. Felipe Martinez lost 2.7 seconds in pit lane. So it was a 3.2 second gap. And that's going to balloon. Here's Shane Kelly, the Australian, in the low seat car, TLR Buggy. A good shot of Ryan Kenny and his ghost white legs, turn marshaling. Someone tumbling off the track. Stanley Wangsanagara tumbling off the track in the back right corner. Ronnie Luber moving out front, but he dropped back to third here with a 41-second pit lap. No, he pitted way early in the race, my bad. Shane Kelly had a pit lap of a 43 since then, 37.3 this last lap. 1.5 second advantage on Game Monkopan. Here's Shane Kelly through the snake eyes. Into the crapshoot. Oh boy, hit the pipe before the option jump and tumbled onto his lid. Loving the paint job on Shane Kelly's car, but unfortunately just scratched it going through the backside option jump chicane. Kelly's last lap at 39.9 gave up 1.3 seconds to Game Monkolpan, who's less than 0.3 of a second behind. And a team associated instant replay. Here's Kelly up over the ante-up. Turned in a little too early, hit the pipe before the jump, and landed upside down. Unfortunately for Kelly, turned in a little early. Kelly, Monkolpan, Luber, Riccio, Tarning, top 5. The master clock has expired. Shane Kelly working on lap number 16 of a 16-lap run, so this will be his final lap. Through the 2 pair of the 5-card draw. And Shane Kelly coming across the line. 16, 10, 12 for the win. Let's see, Ronnie Luber and Game Monkolpan were both within 0.4 of a second. Monkolpan's last lap, not fast enough. 38.2 from Monkolpan. Ronnie Luber stealing the win on the final lap by nearly a second. 37.1 for Luber, 38 flat for Kelly. So Ronnie Luber stealing the win on the final lap. 16, 10, 11.3 for the win of group number 10. Shane Kelly second. Game Monkolpan third. Sebastian Riccio fourth. Albin Tarning fifth. Stanley Wang-Sonagara 6th, Felipe Martinez 7th, Kenji Osaka 8th, John Agus 9th, Kazuki Sasatsu 10th, Manya Wee 11th, Yaniv Saban 12th, and Camden Lime. Rounding out the finishing order here in group number 10 of round 1 of qualifying at the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships presented by Proline in Kyosho. Jumping into the chat room. I'm not sure who's using Josh Glancy's account, perhaps a parent. Mike Egelberger, have to agree. Huge props to Proline, Kyosho, and Live RC for the live coverage all weekend. And Aaron, you're doing an awesome job on the mic. You seem happy. Practice is finally over. So happy. Hopped off the pillow this morning and ran down the elevator. Yeah, so glad that practice is over. Thank you, Mike, for the kind words. I really appreciate it. Team Lewis Racing, they need a vacuum for the blue carpet. They've done a really good job of cleaning it off in between days, but yeah, that's about it. Yeah, Don Glancy, Josh's father, watching from work, it seems like. Sylvain from myrcbox.com. Sylvain saying hello to everybody. Thank you. Stearns, new to RC, and have to say it's awesome to be able to watch the World Championships online. Stearns, thank you so much for joining the show. Big Don giving me a shout out. Thank you so much. Nerd Wizard saying Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. Lots of Aussies here and watching online. Yeah, Josh Glancy's pops watching online. My dad's probably watching online as well, too, if he's not at work. TCB 2185 gave me a little shout out early. Aaron. Yeah, my first name starts with a stutter. Thank you, TCB. Appreciate it. See what we've got going on Facebook. People cheering on Tian Olefs. Jacopo Marchioro cheering on the Italian drivers. First turn, Chumley turnaround, says Kevin Bottoms. That's funny. Brian Jacoby asking when Cody King is up. He's in the first 3 races. Watching from New Jersey. Thanks, Brian. James Kirkpatrick. Yes, this is in Las Vegas. In fact, you can see well, here's the driver's stand. Chris Powell, each heat is getting progressively slower, actually. Not linearly. Each group of 3 heats gets progressively slower. Preston Phelan, no maintenance allowed, only watering due to being so close to the airport. That's true. Yep, no maintenance between rounds on this track. Letting it get blown out. Wayne Davis, I don't think they're standing by numbers on the driver's stand, right? I think they're just getting released onto the stand.
They are not standing by numbers. Hello, everybody. How you doing? I've been running around like crazy this morning, but they are not. There is a number on the driver's stand. I am Gary Guest. Hello. I could be someone else, though, too.
Yeah, creepy.
Here's the deal. There are numbers up there, and if you stand at that number, it's first come, first serve right now, but if you stand at that number, then your pit guy has to be in that number as well down in pit lane. I've always thought, why don't they make it like, wherever you stand, there's lines going, and then you had your own color.
Yeah.
So you could, you know what I mean? But I mean, that would take
colors,
some,
numbers, it's not a big deal.
But it would be easy if you're looking as a driver, and you're.
Well, I think that's what they're probably doing, right? They stand right below them. That would make sense. Yeah, good point.
Usually, though, a pit lane's a little bit wider than the driver's stand, typically.
Yeah. TCB, we see that at a lot of World Championships. Not sure why they're not doing it here, standing by car number. I think Josh Glancy's dad likes that the track is blowing out. Token is right. They are watering Mark G, they're actually watering every race. They have to do it to keep it fair. And they have to wire the track to control the dust. And so in order to keep it fair, they put water down. And it's been so windy that the track's really not getting wet. They just do it to control the dust. And, yeah, that's it. Jack Smash. As far as I know, yeah, that's Arluck's goal as well. Just not be the slowest American. Rockstar 199's got a full spread of digital entertainment. TCB, not sure the plan for PNB next year. Mike Egelberger, we will absolutely be featuring Joe Bornhorst and Ryan Lutz in some later race interviews and updates. Miha Skoflek on our Facebook broadcast cheering on Cedarburg. Marco Redder cheering on Tian Olefs from South Africa, watching from the opposite side of the planet. Thank you. Chance Rita Nunez saying, "Sup, Gary."
What's up? How's it going?
Brett Suggs mentioning Wingate 2016. Yeah, it seems like the drama over that kind of died down. People have...
What's that? Wingate?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. The thing is that this... You know how it is when you buy something one day and then the next day you're not in sticker shock no more.
Right.
When you're leaving the store, sometimes like, man, did I really need that 60-inch TV? And you're kind of like, and then day 3, you're like, I don't even care what I paid for it.
Right.
So it's kind of like that. The guys that were kind of upset at first or anything like that, they are now. They're just going into race mode.
They got more important things to worry about right now than what kind of wings on the back of their car. They've had practice runs with whatever wing they're running.
Yep. And the guys that had to buy them, they're already over it. So.
Jay Lewis, there is no all-access pass needed for this year's World Championships. It's free and live for everyone.
So I'm handing Aaron a cough drop with lemon and honey in it. And the reason for that is that helps your voice on the long run.
Because my voice is blowed out already.
Well, there's only 1,700 more days of this.
Right, yeah. Another month and a half. Scott Thomas already calling Ryan Lutz winning the championship.
Whoa!
Wouldn't that be a great first super major win? Lutz has finished 12th in the last 2 World Championship finals.
Really?
Yep. Made the main, and then unfortunately the first car to drop out. So race number 11 getting underway. Danny Choi in car number 1 making his way here from South Korea. The fastest driver here on lap number 1, a 36.137. Choi, Olafs, and Ingolstader, the top 3 after just a couple of laps here. Danny Choi's first lap was awesome. Second lap, still pretty awesome. Danny Choi, the third car here in this group of 4. In the orange, white, and blue. Uh-oh, landing on another car in the middle of the 2 pair of the 5-car draw. And that means Timo Ingolstader taking over the lead now as Choi's last lap, a 40.117. You have to find out why Billy Fisher didn't make the start. So former Roar Nationals runner-up Billy Fisher not making the start here of his first round of qualifying. Ingolstader, Choi, Olafs, Saruda, Zach Ryan, top 5. Timo Ingolstader here from Germany. 1.9 second lead. So a couple of drivers here in this one opting for an early pit stop. Timo Ingolstader is not one of them as we follow along with Danny Choi. Still running in second. He's less than 0.7 of a second behind the leader. Ingolstader, Choi, Saruda, Ryan, and Williams. Top 5. Ingolstader's last lap before his pit stop at 39.9, and that dropped him back to second. He's now in pit lane. Danny Choi back out front by 1.3 seconds now over Ingolstader. Ingolstader's pit crew on the ball, 4.9 second pit stop. Apparently Billy Fisher had an electronics malfunction and stopped him from making the start here of this one. Those pit stops cycle through. Ingolstadt dropping to 4th. With the top 3 have not yet pitted. That's Troy, Ryan, and Atsushi Kawamoto now. Troy staying out. Oh, nope, coming in right now at the 5:05 mark. 5:05 mark for him personally. Danny Choi's pit stop, 5.6 seconds. Quite a bit slower than that of Timo Ingolstadt, giving up 7/10 in pit lane. But he was 1.6 seconds ahead. Choi. Oh, Choi with a mistake. No, actually, sorry, that was his pit lap, 47.5. Drops him down to 4th as Zach Ryan moves out front. Ryan with a personal best last time by 36.873. Zach Ryan and Atsushi Kawamoto. Now Ryan's into pit lane. Atsushi Kawamoto still hasn't pitted. Following along with Timo Ingolstadt, who is 0.8 of a second up on Zach Ryan, who's got 5.2 seconds back to early leader Danny Choi. So Ingolstadt should be the top qualifier, or I'm sorry, not the top qualifier, goodness. The leader of this race, unless Atsushi Kawamoto can do a full 10-minute run. Kawamoto is 1.7 seconds up on Ingolstadt, but hasn't yet pitted. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left to go. Kawamoto still hasn't pitted. 2 minutes left on the track. Fastest lap of the race was all the way back on lap number 1 by Danny Choi, who's currently 3rd. Adrian Bertine actually coming in for a second pit stop. That's interesting. Maybe having some engine issues. $140 left to go. Kawamoto 38.8. Atsushi Kawamoto in the yellow and red, the 3rd of this group of 4 cars. In traffic with 1:15 left to go. I have to imagine at this point he's trying to go all 10 minutes. With an 0.8 of a second advantage, that would be the difference between winning this race, gosh, and likely finishing outside the top 5. Kawamoto coming by to start a lap number 14 of a 16-lap run. Doesn't look like he's conserving much fuel either. Ripping on the throttle coming out of the first 180. On a little wide, exiting Snake Eyes. Getting to the inside of a slower car who pulled out of the way before the crapshoot. Oh, getting together a little bit safely down Fremont Street, rubbing elbows. Kawamoto across the dance floor. A little hitch in his step as he walked off the bricks. Now 87 thousandths of a second. Nope, still back out front of Timo Ingolstadt. Ingolstadt had taken over the lead briefly, but now 1600ths of a second back. Down the stairs onto Fremont Street. Atsushi Kawamoto trying to hang on to a less than 2/10 of a second advantage. And working on, running out of gas way early. He had a whole other lap to go. So Timo Engelstetter crossed the line and finished 16-10-12, takes the win. So Kawamoto would have started lap number 16 when he crossed the finish line. He came up a full lap short of going 10 minutes. Frankly, that's not really close. He went for it and failed, about 40 seconds short of what he needed. So Timo Engelstetter going to take the win here. Danny Choi second, Zach Ryan third, Robbie Williams fourth, Kenji Saruta fifth, then Bertine sixth, Olaf seventh, Morrow eighth, Yusuf ninth, Cedarberg 10th, Kawamoto 11th, Baird 12th, and Billy Fisher did not make the start. You're watching the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 Scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships presented by Proline Racing, as well as Kyosho, our silver sponsors for the week, Upgrade RC, Fire Safe Systems, and Maxima MX.
Billy Fisher to the 6th, Atsushi Kawamoto to the 7th, Kenji Saruta to the 8th, Mark Morrow to the 9th, Frederick Cedarberg to the 10th, Tia Halsey to the 11th, Token Yusef to the 12th, and Gary Bear to the 13th zone.
We are back before the start of group number 12. Got some lovely discussion going on in the chat room. Ron Jackson saying the track is too loose to get any real mileage. Yeah, that would help. Most of the stuff I'm not going to touch. Joe Adragna pointing out that today is National Taco Day. That's what I'm getting for dinner tonight. I think people making their own predictions of what's going to happen in the finals. Sebastian Smith. This is in Las Vegas, Nevada, United States. Israel Tavera wishing good luck to Team Mexico. Smith saying it's a sick track. I agree. Thank you, everyone, for watching online on Facebook Live, YouTube, on liverc.com, and twitch.tv. Scott Bass saying, great coverage, guys. Top job. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Scott Poylott pointing out that Ryan Lutz loves a blown-out bumpy track. Chris Wall-Wilhelm wants to see a techno take it home. Scott Thomas, yeah, Lutz wins the World Championship. That would be a great headline. So with 1 minute, 15 seconds down here in group number 12. Britton Curry with the fastest first lap. Tyler Cook with a fast first lap. Charles Hicks with a 4/10 of a second disadvantage to Tyler Cook at the moment. So Cook leading the way in car number 12. Charles Hicks running second. William Skidmore third. Gustavo Bayer fourth. Charles Ross fifth. Sterling sixth. Brigante seventh. Curry eighth. Arlick ninth. Alontaga 10th. Noguchi 11th. Sagan 12th, and Villalobos 13th. Tyler Cook now with nearly a full second on Charles Hicks. Here's Tyler Cook in the orange, blue, and green, coming up short on the fadeaway double. And roof slid down the landing face of the jump, so Cook with a mistake could give up that 9/10 of a second advantage he had on Charles Hicks. Unfortunately, Hicks had a mistake of his own, and now Hicks early pitting. Just the 2.5 minute mark, he dunked into pit lane. 5.7 second pit stop for Hicks. William Skidmore taking over the top spot. Charles Hicks second, Tyler Cook third, Ben Sterling fourth. Britton Curry rounds out the top five. Brigante and Hicks have both pitted. Brigante running down the 9th spot. 3:40 down, 6:20 left to go. Skidmore had the fastest lap of this early race so far at 36.670. Skidmore, Cook, Curry are the only drivers with 36-second best lap so far in this heat. Tyler Cook now taking over the lead as it looks like Skidmore with a mistake and then ducked into pit lane. A 42.379 for Skidmore's last lap and a 6.5-second pit stop, hitting at the for him, his personal 350 mark. Cook, Curry, Skidmore, Alantaga, Bear, the top 5. Tyler Cook up and down the Hoover Dam, down Fremont Street. Across the 2 pair of the 5-car draw. Across the dance floor. Kicking really hard coming off the bricks there. Cook's last lap, 38.019. Looks like fastest last time by was 5th place driver Charles Hicks at 37.641. Tyler Cook, whoa, getting a little wing high over the first double and able to save it. He ended up singling his way out of the 5-car draw. Cook over the high roller, the fadeaway double, through the snake eyes. Turn marshal almost getting taken out back there. Cook going around the option lane in the crapshoot. Cook, Alontaga, top 2. Neither have pitted yet. Ryuji Noguchi, Roberto Zagon, both need to pit still. Tyler Cook, easy over the high roller. 6 minutes and 30 seconds into this race. Cook with a 6-second advantage now on Gil Alontaga. I think this is Alontaga here in the blue, white, and yellow. He's running behind Charles Hicks on the track, but Hicks is 5th. And Alontaga is 2nd. Alantaga's last lap at 39.1. This lap, 38.1. He is 6.6 seconds behind Gil Alontaga. Actually, now Alontaga is 4.9 seconds behind Tyler Cook. Cook's last lap at 40.188. His slowest lap since his pit stop, actually. Alontaga onto the dance floor right now. Alontaga into pit lane here for his pit stop at the 7:40 mark. Pitman with some wild hair. In and out in a 5.8 second pit stop. Tyler Cook still hasn't pitted. With 1:30 left to go, perhaps he's trying to go the distance. Alantaga's pit stop was 0.9 of a second slower than that of Britton Curry. Curry still 2.1 seconds back. 1 minute left to go. New personal best for Nicholas Brigante that last lap, jumping all the way to second. A 36.895 for Brigante that last lap. Now it's Cook, Brigante, Curry, Skidmore fourth, Alantaga dropping to fifth. Alantaga's pit lap knocking him out of the top three. Looks like Cook going the distance. See if he makes it. He's working on lap number 15. He's on his 16-lap run. So he'll need to go this lap and one more. Oh no! Tyler Cook with a big mistake going through the crapshoot. He crapped out big time back there. See what that does for his fuel mileage. He took it easy coming down the stairs from the Hoover Dam. Made it through the double-double. He's got one more lap to go and traffic ahead. Cook swapping coming on to Las Vegas Boulevard. Still a 3.8 second lead on Nicholas Brigante. Will he make it on fuel? Through the snake eyes. Over the ante-up. See if he can make it through the crapshoot cleanly this time. And he does. Took it easy. Went over the jump. Half a lap away from making the entire 10-minute qualifier on a single tank of fuel. Nice and easy through the double-double. High on the bank corner before the dance floor. And he made it. Awesome. So Tyler Cook going 10 minutes on a tank of fuel, finishing up with a 16:10:10 for the win by 4.8 seconds over Nicholas Brigante. Charles Hicks third, Gillo Alantaga fourth, William Skidmore fifth, Curry sixth, Sterling seventh, Arlick eighth, Bayer ninth, Ross 10th, and Noguchi, Zagone, and Villalobos rounding out this 13-driver field in heat number 12. The 2016 IFMAR 1/8 scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships presented by Proline. Two on Thursday. Team TNS and Laquise giving Tyler Cook a shout out. Yep, no pit. For Tyler Cook, a Hootie FX 3-port engine making the full race on fuel. These are making me hungry talking about tacos. Instead, I'm going to make myself a roast beef sandwich in the trailer. Checking into our Facebook chat room, Kevin Bottom saying he runs for X-Ray but tore his ACL. Otherwise, he'd be at IIC. Ouch. Feel better soon, Kevin. Hope that heals up well. And we're back, getting ready for heat number 13 here at the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships, presented by Proline, along with Kyosho. Take your time, but hurry up. That's a Nirvana song. Coming up next, we've got Warren Vandermarva, Ben Panic, Jose Alvarado, Maurizio Fontanelle, Mal Graphics, Ali Al-Falakawi, Frank Lemke, Kevin Sharp, Juan Jose Serna Yepes, Ophir Komarian, Wen Pei Wong, Carlos Sikora, George Coleman, and Scott Young coming up next. There's Chris Toko from RC Tracks Las Vegas there on the left. Race number 13 coming up right now. And we're on the clock now for group number 13. Working on this first round of qualifying. At the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships. Brought to you live on Live RC by Proline Racing and Kyosho. .120 down, 8:40 left to go in this one. Frank Lemke with 37.360 on lap number 1. Lemke here from Germany, part of the Kyosho team. Busy mechanicking as well as racing here this week. Ben Panic and Wen Pai Wong swapping positions going down the straightaway there. Lemke will be coming up on this group of cars before long. This is Lemke right here in the bright blue and yellow Kyosho MP9. And through the two pair of the 5-car draw onto the dance floor. Taking it nice and easy through the crater developing afterward. Referee has just called car 9, Ophir Komarian, into the pits. Lemke, Sikora, Vandermarva, Al-Falakawi, and Fontanelle, top 5. Top 8 drivers early on in this one on a 16-lap run. Leader Carlos Sikora's pace over a lap slower. Whoa! Close call on the front straightaway. Lemke nearly getting cleaned out by Maurizio Fontanelle, and then they did get together at the end of the straightaway. But it would have been much worse at speed as Carlos Sikora has a 26/100th of a second advantage on Frank Lemke. Sikora, Lemke, Vandermarv, Fontenelle, Wenpei Wong. The top 5. Not sure if Comarian has heeded the warning yet to come into pit lane. Looks like Fontenelle. Oh, so Comarian got called in for a stop and go for hitting Lemke. Carlos Sikora into pit lane before the 4-minute mark. And out 6.7 second pit stop for Carlos Sikora is not quick. Here is Frank Lemke in the 3rd spot, going through the Snake Eyes section. Sikora, after that pit stop, dropping to 5th. Sikora working through the left side of the track as we pick up with our former leader. See if he cycles his way back toward the top. Lemke, Vandermarv, Sikora, Felikawi, and Sharp on the track. Over the poker table and down the straightaway, it was Scott Yang with Carlos Sikora right behind him. Sikora in this all-red buggy with white wheels and a wing. Over the fadeaway double, around the Snake Eyes, yellow and red. That's what it is. Sikora heading into the crapshoot. Nice, landing off the option jump and squaring it up to head up the Hoover Dam. Little loose heading into the 5-card draw. Able to get over both doubles. Taking it inside line after the dance floor to miss the bump. He is 5.2 seconds behind Lemke. Heat number 13 in the first of 2 rounds of qualifying going down today on the track right now. Round number 2 will proceed just as round number 1 did. We believe tomorrow they're going to change the order of the heats, although the groups of drivers will stay the same. Sikora locking up the brakes on the dance floor that lap, coming by this time, making up 0.6 of a second on Frank Lemke. Lemke's last lap, a 39.0. This time, a 38.3 for Sikora. Cuts the lead down to 4.5 seconds. Wow, Lemke with a 50.944 and has not registered. Well, actually, no, I take it back. He pitted about 2 minutes ago. Keeping Sharp is the one who hasn't registered a pit stop yet. Sharp staying out for 7 minutes and 20 seconds so far on a single tank of fuel. And just pulled off his fastest lap of the race, a 38.726. Running 7.4 seconds behind the leader once again, Carlos Sikora. As here is Lemke moving back to the 2nd spot by 1.4 seconds over Sharp. New personal best for Lemke, a 37.3. Sharp's following lap of 41.4, so that drops him 3 seconds out of the 2nd spot. He's in 3rd. Lemke, though, 7.4 seconds behind Carlos Sikora. Sikora, Lemke, Alfelikawi, Sharp, and Comarian, top 5. 8:20 down, 1 minute, 40 seconds left to go Can Frank Lemke close the gap to Carlos Sikora? He is 6.4 seconds back as Sikora has had much more pace, although this looking like a long lap for Sikora. 44.994, the gap now less than a second back to Frank Lemke. Lemke getting a little sideways as he landed through the crapshoot. Oh, and a spectacular tumble down Fremont Street. That's going to slow down Lemke and give Sikora some more breathing room. Lemke dropping to 5th as Alfe Lakawi moves to 2nd, Sharp to 3rd, and Ophir Kamarian after that stop and go moves to 4th. Carlos Sikora with a 3.7 second advantage on Alfe Lakawi. With a little bit of traffic ahead for the leader. Up over the roller to the 2-pair. Little squirrely on the dance floor. Carlos Sikora getting footloose. 3.5 second lead as Sikora working on lap number 16 of a 16 lap run. Oh, big crash ahead of our leader, and Sikora crashes as well going over the ante-up. Down Fremont Street, swapping a little bit, going from one side of the lane to the other. Sikora trying to finish up on a 16:10:33 pace. It will likely slow down a little bit here on this lap. Car swapped hard before it hit the dance floor. And Sikora's last lap, a 41.338. So giving up a couple of seconds on the last lap, but holding on to the win by 16/100ths of a second over Ali Alfe Lakawi from Kuwait. Frank Lemke and Ophir Kamarian still to finish up. And heat number 13 is done. Carlos Sikora taking the win. Ali Alfe Lakawi 2nd. Frank Lemke 3rd. Ophir Kamarian 4th. Wen Pei Wong 5th. Kevin Sharp 6th. Jose Alvarado 7th. Juan Jose Serna Yepes 8th. Ben Panic 9th. George Coleman 10th. Maurizio Fontanel 11th. Scott Yang from S-Works 12th. And Warren Vandermerva 13th. You're watching the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 Scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships presented by Proline Racing, along with Kyosho here on liverc.com from the RC tracks of Las Vegas here in Sin City, Nevada. And we're back in the Kyosho pit lane cam. Checking out the cars getting ready for heat number 14. Qualifying round number 1 of 2 that will run today. Here at the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 Scale World Championships, brought to you live by Proline Racing and Kyosho, along with Upgrade RC, Fire Safe Systems, and Maxima MX. Very international crowd coming up in this next race. Enrique Vinnick from Brazil, Miguel Torres from Mexico, Shane O'Connor from New Zealand, Nick Katuna from the United States, Jaden Jameson from New Zealand, Ryan Lee and Minsu Si from Korea, Eduardo Rossi from Brazil, Jonathan Young from Hong Kong, Uriah Hudi from Slovakia, Luis Fernando Ramirez and Rodrigo Malagon Oliveras from Mexico, and Simon Roberts from Australia coming up next. Mason pointing out in the chat room, yeah, it's getting a little dusty here. It's what they are trying to control by putting water down in between each race. Provide a fair racing surface for all the drivers. Heading out for the start of the race. Still 40 seconds left in a warm-up here for race number 14. Loop is live here for heat number 14. Picking up here with Uriah Hudi. Running the all-white body. Min-Soo Si from South Korea starting off with a quick first lap. 38.029 is the fastest so far. Min-Soo Si, Eduardo Rossi, Ryan Lee, Enrique Vinnick. Now Luis Fernando Ramirez to fourth, dropping Vinnick to fifth. As Jay Will.I.Ams in the chat room pointing out, it's safe to say the top 20 is not likely to change for the remainder of the round. So likely can call Elliott Boots top qualifier for round number 1 of the IFMAR World Championships here in Las Vegas. Rossi, C, Vinnick, Jameson, and Katuna, top 5. Nick Katuna, the only U.S. racer here in group number 14. Min-Soo Si from Korea rolling to a stop in the 180 after the straightaway. Tough break there for the Korean driver. Following along here with Eduardo Rossi now. Rossi's running second, less than 0.2 of a second behind Jaden Jameson. Jameson, Vinnick, Katuna, Rossi, and Ramirez, the top 5 here in group number 14. As we've seen a couple of drivers here in this heat coming in for an early pit stop in the first half of the race. Eduardo Rossi, the fastest of the drivers who have pitted so far, currently running 4th, as the Kiwi, Jaden Jameson, running 1 second up on the Brazilian driver, Enrique Vinnick. Vinnick, Jameson, Katuna, top 3. Katuna has pitted already. 5:40 down. Now 4:15 left to go. Here is the leader, Enrique Vinnick, coming into pit lane for his pit stop. 5:48 on his personal clock. Driving by Braille, coming out of pit lane. Judging the barriers of pit lane by feel, not by touch. Oh, and then driving out and rolling it over through the Snake Eyes section. This is going to be a long lap for Vinnick into the 5-car draw. One car rolling over through the bank corner. Got a team associated instant replay. Here is Vinnick over the fadeaway double. Came up short. Saved it before the corner. Oh boy, that's what happened. Another car jumped in the other lane, and even though he came to a stop, Vinnick didn't have a chance to get corrected before running right into him. $17.20 down, 2:40 left to go. Jamison, Vinnick, Katuna, Rossi, and Ramirez. Top 5 with 1 minute left to go. Like Shane O'Connor with a very long pit stop. Fastest pit stop in this heat going to Enrique Vinnick, 5.6 seconds. Jaden Jamison, the Kiwi, has not yet pitted. So we're going to find Jaden Jamison, who is trying to stretch a tank of fuel for 10 minutes. Jameson with a long lap here, 42.035. Still a 2.2 second lead on Enrique Vinnick as the master clock has expired. Jameson working on lap number 16 of a 16-lap run. So let's see if he can make it around for one final lap and take the win here in his first qualifying heat. It's 10-minute, 24-second qualifying run here in round number 1. Saying the fastest time in heat number 14. That is the 126th fastest qualifying run we've seen so far today. Enrique Vinnick second, Nick Katuna third, Luis Fernando Ramirez fourth, Eduardo seventh, Jonathan Young eighth, Simon Roberts ninth.
checkered flag. And another one needs to get late. But fortunately for him, no one's close to the loop yet, so Tommy's looking okay.
So getting off to the start here for lap number 1 of heat 15. Carlos Segui, Grant Park, Shane Prugshot, Yuna Sivarinen, Sebastian Beltran, Eric Deschenes, Tommy Alho, Antonio Castro, Luis Jose Godinho, Ray Chen, Nando Lima, and Ali Abdulaziz here in race number 15. Grant Park takes over the top spot. Shane Prugshot second. Tommy Alho third. Grant Park fourth. And Carlos Segui rounds out the top 5. Godinho's last lap, a 38.491. Prugshot with a 37.867. Making up about 7/10 of a second. Closes the gap to just 4/10. Alho third, Park fourth, Segui fifth. Godinho's last lap, 38.950. And Grant Park coming by the line in the third spot. Last lap, 37.940. Prugshot dropping to third, 39.881. Puts Grant Park back to up to second. Top 3 separated by less than 1.1. As it's 32 hundredths of a second from Godinho to Park in second. And then less than a second from Park to Prugshot in third. Park crashing out of the track on the left side after the anti-up step up. Godinho, Park, Godinho, Segui, Prugshot, Alho, and Chen. Now the top 5. Luis Jose Godinho's last lap was his personal best at 38.2, coming by here with a 39.1. Now a 2.4 second advantage on Tommy Alho. Alho here from Finland, Godinho from Mexico, Segui from Colombia. That turn going from bad to worse. So Luis Jose Godinho, the leader, having a terrible time getting through the 180 at the after the fadeaway double. Working through the 5-card draw across the dance floor. And over the poker table this lap, oh, he's going to just make that last lap a good time to come in for a pit stop. Godinho's lap time at 48.079. So Godinho in and out of pit lane, take a deep breath and try to get back on track. after a very long, tough lap for him. Segui now taking over the top spot by 2.5 seconds over Tommy Alho. Alho with a good lap, 41.3 for his pit stop. Take that back, 41 and then a 40.4 for Tommy Alho, and now he's actually in pit lane. Segui pitted as well, 45.687. Alho, Segui, Prugshot, Hivaranen, and Abdulaziz. By 45 down and 4:15 left to go. Alho taking the, leading the way. Alho leading the way. Segui second. Prugshot now up to third. Abdulaziz fourth. Now, as I say that, Abdulaziz drops back. Chen up to fourth. He's going to drop back. Hivaranen up to fourth. Chen fifth. Gudinho sixth. Chen seventh now. As Segui moves up, they're shaking all over the place as pit stops cycle through. Only Hivaranen and Castro have not pitted. Prugshot out front by just 0.4 of a second over Tommy Alho. Prugshot coming by with a 39.573. Alho's last lap was a pit stop of 46.864. Prugshot's pit time was just over 0.2 of a second faster than Tommy Alho. Hivaranen has not yet pitted. Castro has not yet pitted. Lima has not pitted. Still early in this one, though. Over 3 minutes left. .35 thousandths of a second separate Shane Prugshot from Tommy Alho. Prugshot coming by 38.9. Alho's last lap 39.2. So the lead up to 1.5 seconds now. Alho second, Hivaranen third, Finnish driver second and third. Luis Jose Gudinho fourth, Andy Chen fifth. Antonio Castro now into pit lane. Jonas Hivaranen still third, has not pitted. Neither has Nando Lima down in 12th. Shane Prugshot out front by 1.3 seconds last lap, 39.523. Checking out a track cam up at the top of the Hoover Dam. Prugshot 1.038 second lead over Jonas Hivaranen. Tommy Alho now taking over the second spot from Hivaranen. Alho's last lap, 39.128. Prugshot, Alho, Hivaranen, Gudinho, Segui. With 1 minute, 30 seconds left to go. There are no mandatory pit stops, but it's pretty mandatory for pretty much everybody. Only a handful of drivers have been able to go 10 minutes. We've watched people run out. Sebastian Beltran from Colombia, car number 5 running in the 11th spot, has been warned twice for rough driving, so not sure if that means a penalty now or after third infraction. Shane Prugshot out front by 9.3 seconds as the master clock expires. Luis Jose Gudino second, Carlos Segui third, Tommy Alho fourth, Andy Chen fifth, Ray Chen sixth, Ali Abdulaziz seventh. Shane Prugshot looking to wrap up the fastest time here in heat number 15 of 18.
No need to rush on that left side. You cannot fire that one off there.
So Nando Lima, car number 11, got a penalty here at the end of the race for taking out the leader. And here's a Team Associate instant replay of that. So here's Lima and Prugshot. Oh, and Lima just drove straight into his wing. Both had gone around the option jump in the crapshoot. Lima came in there with a head of steam. Not sure he would have made the corner had it not been for Prugshot's car. So 3 heats left to go here in round number 1 of qualifying at the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships, live from RC Tracks Las Vegas here in Sin City, Nevada. So we're going to go to a funny segment that Gary recorded with Team Losi Racing's Todd Hodge from a couple of days ago.
He's been working on this product for quite a long time. He's gone from body clip packer to antenna tip developer. Tell us about that, Todd.
Well, you know, as the demand has increased for antenna tips, because nobody runs antenna tubes anymore, they really wanted to challenge me at TLR to make sure that they had somebody there that could do the job right. So I could package about 50 of these antenna tips an hour, which is a 1-year demand.
50 in 1 year. That is huge. Now, that's probably setting a lot of records. So have they acknowledged that? Are you getting Employee of the Month or anything like that with some of this?
You know, I've been looking for my paycheck every other Friday, but it never shows up. So I don't know. I guess I got to call somebody.
I do this out of passion a lot myself. So I understand where you're coming from. It's hard. My wife's always like, hey, where's the money?
Oh, yeah, I hear you. You know, but, you know, it's not about the money. It's about the hobby. Wait, it's not a hobby. It's a sport, right?
It is, especially this sport of antenna tips. Now, these look the same. I'm not sure if you guys are ahead of the game on the body clips anymore.
Well, you know what? We are now, because if you notice, this body clip is actually larger. So this is your actual 1/8 body clip, whereas this is a 1/10 body clip. So we have some major innovation here this week at the World Championships. And, you know, we're going to release these probably about next week or so. So, I don't know, maybe I'll have another job of packaging the 1/8 scale body clips.
Are you guys taking resumes? Because I might want to get in on that.
You have to contact Kevin Gahan at kgahan@horizonhobby.com.
We love it. That's our spoof rule with Todd Hodge.
Platano Power Team, Dominican Republic. Checking out our live RC chat room. Any prototype cars being ran this year? Asked by O'Dane Spencer. I haven't heard any of you. Yeah, there's some cars that have been updated, like Mugen Seiki's got new stuff for their MBX7. I don't think TLR actually had anything new, did they?
Yeah, they had quite a few new parts. We'll do a Inside the Car, one of our product segments there. I'm not sure if we've played that one yet, but they have a bunch of new parts on it.
Oh, cool.
There's a lot of things people found getting ready for this World Championships that they've come upon that they said, well, we need to go in and produce that. So there's the good news for you guys out there watching this, and if you own one of those cars, these guys, a lot of the manufacturers are right here.
Right.
Or they're getting a lot of information for right in this area of the United States, so they can go into production mode and make parts pretty fast.
Right. And see there, Mike Egelberger pointing out, yeah, Techno's got a lot of updates as well. So, Punter69 saying, I guess I totally forgot about S-Works, I think has a whole new car here. But most of the other manufacturers, as Gary said, brought some new parts. You know, always trying a bunch of stuff. But
that's actually good news for you because it's not like, you know, we came up with a whole brand new car that you need to buy.
Right.
There, you know, that actually proves their development team is doing well.
Right.
You know? So
yeah, if they can only make small changes to a car
that's right.
and make that equal big results on the track, that's a plus. Race number 16 now on the track. Sebastian Anaya from Mexico, Shane Hancock from Australia, James Lakin from Ireland, sorry. Orlando LeBron from the United States, Shane Mangu, the Kiwi from New Zealand, Francisco Ortiz. Oh gosh, I forgot what flag that was. Mark Andrew from Australia, Akshay Patel, Luis Quintero from Colombia, Brian Bort, Kenneth Escobar from Colombia, Warner Theodoro, and Jerome Gafour. On track here in race 16.
A cool feature for live time. I don't know if it's just for Jimmy Babcock up there running the is he the race director? Is that what they're calling him here, or is he just the announcer? So the race director announcer, Jimmy Babcock, if he hovers his pointer over the flag, it pops up and says what country it's from.
Oh yeah.
So
that is possible, right?
All you race directors out there, that's another option, another feature Live Time is working on as well. So when you have international guys there and you could plug in their flag, their country's flag, into the screen, you'll be able to see that. Now you guys at home might not know what I'm talking about, but if you ever use Live Time, then you do know what we're talking about.
Mark Andrew from Australia leading the way. Andrew from New Zealand in second, and Hancock from Australia third. And the Aussies running up front.
2:30 down, 7:30 left to go. Mark Andrew and Shane Hancock, a couple of Aussies out front. Orlando LeBron third, Sebastian Anaya fourth, Francisco Ortiz fifth, Mangu sixth, Port seventh, Escobar eighth, Lakin ninth, and Quintero 10th. Francisco Ortiz, Dominican Republic. That's the flag. That's why I haven't recognized it. R. Price, 888, cheering on the world's fastest Maori. Shane Mangu. Sebastian Anaya with a personal best last time by. 38.982. Brian Bort out front. Shane Mangu second, Sebastian Anaya third, Mark Andrew fourth, Shane Hancock fifth, Kenneth Escobar sixth, Francisco Ortiz seventh, Orlando LeBron eighth, Luis Quintero ninth, Akshay Patel 10th, James Lakin 11th, Warner Theodoro 12th, and Jerome Gafour 13th. Shane Mangu on a 15-lap 10:09 pace and put him 164th. Shane Mangu's lead 1.4 seconds over Shane Hancock. So the Kiwi taking it to the Aussie. Shane's from two different countries racing out front. Sebastian Anaya third. Brian Bort fourth. Francisco Ortiz fifth. Neither Mangu nor Hancock have pitted yet. Brian Bort from Colombia or Bolivia, sorry, Luis Quintero and Kenneth Escobar from Colombia. .705 down, 2:55 left to go. Shane Mangu over the high roller with a fadeaway double, landing and shoveling some dirt out from the landing of that jump. You just saw dust go the Cinnamon Challenge. Mangoo's lead 8 seconds over Hancock. And growing. Mangoo had a little difficulty navigating the turn after the dance floor there, but didn't bounce off the pipes. One minute left to go for Shane Mangoo over Shane Hancock. Orlando LeBron third. Sebastian Anaya fourth. Luis Quintero fifth. It was Jerome Gafour that came in for a pit stop there. Yes, indeed. Gafour running down the 13th spot. Shane Mangoo with a long lap. Unfortunately, maybe giving up the lead here on the final lap. 2.4 second gap back to Shane Hancock. Last time by the line, but Mangoo hasn't come by in a while. Yeah, and it's going to be Shane Hancock taking the win as Mangoo dropping out. With 2 laps left to go. Shane Hancock from Australia taking the win. Orlando LeBron second. Luis Quintero third. Sebastian Anaya fourth. Kenneth Escobar fifth. Akshay Patel sixth. Francisco Ortiz seventh. Mark Andrew eighth. James Lakin ninth. Warner Theodoro 10th. Shane Mangoo 11th. Brian Bort 12th. And Jerome Gafour 13th. That was heat number 16 in round 1 at the 2016 IFMAR 8-Scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships presented by Proline Racing. Along with Kyosho, as we check out our Kyosho pit lane cam. Mark Andrew coming in there for a temp and to be shut off. Our price, $8.88 in the chat room, pointing out it was Vegas, baby. Shane Mangoo went for the gamble, going for a non-stop race, but came up short. Nerd Wizard, if you go to our homepage, there is a broadcast schedule. Yes, Nerd Wizard. There's a broadcast schedule on the homepage that will tell you when each of the rounds begin throughout the week. There's Juan Pablo Torres from Colombia, car number 8. Nawaf Al Abdul Razak in car number 2 from Kuwait, making his way in here. Sean Price, the second round was supposed to start at 2 p.m. Local time, but we're not even going to be done with the first round by then, so we haven't yet heard if they're going to skip the lunch break completely. That's likely what will happen. We're going to go to something we recorded the other day with Robert Battier, catching up a little bit with the former world champion and talking about his medical problems this week.
We're trackside here with 2012 world champion Robert Battier. In case you don't know, Robert has had some medical problems. As soon as he showed up in Vegas, he got some kidney stones, had to be rushed to the hospital. He was here yesterday, and then last night had to go to the hospital again. Robert, how you feeling?
Yeah, I feel a little bit better than before. They gave me a painkiller medicine, which is much higher than the Tuesday they gave me. Thing is, I don't have so much pain, but I feel like drugs, so I cannot drive easily. But at least I will try to drive at least tomorrow, more or less, to make in the top 30 or 40. And then I will try to go down on the painkiller for the qualifying, at least to get semifinal. But for sure, I prefer to not to have this painful. I mean, it's quite terrible for me.
I understand. I went through a bout where I had 5 kidney stones at once, and it is not nice. Well, we wish the best for you. Hope you're feeling better, and I hope you can be trackside tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Robert.
Welcome.
Okay.
Waiting for the start of warm-up for heat number 17. 2 races left to go. Checking out the chat room. Got to tell giving our producer a message here. Jensen. Jimbo Videra says that you're buying the first round if and when Jimbo gets here. He said if and when. Yeah. I guess. Sean Price. Who needs lunch anyway? This guy right here. Needs lunch bad. Wah. Car number 13, Zamir Ramutar, 9 years old. Rocket Man. Round number 2 is supposed to start in 7 minutes. Unfortunately, we have 2 10-minute races left to go. So we're guessing we're probably going to go straight in.
Matt, behind you. Hey, Matt, the other behind you. Watch our runner. I don't know where Matt's going. There we go. 35 seconds, Dragon. 35 seconds. Get him out of pit lane. 25 seconds.
Race number 17 of 18. This is the first round of qualifying still. You are watching the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 Nitro Off-Road World Championships presented by Proline and Team Kyosho. In this one, Joe Hui, Nawaf Al-Abdulazarak, Thomas Schmuck, Song Langyo, Guy Rinkovich, Carson Young, Harush Gill, Juan Pablo Torres, Ivan Espinez, David Hart, Pablo Mojica, Asher Anchalov, and Zamir Ramatur. It's a little warm. This is Gary Guest. Thanks everyone for tuning in on our coverage on Facebook, YouTube, liverc.com, and Twitch. It's a little warm. I just came in from outside to give our awesome announcer Aaron Waldron a small break. As you can see, the track dries out much quicker than it did this morning. Las Vegas, it's 77 degrees, wind only at 4 miles per hour right now. For the round so far, your top qualifier, Elliott Boots, Jared Tebow, second qualifier, Ryan Mayfield, third, Ryan Cavallari, fourth, Ty Tessman, fifth. Dakota Fend is Ricardo Bertone, sixth, the 17-year-old from Italy. Dakota Fend, seventh, and David Ronafok, Cody King, Wow Fogaroda. You are watching Guy Rinkovic, and we have a team associated instant replay. He's coming down the straightaway, Las Vegas Boulevard, 170 feet long, and then he's going to do a Spinderella. Whoa. Thought he was going to punch it and stay in it. Thomas Schmuck, your leader, 38.9 his last lap. Guy Rinkovic, 40.766 all the way from Israel. Ivan Espinez, 40.855. Carson Young, 39.9. David Hart, 40.079. 43.4 for Joe Hui. Nawaf with the 41.7. Asher, 40.4. Harush Gill, 44.2. You got three of your buddies there, three guys from Israel all in the same heat. Zamir Ramatur, 46.9. Pablo Mojica, 43.5. Song Lee with a long lap. And Juan Pablo Torres, 51.239. 3 minutes and 25 seconds down in this. 6:35 to go. This is race 17 of 18 for round number 1 of the IFMAR Off-Road 1/8 World Championships here at the beautiful RC tracks of Las Vegas. It's a beautiful day here. Hardly any wind. Lots of bumps on the track. Track's drying out. Some guys have been telling me, I'm not really changing much, maybe a tire or shocks. Other guys are saying we're changing all kinds of stuff. We're following your leader. Comes dancing, dancing. And he steps off pretty good. He's on the dance floor. Down the front straightaway right there. That's your leader, Thomas Schmuck, 41.631. His pace right now at 15.10.02. You know, that's only 2 laps off of the pace of the top guys. Sometimes we're at races and it's like 4, 5, or 6 laps off. So, hey, it's the World Championships. Schmuck, your leader, Rinkovic second. Joe Hui is in the 3rd spot. Fastest lap on that last time was Nawaf with the 39.807. That hole coming up the dance floor getting deeper and deeper. There's a big hole also up on that step off, which we're calling the Hoover Dam. There they go over the money pit because it's the high roller. You can see a lot of these guys' cars, when they accelerate, they're bouncing all around, and that's just a little bit of their setup might be just a little bit off. We're not being mean or anything, though, but it's about time to go over and see get a pro setup on what they're doing, because some of the pro guys' cars, they just are floating over everything, even though they say it's really rough, and the track has changed a lot, even since yesterday, it feels like. When you watch their cars, those holes, we're going to do some more track back and show you. Your leader coming in right here for a pit stop. In and out. Pit time for that car was... I'm not seeing it. Oh, that's the segment time I'm looking at here. And you can adjust all those things right there on your live scoring on liverc.com. It's Schmuck, and Nawaf now up into the 3rd spot. Guy Rinkovic's 4th. 5th spot's going to be Carson Young. We have 3 minutes and 3 minutes and 5 seconds left to go now. The pace for your leader, a 15.10.16 with the 4. 15.10.21 with a 5 for second. 3rd spot, it's going to be a 15.10.25 for him. 15.10.31 for Guy Rinkovic. Thomas Schmuck, your leader, though. We are following that pink car. You can see coming up the dance floor, it is really bad on that little ledge. That is Joe Hui. He's your leader in the pink car. Getting a little bit sideways right there, out in the fluff. Goes over that fadeaway double. That step up right there, it's only about a couple feet up, about 1.5 feet up to that. You only have to jump out 16 feet to clear it. Right here, though, there's a huge hole right there they got to go around, and then it's only about an 8 foot to launch off there to actually clear that step down. That jump right there, that first of the single double-doubles, or what are we calling that one? That is the 5-car draw. So that one, the first double, the lip is getting pretty bad. So good thing it's only about 13 feet for those guys to clear it really easy. Your leader, now Thomas Schmuck, but we're on track with Joe Hui. 40.171 his last lap. 39.9 for Schmuck. Nawaf, 39.2. 42.1 for Guy Rinkovic. Carson Young, 45.1. 47.7 for David Hart. Ivan Espinez with a 48.7. That time 40.753. This is heat 17 of 18. And then I believe we're going to have a short lunch break. We might not. I'm not sure. That stuff changes on the fly sometimes. This is day number 1 of qualifying. We have 2 more days of qualifying, 2 rounds per day at the 2016 IFMAR 1.8 Nitro Off-Road World Championships. One minute left on the master clock. Joe Hui back out front in that pink car. Coming up on some traffic. Oh, it goes wide, hits the fluff. We at car number 10, that's David Hart, just got a warning for rough driving. They got a big old speaker up on the driver's stand, so there's always a Roar official and an IFMAR official up there. And if they see a car like bumping somebody or anything like that, they'll just tell them right there on the speaker, car 10. One of the drivers up there earlier in one of the heats was like slamming the driver's stand, and he got a stiff warning. Car 13 with a rough driving warning now, Zamir. Sometimes I don't know if it's rough driving or just trying to get around the track when we're down in these heats. It's Hui, your leader. Nawaf up to second. Schmuck drops to third. Guy Rinkovic fourth. Fifth spot, Carson Young. Ivan Espinez sixth. Harush Gill seventh. Eighth spot going to be David Hart. Pablo Mojica ninth. And Asher is going to be 10th at the moment. 17 of 18. The clock is done. But what's going on here is they have to keep going, keep going. Even the computer will call their name. But after that, they still have to do a cool-down lap until they tell them they can pull off the track. Everybody, well, a lot of them are done. Waiting for Young, Mojica, Asher, and Wab and Pablo Torres. Zamir.
Waiting on a couple more to finish, Marshall. Hold your spot. Couple more to finish.
And everybody is finished. They are pulling them in. That, what I was telling you, up to the left-hand corner right there on the driver's stand, that's your Roar representative, Dallas, your IFMAR president, standing right there in the opening, if you could see right back there. The guy that looks like he's ready to be I want to rock. That would be Dallas right there, or bounce you right out of the bar if you're getting out of line. Everybody here's singing It's a Nice Day for a White Wedding. Yeah, I guess there's a little bit of that. He's pretty solid, though, when you shake his hand and stuff. It's like, yeah. You better go all the way to the thumb because he might, like, get some knuckle crush going on. Race 18 will be next. We're almost done with round number 1 of qualifying. Your top qualifier putting his stamp on round number 1, Elliott Boots. And he has figured out a way, I don't know, he's got a feel for his car out there. And, you know, with an 8-scale car, I just had a great conversation with Dyno Dan Hissam on the side of the track, talking about it's not like, you know, I have the best car and I have this and I have that. With an 8-scale car, these are the big boys. You get a feel for the car. You got engine yaw, you got your clutch work, and you're doing all these stuff. You're feeling what your car's doing through the bumps. And he said that's the difference. You just got to get out of your head that, you know, I've won all these races and I got a good car and I should be able to do this. Every lap you got to feel what's going on. It's pretty demanding on these guys. We're going to go right now to a J Concepts pit report with Aaron Waldron.
So we're down here in the pits with the NorCal Semi-Pro, Ryan, a.k.a. Cooter Kenny. What's up, Ryan? How'd practice go for you so far?
Pretty good, yeah. Living up to expectations.
What are your expectations?
Top 200, realistically.
How many races are there?
240.
Oh, so you want to beat 40 guys?
I'm actually exceeding my expectations by like 200%, so yeah.
You're like, what, 160th?
Something like that.
Are you really?
At the moment.
Well, in open practice.
Open practice. The top 3 laps, so.
So how's your brand new car, brand new engine, brand new body working out for you?
I'm actually really excited that I built a new car and a new engine as well. Come to find out, everybody else did too. So.
But you were special.
Yeah. I got the press release, so.
You have a really active agent, actually. Tyler Vick has been very instrumental, of course, in finding you more publicity in the RC racing industry. How much of your career do you have to thank for him?
I owe it all. Without him, I literally wouldn't even be here. So, yeah, thanks a lot.
Oh, thank you, Ryan. We'll be back later so far this week.
All right, yeah, I look forward to it.
That's Ryan Kenny, a.k.a. Cooter. His first live interview here on Live RC.
And thank you, Aaron. There's our live pit lane cam, Kyosho pit lane cam. Nice shot of the driver stand behind there. Pretty smart location of his sign, RC Tracks Las Vegas, right there. Got a Proline banner. Thank you, Proline, for giving us free coverage of this event this weekend. Along with Kyosho, we want to thank our other sponsors as well. Upgrade RC, Fire Safety Systems, Maxima and MX Fuel, or MX Engines, a.k.a. J Concepts, RC Car Action, MKS Servos, Team Associated, OS Engines, and Futaba. They're watering the track, and go to our chat room here. Grizz Bob, I like what I see of the layout very much. I wish I were there. Well, we're here for you. So there's a lot of energy on the track, especially when the premier guys get up there, that, you know, the guys that are going really fast, and, you know, all the factory pros. The track is lined with people. Everybody here is trackside, basically, besides the turn marshals, watching them run. It's awesome. There is our fan cam in our Live RC hospitality tent. How's it going, guys? Jay Smoker, he's got his free time on the camera. Hello, we see you. Hello. Yeah, representing their sponsor. Awesome shot of the driver stand here. You can see those, I think those are 60-inch monitors that are 55 or 60-inch monitors there in pit lane. It is awesome the way they've done it. The doors close on the outside there. They have, I believe it's like the shocks, like for your rear lift gate on your car. So they're cool. And because of the size, you don't got to get right in front of it to see it. That pit lane, you're going to see some stuff when the semis start coming. That pit lane, it is built awesome, but it's just under 4 feet wide. It's about 3 foot 10 inches wide, and it's a little wider when you come up to it, the actual pit lane entrance, but the pit lane itself, just under 4 feet wide. And some of the tracks, you know, they're like 5 feet wide, 6 feet wide. But the good thing about this one is that you can't fly out of the track. It's really hard to do. So getting ready to go with Andre Salazar, David Che, Russell Freeman, Sergio Cisneros, Gavin Dawson, Daniel Azevedo, Sigris Ramon, AJ Schumacher. Oh, by the way, Aaron, I found out AJ Schumacher, whoops, he's off. He's in the trailer here. He's running a different car today. Back to a hot bodies. Crazy. Eyal Caldor, Javier Burin, Nicolas Maza, Juan Carlos Palacios Ruiz, and Stephen Hossein.
How many cars did they bring with them?
I don't know. His dad, his mom's watching at home. Hello, how's it going?
Hello, Mama Schumacher.
Yeah, and they said he should stick with one car. And then I ran into Mr. Schumacher in the pits. He's like, why are you saying we have to run more in one car? You know, and I kind of went over, well, here's the deal.
Because they all drive super differently.
Not only that, but, you know, if you're looking in the future for sponsorship and you're jumping around, that comes up to bite you.
Well, I mean, no, not anymore, I don't think.
Maybe you're right.
In fact, that might open more doors. Like, oh, the kid drives anything. No, I think it just more has to do with the track's already changing enough as it is. The cars all drive wildly differently.
Yeah. Yes, they do. This is the last one. Do we know what the time schedule is? Are they going to go into a lunch break, or what are they doing?
I don't believe we've heard yet.
No check from Andre Salazar. Andre Salazar not checked in. From Colombia, 40 seconds driver, 40 seconds.
So here's the schedule. So after this race, as soon as it ends, so when the last car's off the track, basically, when it ends, 15-minute lunch break, and we'll go into round number 2.
Which means I get 15 minutes to relax my voice without munching on a sandwich I got there earlier.
Uh-oh, I see. Oh, there's only a couple wrappers. So there's a little trick. If you're looking to be a race announcer or you're talking a lot, and the trick is cough drop. So that helps your throat, get you through the weekend. So Aaron's got a pile here. And the guy who taught me about it, one year at the manufacturer cut, my voice went out. And I wasn't even doing that much. I think it was from building the track and yelling at the tractor guys and just, at that level over machinery. My voice was totally gone, and he's like, man, you have to have
Cough
lemon
drops.
and honey cough drops.
That one was way better than the one that I got from Brandon, too. Because his weren't the lemon and honey dual action.
His were the help me now.
Right. Yours are the help me later.
With codeine.
Oh. Maybe I should chew a couple of those more up.
No. Right.
No, they're just the cheap hauls, like I actually have a sore throat.
All right, we have several cars on the clock. No one has come around for lap number 1 yet. We're on track with Russell Freeman.
There's an Aussie and a Kiwi in this race. And he's the Aussie. Chris Mitchell, our third announcer here for the weekend, also from Australia, pointing out that Freeman is from Canberra.
So you're going to have the delight of having another announcer with a different perspective, too, from halfway across the world. Aaron and I have like our own perspective, but Aaron's is much different than mine at times.
Well, mine's out there, all right.
Yeah, yours is out there. He doesn't hold back.
I've got my own reality.
Yeah. The world according to A. AJ Schumacher is your first lap leader, 38.494. He's running the hot bodies today, but we are on track with Russell Freeman all the way from Australia.
Well, he's running the hot bodies, the HB racing buggy in round 1. Who knows what he throws out for round 2, right?
That's good. No, it's for round 2. They got me after. Well, I don't know what they're doing, actually. Who knows? A good call.
Running update. What car is AJ Schumacher driving right now?
Is he driving a Schumacher? Oh. That would be kind of
He should in 10 scale.
Yeah.
Russell Freeman jumping back out front by just 4/1000ths of a second. And just as I say that, Gavin Dawson, the Kiwi, leaps over him into the lead. So we've got the New Zealander out front, the Australian in second, and Sigurist Ramon in third. Top 3 drivers separated by 1 second. And Russell Freeman on a 15-lap, 10 flat .750 after just 3 laps. Of course, that will slow down as the drivers come by for their pit stops in a few minutes. Only a handful of people making it all 10 minutes on a single tank of fuel. Probably just as many trying for it and coming up a little short.
A handful. So who were they? Adam Drake?
Oh, there have been people even further down in the order. I didn't keep track, but a couple of people I wouldn't have expected from deep in the heats here that were able to make it by for a whole 10-minute run. And actually, I think Drake pitted this round.
Oh, you're right. Well, yeah. Yeah, he was off the track at one point. Not broken, just got railroaded a little bit. Freeman, your leader. Ramon second. Burin third. Schumacher fourth. Gavin Dawson is fifth. We have a Team Associated instant replay coming to you. And
oh
man. Car 7, rough driving.
Wow, out of the park over there.
And he did get a rough driving.
As
I
he
actually
should've.
saw Elliott Boots do that yesterday.
Fly off the track?
No, he hit someone right there. I guess it's really easy to do, especially when you're going as fast as he is. And he got a R4 watcher driving. And then whoever just did that actually had a stop-and-go penalty when they come into pit lane. The good close-up shot. You see where all the bumps. You see the front wheels moving around on the cars. There's so many little bumps going in and out of the corner, especially right there also. Boom. He just pancaked on on the other one and bounced over. It's like a frog or leapfrog thing there.
Boing.
That is
Sergio Cisneros running in the 7th spot up here from Mexico. A few hundred miles here from Las Vegas.
They have a huge team here.
Yeah, they do.
Schumacher on a 15:10.09.7 at the moment.
But a very long lap, maybe off the track. Not sure what's going on with Schumacher.
Yeah, yep.
Ooh.
No,
still off the track. So Schumacher dropping to the bottom of the running order. And it's Javier Buteron.
Ah, you did it too. Haha.
Yeah. Javier Buteron leading the way. Russell Freeman second. Eyal Caldor third. Sergio Cisneros fourth. And Sigurist Ramon in fifth. The leader, a new leader now, Javier Buteron in pit lane. And back out, 6.067 for his pit stop. Whoa.
I think the whole track's a dance floor. Whoa.
Oh,
off the
boy.
back.
Almost out of the park. That's an honorary member of the Out of the Track Club.
That guy's probably got the biggest smile on his face in the pit. Well.
Or he's one of those guys that stresses out over having a bad run. 6:10 down, 3:50 left to go. Javier Buteron would be 168th if he finishes up here with his 15:10.16 pace. And after that pit stop, it's Russell Freeman, the Australian, back out front by 1.3 seconds over Eyal Caldor. Caldor now into pit lane for his first time, so Buteron might get back up to the second spot. These drivers are 2 laps slower than the time set by Elliott Boot earlier in the run. Caldor, Cisneros, Buteron third after pit stops, Freeman fourth, David Shea fifth. Getting back around Cisneros for the second spot. Top 3 within 1.1 seconds with less than 3 to go on the clock. It's only 0.6 from Caldor to Buteron in second, and half a second from Buteron to Cisneros.
You see when they come off the dance floor right there, those cars hop up. We've done a track fact on that. We've talked about it many times, but it's interesting because the bump is about, it's weird how it even developed. I don't even understand how it developed, but when you come off of the pavers there's about 3 or 4 inches, and then you hit it.
Right.
It's so strange.
I think it probably has, people get lined up coming off the bricks to go up the hill, and they punch it, and the tires are spinning when they go through the bricks. And so they're probably still spinning for the first couple inches of the dirt, and then they start scooping dirt.
But it doesn't go down.
It just goes up?
It's weird. It comes straight off, tapers down a touch, and then it's just a little wall.
Huh.
So interesting. Javier Buteron, your leader. That's who we're following. 39.475 his last lap. His pace of 15:10.21. The pace for second, Sergio's at 15:10.27. He's 6.7 seconds back. David Che now into that second spot. Russell Freeman to third. Gavin Dawson's fourth. Eyal Caldor is fifth. Danny Azevedo is sixth. And Sigurist Ramon seventh. So we got 2 from the Mexico team right there next to each other with Sergio Cisneros. AJ Schumacher looks like he is back out on the track after a 1:44 second lap. Ouch. We are going to have a 15-minute break right after this race. We have 1:10 left on the master clock right now. 15-minute lunch break, and you're going to want to come right back. Catch us on Facebook, live on Facebook. You're going to catch us on liverc.com, also on Twitch, our YouTube channel, and because all the fast guys are going to be coming up. Race number 1, 2, and 3. That's what set the pace for the whole day, specifically race number 3. But that will change today because not so much water will be on the track for the first 2 heats. All the dust has been moved to the side. There's a racing line formed in the track. It's going to be really interesting. I think that'll be a little bit closer this time because race 2 was much quicker than race number 1. and then race number 3 was quicker, a lot quicker than race number 2. So it'll be the playing field will be a little more even right now, I think, in the second round.
We'll see if Elliott Boots can repeat the feat from round number 1 and set the fastest time again in qualifier number 2. Coming up in about 20 minutes. Stick around for round number 2 of qualifying here at the IFMAR 1/8 scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships presented by Proline Racing and Kyosho. As round number 1 coming to a close now, the master clock has rung for heat number 18. Javier Buran from Uruguay with a 14.2 second gap back to Russell Freeman and David Che in third. Buran working on lap number 15. This will be his final lap. Like David Che with a long lap. He may not make it by to finish up his 15-lap run. Actually, Che did not pit, so there's another driver that tried to make it on all 10 minutes on a tank of fuel and ran out.
Oh, man, but that was so close.
Yeah, only came up 2 laps short.
I think sometimes they don't add in that warm,
the first exit lap, yep. And car number 6, Daniel Azevedo from South Africa, getting penalized for trying to restart the race after the tone. So the drivers can restart the race all they want until the master clock expires. And then once that happens, you're not allowed to leave pit lane. So Azevedo getting penalized for doing that. Looks like Che and Dawson may be off the track. And so that's going to wrap us up here. Javier Buteron taking the win. Russell Freeman second. Sigurist Ramon third. Sergio Cisneros fourth. Eyal Caldor rounding out the top 5. Then Che sixth. Dawson 7th. Schumacher 8th. Azevedo 9th. Juan Carlos Palacios Ruiz 10th. And Maza, Salazar, and Hossein 11th through 13th. So now we have a 15-minute break before the start of round number 1. Or excuse me, heat number 1 of round number 2. At the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships, live from the RC tracks of Las Vegas. Brought to you by Proline Racing and Kyosho.
It's like they're going to lay back into the track again with some water. You're not going to hear us for a little bit. We're going to actually take a lunch break as well. But keep your browser up because we got a lot of different content. We got some interviews and stuff that we're going to show you. So stay glued. We'll be back shortly.
They've got a few new parts. You can just carry a lot more speed everywhere, honestly. It jumps really good. It's just got more grip, more steering, more traction in the corners. It's a good improvement.
You can push it a lot harder, and it's a lot easier to drive.
Big improvement. We put it down straight away. I had to adjust because there's so much more steering. Yeah, no, it was moving in the right direction.
Main changes are just in the front end, the geometry-wise. The rear suspension mount's a little bit different to give a different kick up. The front arm is longer, so you run like a narrower pivot, and then also the Ackerman changed a little bit.
逆にいい風に言うと綺麗に丸く回ってくれるっていうか、でそういう意味では TKI3 と比べて走りやすい車にはなってるかもしれない。
フロントアームをちょっとこうロング化して、フロントの間隔をちょっと変えて、あとはあっちこっちの各気になる3で気になるところを 各場所をこう直した感じ。
Proline tires have been awesome. We have an advantage for sure.
In the world of radio-controlled cars, only one company has dominated racing for more than 50 years. Team Associated radio-controlled cars and trucks are true champions by design. Together, we have won multiple national championship races and claimed more than 27 world championship titles. No other RC car company even comes close. So be part of the winning team and get behind the wheel of a Team Associated car or truck. Will you be the next world champion?
It's official. David Ronafalk is your top seed going into qualifying tomorrow here at the 2016 IFMAR Nitro Off-Road World Championships. David, when I was watching you drive that last round, you looked super confident out there with your car. You could put it anywhere you wanted to go. You're stringing together a lot of consistent laps. Take us through your run and then tell us how it made you feel.
Yeah, I mean, we've been working a little bit on the setup of the car. For the last one, we tried to make the suspension a little softer. We also switched to the old gridirons. We're working really good for me out there. It was just more easy to drive. It didn't really, like with the twos, I felt like the rear end would swing around coming out of the corners. And this, like with the old gridirons, it just made the car easier to drive out of the corner, and I could keep the traction of the rear end. We still have to improve a little bit on the shock package, I feel like. I think we didn't, the temperature went down a little bit this night, and we didn't follow with the shock at all. So probably tomorrow we have to see what the weather does, but we have to adjust the shocks a little bit more for the temperature. Other than that, the car is working amazing. I'm feeling super confident out there. Even with traffic, I was still able to do really good lap times. I didn't think I was going that fast as I did, but yeah, the times just show I had a really good car out there. So yeah, we have the base for now. The track is obviously gonna be changing a lot during qualifying, so we'll have to see what we have to do with the car. But yeah, for now I'll just stick with it as it is for the first one tomorrow, and yeah, hope it'll be the same feelings I had in the last one today.
Man, it was awesome. I was watching you out there. Now, you said you went to a super soft gridiron, right? So we know that's not going to last in the finals and stuff like that, most likely being that compound. So are you already thinking about going into finals and stuff, or just going to see what happens with the track tomorrow, see what you're going to run for tire?
I think we have to see what happens with the track first. I mean, what I heard, the final is going to be run pretty late. I heard somebody saying 6 p.m., so it's going to be cooler. We're probably going to have to run on the lights if it's that late. So then I think the Super Soft should be fine. We also have the long wear Super Soft as an option. So I'm probably going to try those through during qualifying and see how they work. They shouldn't be too far away, but they last longer. So yeah, we have that option, and yeah, everything just feels really good, and I'm super happy with my package, and for sure it's going to be good.
Awesome, David. Thank you so much for your time. It just feels like qualifying sometimes when they're doing this, but it's still practice. Practice ended today. We're going to go into qualifying tomorrow. This is your top seed, HB Racing sensation, David Ronefalk. And stay tuned. We're going into opening ceremonies right after this. We're here with Team OS Racing's Ty Tessman. We're going to go over the new OSB 2102 motor.
Yeah, so for the 2102, we have the new low-profile head that they basically use the same amount of aluminum, just spread it out, kind of made it a lot lower profile. I think it's around 14 millimeters lower, which has made a really big difference in the car's handling. It really keeps the speed corners and stuff. It's just been working really good for me. I've been testing it for the last 4 months, and it's really been working out good. So we're really excited to do that for this race, and I think it'll be a good thing, and I think it's going to be kind of what you're going to see in the future for engine companies to do.
Now, you said you've been testing for 4 months, so you've obviously been doing that privately. One of the things that some of our viewers were talking about is, well, how do you know? Where do you temp it at now? Just on the side of the head?
No, you just kind of gauge, kind of like you don't hold it against because you can actually touch the glow plug with the above. I think they'll get eventually used to where you're supposed to temp it. It's just a little bit new right now.
30 minutes early tomorrow at 8:30 is when we're going to be starting tomorrow, which will be Wednesday, so race number 7. You guys will be up at IFMAR, and what time we'll be done with tonight. We will be starting 30 minutes sooner tomorrow at 8:30, so make sure you guys are all there. 8:30 start time tomorrow morning.
He took the microphone in his face, he like woke up, said something in French, and then Bob cut off recording right. Like, oh God, great.
And we all mechanics and board drivers to pick up your vehicles out of tech from the last couple of races. All drivers and mechanics pick up your vehicles out of tech from the last couple of races, please. And race number 18 will need you out on the track to turn marshal. Andre Salazar to the 1, David Shade to the 2, Russell Friedman to the 3, Sergio Cisneros to the 4, Gavin Dawson to the 5, Daniel Azevedo to the 6, Nicholas Ramon to the 7, AJ Schumacher to the 8, Kyle Caldor to the 9, Javier Barun to the 10, Nicholas Mazza to the 11, Juan Carlos Palacios Ruiz to the 12, and Stephen Hussein to the 13 cone.
People in the chat room are asking to see the Tessman interview again too when we up.
Mario. Hi. How are you? Doing good? All right. Nice to see you. Working on that suntan? Okay.
We're here.
Here's Adrian's D815 V2 with a few new tweaks. First of all, we got the new hardened arms. They're
Welcome back to the Proline Racing broadcast studio here at the RC Tracks of Las Vegas as we get ready for round number 2 of qualifying at the 2016 1/8 scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships, live from the RC Tracks of Las Vegas. I'm Aaron Waldron, joined in here by, in the broadcast booth by my new partner for the weekend, Chris Mitchell, as we got Gary Guest out on the track and roaming around in the driver's stand, the pit area for interviews, product spotlights, and a whole lot more. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
I am feeling really good and excited to finally be here in Las Vegas. It's only taken me 30 hours of travel to come from little old Perth, Western Australia, but I'm pumped to be here and finally get into qualifying round 2.
And this is your first 8-scale off-road world championships you've attended as well.
Yep, first 8-scale worlds and first time in the States, and then by default, first time in wonderful Las Vegas.
Oh boy, we've got a lot to catch you up on here.
Yeah.
This is a strange city. We're going to head back out to the track here. I just wanted to give you guys an idea where this Australian accent is coming from here from the Proline broadcast booth. Let's get ready for round number 2. And the loop has now begun for heat number 1 of round number 2. In this heat, David Ronafalk, Ty Tessman, Dakota Fenn, Stephen Hartson, Ryan Lutz, Neil Craig, Joe Bornhorst, Kyle McBride, Alex Koskiushek, Timu Lino, Cole Ogden, Jerome Agwan, and Josh Glancy getting the start here in heat 1 of 18.
Finally, really cool for me to actually see the split times in action here at RC Tracks Las Vegas. I've been a new one to that one with the lifetime format. Watched Tessman get it all sorts of wrong and flips it over.
Tessman was the fastest driver here in round number 1 in this heat, was 5th overall for round number 1 as he drops down Fremont Street. He's got Ryan Lutz right behind him. Excuse me, that's not Lutz. I'm not sure whose paint job that is. We'll get a chance to see when they come by the line.
No, that's Lutz.
Is it? Yeah, I was right. So Tessman with a rough first lap. 37.6 is going to drop him all the way down to the 12th spot as his HB Racing teammate David Ronafalk runs out front. Ronafalk was 8th in round number 1. Remember, each driver's 4 best runs out of 6 by the IFMAR qualifying point system will count. And a tumble here from
Ronafalk.
Yeah, Ronafalk crashing hard through the crapshoot. Luckily able to land on his wheels, did not need a turn marshal. Ronafalk's first lap was a 35.457. And will surely be slower than that here on round number 2. Cole Ogden starting off with a 35.592 and then a 35.264 is the early leader as drivers make their way by for lap number 2.
Ogden breaking out early, still trying to get Tessman, or Tessman still trying to get himself into a rhythm. He's down in 12th at the moment. Had a crash on the opening lap and hasn't quite seemed to be able to recover just yet.
Tessman's second lap was a 35.592, so he's right on pace with the rest of the drivers. Unfortunately, just needs time to climb his way back. Ogden, Fenn, Cragg, Lutz, and McBride, the top 5. Right now, Ogden has the fastest lap of the race, a 35.180 this last time by the line. Ronafalk working his way over the fadeaway double into the Snake Eyes section. on the left side of the track has a little bit of open track ahead, but Ronafalk, of course, has slipped to the 11th spot. Kyle McBride already pitting at the 2.5-minute mark. Actually, it looks like that may have been an error. So the only driver that has pitted was Ty Tessman. He pitted right at the 2-minute mark, and that will allow him to stretch out the rest of the race. Ronafalk coming in, as we see someone over there waving a hat. In and out, Pierre with the fuel gun. Ronafalk exiting with a full tank of fuel. McBride has pitted as well. Ogden, Cragg, Fenn, Agwan, and McBride leading the way so far. Cole Ogden on a 17:10:04 pace. That is right about what Elliott Boots did in the first round. Fenn running second, Cragg third, Lutz fourth, Agwan fifth. Ronafalk bouncing through the back right section of the track. Jerome Agwan coming into pit lane was running right behind him. Here's Dakota Fenn running in the second spot. He was 0.3 of a second behind Cole Ogden last lap, and a new personal best for Dakota, a 35.341 last lap, chopped off nearly 2 seconds from Cole Ogden's lead. Here comes Fenn into pit lane.
Airing it out off that ramp into the pit lane too. A little risky.
Jerry Blodgett fueling the car and then putting it back down after the car had been caught. Fenn jumping over the fadeaway double. Joe Bornhorst right ahead of him, getting a little bit out of shape. And squirrely again as they head over to the ante-up. And so Bornhorst checks up, lets Fenn go by. Fenn was 0.4 of a second behind new leader Ryan Lutz. However, Lutz right behind Fenn on the track now. Lutz hasn't pitted yet. So it's Lutz, Fenn, Cragg, Bornhorst, and Hartson at the 4:40 mark.
Watching Fenn's line choice coming off the dance floor, chooses to go right up against the inside fight to miss that big lip that started to form there as you get off the bricks and hit the clay. Once drivers start doing that, that part's going to blow out too. So it's almost a no-brainer to just try and go through the rough stuff and deal with it as you go.
Well, at the moment, it would certainly be faster to miss the bump. But once it's all across the whole track, then yeah, they'll have no choice. Fenn is still with Bornhorst right behind him. Unfortunately for Joe, this race not going quite as he would like. He's down in the 10th spot. We see Fenn across the dance floor. This time he did just go straight through the bump. A little
out real sideways.
Yeah, a little out of shape as he headed toward the poker table as well. Fenn has slipped to the 4th spot as Ryan Lutz has now come in and out of pit lane. Alex Koskiuszek was up to the top spot, but then his pit lap drops him down to 9th. So now it's Ronafalk, Lutz, Ogden, Tessman, and Fenn, top 5 as pit stops have cycled through. Here's Cole Ogden, the 3rd place driver, running 0.3 of a second behind Lutz, and the top 3 separated by just 0.6.
Ogden just choosing to go a little safer there, checked up over that right side double. I think they're calling that the poker table, is that correct?
The tabletop over there. And Ogden over the fadeaway double, heading to the ante-up on the left side of the track.
He's looking pretty stable and settled.
Yeah, Ogden was 1/1000th of a second behind Ryan Lutz on the clock last time by the line. Kissing the pipe a little bit through Fremont Street as we move back with Ryan Lutz up at the top of the Hoover Dam, following right behind Ty Tessman. Tessman now the new race leader by, Ogden jumping back up. Now Fenn back to the top of the charts. Tessman and Lutz are right together on the clock and the track. Lutz now 0.3 of a second up on Tessman at the line last time by. So the top 5 with 3:15 left to go. Dakota Fenn, Cole Ogden, Ryan Lutz, Ty Tessman, and David Ronafalk. All 3 drivers on a 17-lap, 23 or 24 pace. The top 5 actually all within 1 second with 3 minutes left to go.
They're very tight in the top 5. Bornhorst sitting there in the 6th spot. Koskiuszek in the 7. Timo Lino in 8. Kyle McBride finals in 8 in the 9. And Stephen Hartston rounding out the 10 at this stage. With about 2 minutes 45 left on the clock.
Tessman swapped hard coming onto the straightaway this lap. That last lap, though, was a 36.2. Oh, and getting it wrong over the high roller. Lutz gets into him. Lutz was already ahead on the clock. And now Tessman would not be able to pass Lutz on the clock without getting around him on the track. So definitely not the second qualifying run Tessman was hoping for. Certainly not the first day of qualifying he's hoping for after setting the fastest time in 4 of 6 rounds at the 2014 World Championships. But Lutz in a great position right now, as is Dakota Fend, who's got a half second on the field.
Lutz was just a little out of shape coming over the poker table and sort of set him up. Started setting him up from exiting the dance floor. He got up on 2 wheels and just escorted him all the way out to the pipe and had to go over a bit out of shape. And now that set him up to have Tessman all over the rear wing. Obviously looking for a way past to try and claim back some time. He has to get around Lutz to go around him on time. Tessman sitting down in the 5 spot while Lutz is in the 2 at the moment.
This is going to probably slow them both down because Lutz is playing a little bit of defense. You see him go wide here. Tessman looking to the inside. He had to check up so as not to ruin both of their races. Really unfortunate. Whoa! Catching a lucky break there is actually
Bornhorst having to get marshaled.
Yeah, Lutz's Techno RC teammate Joe Bornhorst upside down right at the finish line. And luckily both Lutz and Tessman were able to get by.
Bornhorst goes over again at the fadeaway.
And now Dakota Fend with a 9/10 of a second advantage on Ryan Lutz. His pace a 17:10.21 with 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go. A 10:21 in the first round was 16th. So either the track is quite a bit slower here in round number 2, or Dakota simply isn't having that great of a run. With 1 minute left to go, Fend in the first round did a 17:10.14. So this is 7 seconds slower than his first round time. Fend was 7th in round number 1. He heads up the Hoover Dam down Fremont Street. And we see a lot of the drivers coming up short on that step down as the lip has worn away completely.
Yeah, definitely no more pop left in that one, and it's going to get even worse. Well, as it wears flat, it's really going to, it's not going to get any worse after that, you'd say. So it might just become a common practice just to drop the rear wheels onto that and case your way out, throttle on, and try and save the car.
As long as you can get it back on all 4 wheels in time to put the hammer down for Fremont Street. Picking up here with Ryan Lutz. Lutz has Tessman right behind him, but Tessman is in 5th on the clock. Here's Lutz up and down from the Hoover Dam to Fremont Street. His last lap, a 35.984, as he's now in sector number 3. Just on this last lap alone, Lutz had the fastest time through sector 3, and this time just a couple tenths of a second slower than that. Half second behind Fend, as both of the top 2 drivers now working on lap number 17 of this 17-lap run. Dakota Fend on a 17:10.20 pace with a 495 thousandth of a second advantage.
Yeah, Lutz looked really smooth coming around the tabletop that time by. Actually got it sideways through the air and just powered on as soon as he got the tyres touching the dirt once again. Didn't even flinch, and the car settled down. He powered across the line. Not quite the fastest lap of the run, but managed to close up the gap a little bit more. We'll see whether he can do better as he comes across the line now. No, Fenn still held him out. So Fenn gets the number 1 from heat 1 of round 2 from Ryan Lutz in second, and Ty Tessman elevating himself up into the 3rd spot late in the run.
Cole Ogden 4th, David Ronafalk 5th, then Lino 6th, Koskiushek 7th, McBride 8th, Agwan 9th, Bornhorst 10th, Hartson 11th, and Glancy 12th. Unfortunately, Neil Craig off the track after just 5 laps. That was heat number 1 of round number 2 here at the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships, presented by Proline Racing and Kyosho. Now, Chris, what did you think of how the drivers there in heat number 1 handled what looks like the track getting quite a bit worse?
Well, the track, yeah, I would be pretty green to this one because I haven't been around in the early stages of the event, but the track looked pretty difficult, and it really struggling to come to terms, especially coming up into the 5-car draw, the single double-double.
Going to a J Concepts pit report on the driver's stand with heat number 1 winner Dakota Fend.
We're here with Dakota Fend. This is the 2nd round of qualifying. Dakota, you got the win in that race number 1. It was only by a couple tenths of a second. It was going back and forth. Track looks like all of a sudden it'll just jump out and bite your car. Can you take us through your run a little bit?
Yeah, the track has slowed down quite a bit. I tried different tires just to be a little bit safer. I think the track is definitely slower. So just went out there. I had one little bobble. Besides that, was a clean run. I think there was some traffic for all of us, so I just tried to get through that as cleanly as I could. Happy with that run. Hopefully, it'll be a top 5. We'll see how the rest of the guys go. If the track was slower, or if our heat just ended up being a lot slower.
A lot of our viewers are wondering, a lot of their questions are the track evolving, and we asked that question to a lot of the different racers, but in your mind, what percentage has it gone to harder to drive than round 1?
The track has gotten a lot harder. Every time we go out there, since there's such a, 5-6 hours in between, it changes quite a lot. There's new bumps. Previous bumps are even bigger than before. So we got 2 minutes to figure it out.
All right, thanks, Dakota. Good run.
Thank you.
Back to you, Aaron.
Thank you, Gary, for that J Concepts pit report. Coming up here in heat number 2, Davide Ungaro unfortunately did not have the first round of qualifying that he would have liked. He was 22nd quick with a 17-lap 10:23. Spencer Rivkin as well, probably even worse off. Oh, absolutely worse off.
Whoa.
81st in round number 1. Not the opening to his world championship he was looking for. Ricardo Bertone was 6th in round number 1. That was a pretty solid run. Mayfield was 3rd fast. Mike Truey doing quite well in round number 1 was 13th. Robert Battier, 63rd, so he'll be looking for a better run. Drake was 61st, just a couple of steps up from his. I'm sorry, Robert Battier was 11th. So Battier actually had a pretty good run, but Drake, however, was down in 61st. So that's not the run he was looking for. Cody King, 9th in round number 1. Jonathan Skidmore here in group number 2. The Brit was 21st. I have to imagine Skidmore probably feels like he's, if not beating expectations, at least a nice, pleasant surprise for him in round number 1. Dylan Rodriguez was 52nd in round 1, so I imagine he'll like to improve. Tyler Jones had problems in round number 1. He alligatored the body right at the beginning, and it just got worse from there. Danny Battier was 63rd, and Ricardo Montero was 72nd. Those are the drivers here in heat number 2, round number 2, at the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 Scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships. SoCal Mitch asking our chat room, wonder when some will go to bigger pin tire to help get through the ruts? Probably not, unless the track gets really, really bad.
They're going to make the car super edgy as well. It's not going to be a fun car to drive if you're trying to race with someone.
Yeah, I think just with the speed of many of the sections on this track, they would just be too slow. I mean, the bigger pin tires tend to not have the same amount of steering. Okay, Gombe, yeah, no track maintenance ever, Johnny G. They only water every race. Ongaro now 10.16. Few fast laps after lap 5. Wids with an appropriate observation there. Car is quite a bit quicker at the beginning. And Steve PRC asking if we have any read on tire wear. I haven't yet, but I will get my pit reporter on top of that.
You wouldn't expect tire wear to be that major, really, at the moment. I mean, Ronald Falk top seeded using super soft AKA gridirons, and I think the image that I saw on Facebook while I was sitting in an airport trying to catch up on all the details showed the tires that were on the car, and they looked barely worn at all. So, but that said, it's only a 10-minute run. I didn't know how many laps Ronald Falk did in that 10-minute run. It might come into play later on, but we have to get a better read on it.
Tommy82 predicting in this race, Ryan Mayfield, Davide Ongaro, and Spencer Rivkin. Bypass 911 would run Badlands. Interesting tire choice. Perhaps that's why he's not competing at the IFMAR Worlds.
Yeah, I think I've still got a set of Badlands at home from my Baja 5B.
Be interesting to see here how round number 2 shakes out.
Everyone doing a couple of warm-up laps before we get underway with our 10-minute qualifying session for Heat 2, Round 2. David Ongaro.
Yeah.
He was looking fast in practice. I mean, was that a surprise for a lot of people to see the young Italian get up there and put his name on top of the sheets really early on?
A lot of the North Americans, I'm sure. I don't think too many of the Europeans were surprised by that. Ryan Mayfield was the fastest in heat number 2, round number 1. Ricardo Bertone finished second. Cody King was third. Robert Batlle was fourth. Mike Truey fifth. Skidmore sixth. Ongaro seventh.
Well, definitely the young Italian David Ongaro, one to watch as the week progresses here, and he's about to take a start along with Rivkin, Berton, Mayfield, Truey, Batlle. The two Battles out there, Adam Drake, King, Skidmore, Rodriguez, Jones, and Monteiro. Who's your pick for this one, Aaron?
It's really hard to pick against Mayfield in any race ever.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
We are following along here with Dylan Rodriguez right here from Las Vegas, Nevada, as he comes by the line to start his clock down Las Vegas Boulevard, up the high roller, through the fadeaway double, around the snake eyes. We'll see the bumps exiting there. Rodriguez going to the inside of the holes there in the off-camber corner, and then sweeping around the holes, developing in the right-hand turn, leading up to the ante-up step-up over the 5-card draw. Bouncing there before the dance floor, and then kicking up pretty hard after the dance floor this time. Ongaro right behind Rodriguez.
You'd say Rodriguez is kicking it hard on the dance floor?
Yeah, absolutely I would. He is from Vegas after all. Here is Ryan Mayfield through the 5-pack section. And Mayfield across the dance floor to come by for his first lap.
He's choosing that tight exit line, the same as Fenn. We'll see how long that lasts as the race progresses.
Mayfield's first lap, not stellar. 36.256 is going to leave him in the 7th spot. Mayfield through the off-camber section. There's a good shot there at the ruts developing on the entrance of that corner as well that are not visible from our driver's stand camera. Mayfield jumping quite a ways into the crapshoot section and over the what has not become as tricky as we thought it would be, the 5-card draw, holding up pretty well so far after the first round of qualifying. Mayfield this time by much better, 35.946. That makes him just one of 5 drivers so far that have done a 35-second lap.
And we're following along with Cody King now as he comes out of the dance floor, around the poker table and onto Las Vegas Boulevard. Oh, those bumps at turn 1 really looking pretty gnarly there as he pops over the high roller. Goes very tight on the fadeaway, trying to miss the bumps, and then shoots off pretty wide on the landing of that. So it's hard to judge in some of these sections here as he comes up into the crapshoot now. I'm really enjoying this section here at the crapshoot. I mean, I've only been here for like half an hour, but I'm really enjoying that section. Just watching the drivers. Some drivers going really big and then getting a little bit over-exuberant and running wide and having to pick up the car in the dust and trying to catch it. And other guys trying to go the safe line.
Stack up there in the middle of the track. I'm not sure who the white, orange, and blue car was that smacked into the pipe. That was Ricardo Monteiro, who unfortunately tangled up with Cody King there. And that's going to slow down King's entrance lap. It was a 40.076 with that little tangle. We pick up here with Mike Truey across the dance floor, up over the hip and to the poker table. Truey out front now, his last lap at 36.321. He had a 74/1000th of a second advantage on Spencer Rivkin. Rivkin out front of his mentor, Ryan Mayfield. Mayfield running fourth. Davide Ongaro now jumping out front. So Mugen Seiki teammates Ongaro and Truey 1 and 2 as we follow along with Mr. Smiley, Mike Truey, over the 5-card draw.
And Truey's form just then through the crapshoot was, I would pinpoint that as perfect form running. They landed, wheels turned on the apex, a dab of the brake, and boom, around the corner. That's all she wrote.
That's all you need to do in that corner if you land it right, but get it wrong and it's pay the price. That's why it's the crapshoot.
Absolutely.
Around the Snake Eyes section, see Truey's car actually yawing a bit to the left under braking before the off-camera right-hand corner. Able to get it back going the proper direction, but see just how hard these drivers are driving into many of these low-speed corners following high-speed sections, and Truey's got lap traffic coming up ahead, including Ryan Mayfield. Mayfield ducking there into pit lane. Truey able to stretch out the legs that OS engines down the Las Vegas Boulevard. He's still got, I think that's Rivkin coming up ahead. Batye, Ungaro, Bertone, Rodriguez, Mayfield, Rivkin, and King have all pitted now.
We're following David Ongaro just coming through the snake eyes. Has to go wide to let go. I can't tell who that is, actually. Who's running with Ongaro, Aaron?
I believe that's Skidmore, but I'm not sure. Ungaro's last lap was a 36.935. He was only 77 thousandths of a second behind his Mugen Seiki Racing teammate, Mike Truey. So we'll see after these pit stops shake out. Truey still hasn't pitted. I can't imagine he's going to try to go 10. Ungaro coming by here with a 40.4 was part of his pit lap as well, I believe. So Ungaro's done with fuel stops for the rest of the race. Let's see what he can do now that he's got 5 minutes to try to pick up the pace, but first he's got to get around slower traffic.
Yeah, he's running there with Ricardo Berton as they come into the 5-car draw. Ungaro's line exiting that nice and that time by running mid-track straight into that hole that's in the middle of the road there, but the lap previous ran it all the way out to the pipe. Absolutely full punch, full lock, full throttle, just loving the sideways action through the dirt and the looser stuff on the outside of the circuit. But David Ongaro is looking pretty solid. Oh, as we say that, I put the mockers on him and he goes over on our fadeaway jump.
Tyler Jones having an incredible run. Hasn't yet pitted. A personal best lap back on lap number 6 of a 36.367. The young Midwesterner driving the team associated buggy coming out of nowhere here, taking over the race lead by 0.4 of a second over Davide Ongaro. We'll have to see what Jones can do after making his pit stop. He's one of just 5 drivers that hasn't yet pitted. Ongaro taking over the top spot from Jones by 0.13 of a second. But Tyler Jones potentially making up for the bad luck mechanical issues in round number 1 in a huge way. Jones was the 2015 junior national champion here in the United States. A little sideways after the 5-pack there. Heading up over the poker table. We'll see what he's got this lap. Last time I was a personal best 35.978.
And this is the pit lap.
And Jones ducking into pit lane. Actually, that last lap, though, was no good. 42.3. So, unfortunately, that 42.3 and then a pit lap. Jones is going to be out to lunch here in this round.
Yeah, he's absolutely gone way down the field now, showing on our screen as 10th on his in-lap and now on the roof.
Bad to worse. Yep. So, that Cinderella story over before the first page was complete. Unfortunately, Davide Ongaro now with a 3.4 second advantage over Spencer Rivkin. But then from Rivkin to 0.6 of a second back to Ricardo Bertone as we pick up here with the blue and purple of the current Roar National Champion here in 2016. Rivkin jumping into the crapshoot. Looks like he's got, not sure that that's Mayfield ahead.
I believe you're right. Mayfield in front of Rivkin. Yeah, you can see the. Maybe not. That's not Mayfield. No.
That's Danny Batye.
Yep.
And then Rivkin right behind both of the Batye brothers. Rivkin is 2.9 seconds behind Davide Ongaro. So the young Italian maybe picking back up where he was in earlier practice. He's on a 17:10:22 pace. That would put him third for the round at the moment with one quick heat left to go. Fenn, Lutz, Ongaro would be the top 3 if Ongaro can finish up here on this 17:10:22. He's got a 2.6 second advantage back to Ricardo Bertone. Bertone on pace to go a half second slower than what Tessman did.
As we're following Bertone now coming over the poker table and onto Las Vegas Boulevard. I was just wanting to point out, looks like Rivkin's really enjoying that new/prototype body that J Concepts have given him. Interesting to point out, the body looks very similar to the Ultimate Racing shell that David Ongaro and Robert Battier and a few of the other Mugen drivers coming out of Europe run. So similar design concepts coming to play. Might be the new generation of 8-scale bodies out here.
Bertone right now trying to close what is a 2.5 second gap to Davide Ongaro as we've got 3 youngsters running up front. 2 from Italy, 1 from the United States. Bertone chopping off 3/10 of a second nearly to Davide Ungaro. But just as I say that, Ungaro rips off a new personal best, 35.342. The gap is back to 2.9 seconds. As we pick up here with Ungaro, who's coming up on the rear wing of his Mugen Seiki Racing teammate, Mike Truey. They were dicing it on the track a little bit earlier in this race. And now back together again. Ungaro, Bertone, Rivkin, Batye, and Mayfield top 5 with 20 seconds left to go.
Interesting to see Ungaro not the fastest young man on track, though, is Ricardo Berton, his fellow countryman. Throws down a 35.16 much earlier in the race on lap 3. So a couple of tenths faster, but you've got to put a lot of them together, and that is exactly what Ungaro is doing at the moment with a 3.4 second lead over his fellow countryman, Ricardo Berton, as I think we just spotted someone going over.
That might have been Bertone.
Looks like it from what we can see, the colours back here.
Crashing on top of the ante-up. I believe that was Bertone, so that could knock him out of the second spot. He was only 1 second up on Spencer Rivkin. That was a really unfortunate place to crash. I'm not sure how he would have been able to tumble up the hill there and crash upside down. So Ungaro is going to come by to take the win here, 17-10-20. And as we weren't paying attention, 0.2 of a second faster than what Dakota Fenn did in the previous heat. New TQ for Davide Ungaro, the Mugen Seiki racer from Italy, 17-10-20.034 as we wait for the rest of the heat here.
And we saw Berton drop to 5th on that last lap, so that put Rivkin into the 2 spot, which is fast enough for 4th overall in the round, trying to say them 2 together at once. And then Ryan Mayfield, 3rd, which puts him in 6th overall for the round from Robert Bataille in 4th, which shows him 7th overall in the round.
Got a J Concepts pit report on the driver's stand with heat number 2 winner, Davide Ungaro. Take it away, Gary.
15-year-old sensation from Italy, Davide Ungaro. We're going to have a translator here, Ricky. Davide, awesome run. How are you feeling after that first round?
Ho detto gran manche. Come ti senti dopo questo risultato?
Sono molto felicissimo. All'inizio c'era un po' di traffico, ma si sono spostati, però la macchina andava bene, tutto andava perfetto, le gomme anche. Sono felice.
He's very, very happy. He had a little traffic issues at the beginning of the race, but then he managed to get through pretty easily. He's had fair play from the others, from the back markers, so he's pretty happy. Car, tires, everything worked perfectly.
So do you think the track came around where you were because it was like this similar dry condition when he was really fast in practice as well?
Pensi che la pista sia più simile a quando eri molto veloce nelle prove libere o comunque è adatta al tuo stile di guida adesso?
Sì, la pista si sta bucando rispetto alle prove libere, però piano piano mi sto adattando alla guida che bisogna avere per questa pista.
So yeah, the track is actually bumpier than in the free practice, but he's getting used to it and he's adapting his driving style to the new conditions. So all good.
Awesome job. Way to go. All right. That's Davide Ungaro. I'm Gary Guest. Back to you guys in the booth.
High fives are international language.
Absolutely. You can't get better than a high five, but just taking TQ in the round with one more fast round to go. As Elliott Boots, Jared Tebow, Ryan Cavalieri.
Heat number 3. Oh, we've got another J Concepts pit report coming up here.
We're going to catch up with Jared Tebow. He's standing up here getting ready for his race. He was 2nd in round number 1. Let's grab him here. Hey, Jared. How's it going, buddy?
Getting ready to hit the track here shortly.
Any changes to your car after that phenomenal round 1?
Did a tire setup change, so going to try something different. I haven't ran yet, and should be good. Looking forward to it.
You've been always well known to do really good on these dry, bumpy tracks, so we look forward to the track coming around to you. Not that you can't drive on anything, but any type of strategy going into this.
Just clean 10 minutes. That's my goal, and just try to build confidence, Happy with my speed so far, and, yeah, track's coming to me.
Thank you. That's Jared. We're getting kicked off.
Gary Guest getting booted from the driver's stand. Talking to Jared Tebow right before the start here of heat number 3, his second round of qualifying. Tebow was second fastest behind Kyosho teammate Elliott Boots, as both of them coming out of heat number 3 here. in the first round. Ryan Cavallari finished third in this heat in the previous round and was fourth fastest. So 3 of the top 4 drivers in round number 1, all from this heat. Joan Figueiredo, fourth, was 10th overall, and Renaud Savoia, rounding out the top 5 here in round number 1, was 12th overall. So heat 3 very quick in round number 1. As Gary and I were talking about a little bit at the end of round number 1, the track was super wet when they started heat 1 of round 1, and that may have penalized the drivers that were in that first heat. The fastest in round 1 was actually Ty Tessman, and he was only 5th. Fenn and Ronafalk were 7th and 8th. So let's see if this round shakes out a little bit more evenly among the top 3 drivers. The way that they stacked the entrance from seating practice, it should be a little bit more even.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens as we're about to go racing. We're about to send cars out once they're finished doing the track water ahead of Heat 3 for round 2. But already Fenn from Heat 1, Lutz from round 1, both sitting 2nd and 3rd so far after we've had the first 2 heats of round 2. Of course, Ongaro went to the top of the sheet. Rivkin from the 2nd heat. Tessman from the 1st heat in the 5th spot, but didn't quite have the greatest of runs, especially in the opening stages. Tessman really getting all out of shape and cost himself a lot of time there, Aaron.
Yep, and it's going to be interesting to see how the Kyosho teammates can perform here in what has been certainly rougher conditions. We are just a couple minutes from finding out after the drivers get a chance to go out and warm up their engines, break in brand new tires.
Everyone very keen to get out on track, holding the cars up, just waiting for the signal to just drop them in, give their drivers as much time as possible on the track for the warm-up, maximising the track time any way you possibly can to try and gain an advantage as we're going through qualifying.
Here is Ryan Cavallari, 2nd from 2 years ago at the 2014 World Championships. Came just short of Team Associated's first 8-scale world title. Team LOC Racing and Team Associated, of course, both competing to see who will be the first U.S.-based manufacturer to take a world championship. Both of them have second-place finishes. Mike Truey drove a TLR buggy to 2nd spot at the 2008 Worlds. And Cavallari did it with an Associated car 2 years ago. So it'll be interesting to see both teams with stacked driver rosters coming into this year's race, but they've got a lot of competition here at the 2016 IFMAR Nitro Off-Road World Championships presented by Proline Racing and Kyosho. Those sponsors specifically stepping up and doing more than ever we've ever had, more than we could ask for, to help us bring you coverage of this year's World Championships live for free across so many different platforms. Really appreciate help from all of our sponsors, and especially Proline and Kyosho here this year. Getting ready, good view here from the Kyosho pit lane cam as we get ready for race number 3. If there is no new TQ run out of this heat, it would be a huge shock if it came later in the round.
Yeah, definitely you'd expect the TQ run to come from one of these 3 heats in this round. Of course, David Ongaro is the man to beat with a 17:10:20.034 as we're counting down the last few seconds before this heat starts their 10-minute run. And fuel stops, I haven't been keeping much track of it lately, Aaron, but some drivers choosing to go with a stop and others really trying to stretch it out, and some in the lower ranks are not quite making it.
Yeah, it seems like the majority of the fast guys are just pitting. They don't want to throw away an early run, especially, by going for a gamble and not making it. I'm sure we'll see more of that as the week wears on. If you need a really good run in round number 5, for example, maybe you might try to go for the gamble, but
Absolutely. It might pay off, and it might just all fall in a heap as well.
Yep. You're picking up here with a round number 1 top qualifier, Elliott Boots, over the fadeaway double.
I think there's nothing more nerve-wracking than driving around, especially if you're on a good run and you know you haven't taken fuel, or you know you're not taking fuel, and you know you're going to be close, and just waiting to hear the engine go and come to a stop.
Well, I think it's tough when you're trying to make up time but also conserve fuel.
Yeah.
At the same instant.
It's hard to drive fast and slow at the same time.
Elliott Boots coming by for lap number 1 with a 35.537 to start off this race on a very good note. He is the fastest on lap number 1. We are looking for Davide Ungaro's TQ time of a 17:10:20. And don't be too alarmed by Boots' blazing fast pace here after just lap 1. It will likely mellow out a bit, especially if he does come in for a pit stop, which we expect that he will. You see the blue groove developing across the dance floor. Everyone doing the same line dance across that particular spot. End of the straightaway is just getting destroyed.
Yeah, it's absolutely getting smashed at the moment at the end of our Las Vegas Boulevard. And it's only going to get, some would say better.
I would say better, for sure.
Because it makes it more interesting for us to watch a car go in there completely sideways and then catch a rut and fly its way to the moon.
Boots was dynamite through the crapshoot section this time, jumping to the apex of the corner and simple turn left, shoot straight up the top of the Hoover Dam, up over the poker table. Boots looking absolutely in control. 35.5, 35.3, 35.7 for his first 3 laps. 17:10:04 the pace. That is absolutely flying.
Yeah, Boots is looking super stable coming off the dance floor as well. That big bump not hassling him at all as he gets a straight line run straight into the poker table.
We saw a lot of drivers in the first 2 heats of this round that were not quite as fast as they were at the in the first round of qualifying, but Boots is on the same pace that he did in round number 1. Here's Naoto Matsukura picking up his 4th 112 scale world championship last week. A 5-time total world champion. Matsukura out of shape of sorts over the ante-up jump. May not have seen Matsukura doing a whole lot of 8-scale racing, but he is the 2016 Japanese national champion behind the wheel of that MP9 TKI-4. So we know Matsukura can drive that car as well as, pretty much anything.
Yeah, Matsukura, there's a reason why you call him Maximum Matsukura, right? He can just pick up anything, throw some wheel time at it, and become a master pretty quickly. But I want to know, what kind of timeline are you on? 12-scale World Championship last week?
Last month. Yeah. They're all blending together. Lots of flight times. Ryan Cavalieri at the end of the front straightaway. Now up over the high roller.
Just looking at our lap times, Boots is still the fastest on track and still on top of our timesheet, showing for a 17:10:05. As we're about 3 minutes 55, almost 4 minutes down, and about 6 minutes to go in qualifying round 2, heat 3. On track, looking pretty solid for a TQ run, but fuel stops and maybe late run pace might slow him down and bring him back closer to David Ongaro's 17:10:20.
Just impressed at Boots, leaving everyone else in this race in the dust, not even halfway done. He's got a 2-second lead. And the top 5 drivers, at least at the moment, all under Ungaro's TQ time. Looking for that 17:10:20. Right now, Tebow in 5th on a 17:10:16. So a 4-second gap. That's roughly what a pit stop costs Ungaro. And just as I say that, Tebow and Matsukura both with mistakes now. It's only Boots, Cavalieri, and Bloomfield.
And Boots in the pits now, getting a fuel up and back on his way. So that gets that one out of the way. And it's really just a late stage pace that's going to come into play for Elliott Boots. The board is all red. A wonderful Vegas special paint job on board his TKI-4. I really enjoy it.
Cavalieri and Boots heading through the crapshoot section. This is first and second on the track, or on the clock, but second and first on the track as Boots does have a 1.1 second advantage on the scoring screen. You can see Cavallari is not exactly eager to pull over and stop, but he is coming in for pit lane. I wonder if they had communicated that, and Boots backed off a little bit, knowing that Cavallari was coming in for a stop. Now, Boots had a 4.032 second pit stop. Cavallari 0.2 of a second slower, 4.238. So 0.2 of a second in pit lane doesn't sound like a whole lot until you think about how much 0.2 of a second can cost you on the overall charts. That would have been the difference between Cavallari and Ty Tessman, 4th and 5th in round number 1.
As we're following Jared Tebow, currently showing 2nd on our sheets. I'm not sure. I don't think Tebow has taken fuel yet. No, he hasn't, as he comes through the step up. What do we call it? That one, the step up?
It's the ante-up.
The ante-up.
Like raise your bet.
Yep, and then off the crapshoot. He ran a bit wide through the crapshoot, but managed to keep his composure. Hit TKI for pointing in the right direction through the 5-car draw, and just hits that hole in the middle of the road exiting the 5-car draw. That's a huge one. You can see it really bucked the car up. Gets up on 2 wheels and a bit buck wild, but he keeps it pretty settled. His car looks pretty similar to Elliott Boots as far as how well settled the car is, and he's able to put it pretty much wherever he wants on the road at the moment.
Jared Tebow with a 2.4 second advantage on Elliott Boots, but he has not yet pitted. In fact, he's the only driver who has not come into pit lane yet. And I don't believe Tebow had even practiced trying to go all 10 minutes. Still has 3 minutes left to go to come in for a pit stop, but it's going to cost more than the 1.8 seconds back to Elliott Boots. See if Tebow stays out one more lap, so he's going at least 7 minutes on a tank of fuel. He could probably do 8 pretty comfortably, but I can't imagine he's going to try to go the distance.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he'd be trying to risk it so early in the game. You really have a higher chance of throwing away a solid run, especially now. Like if he takes a pit stop and a 4.5 second pit stop, say, he's going to fall down to 4th ahead of Darren Bloomfield. So it's not the end of the world if he takes that stop and falls down there. But if he flames and runs out with half a lap to go, then he's going to show up 50th at
and
least.
Here he comes, Tebow into pit lane here at the, what for him personally is the 7:18 mark. In and out in a 3.2 second stop, fastest of the heat by over half a second. So while he may not beat Boots, 1.4 seconds behind at the moment, that could have made a whole bunch of difference in terms of where he starts a semifinal. A terrific pit stop that's going to keep him up at the top of heat number 3 here for round number 2 of qualifying at the World Championships. Tebow with the traffic a little bit ahead and behind. 1:45 left to go. Tebow now 2.8 seconds behind Cavallari after that stop. So once pit stops have actually, Joan Figueiredo still has not come in as well in 4th. With 1:30 left to go, I have to imagine he will now as he slips to 5th. Boots, Cavallari, Tebow, and Bloomfield top 4.
Boots is really clearing out, though. 2.9 seconds advantage over Ryan Cavallari, and then 4 seconds back to Jared Tebow in the 3 spot. And Boots has gone faster again on lap 12. He put in a 35.055, so just off the 34-second marks as he comes through a lot of traffic now. Elliott Boots are following in the TKI4 onto Las Vegas Boulevard, and he managed to get through that one cleanly. That could have come all unstuck for Elliott Boots very quickly and put a quick halt to his run.
3.2 second gap shrinks now to 2.7 seconds from Boots to Cavallari as Cavallari chops off a couple of tenths of a second from Elliott Boots' lead. But Boots just trying to finish up here with 45 seconds left to go. Nice and smooth down Fremont Street, sliding up around the cushion over the riser, around the bank, through the dance floor, up over the poker table, and down the straightaway. 36.081 last time by for Elliott Boots. 36.092 for Cavallari on this lap. So it's an even 2.7 second cushion with 15 seconds left to go. Elliott Boots working on lap number 16 of a 17-lap run.
And he's on track to go about 4 seconds faster than David Ongaro's TQ time going into this heat of a 17:10:20.034. And looks like Ryan Cavallari is sitting or just hanging in there at the moment to go faster than David Ongaro's time as well. to put himself second for the round at the conclusion of Heat 3. Time has expired, though, and Boots has gone through to finish his final lap. He's really loving that section after the high roller. Just jams it down really short, gets the full length of that downslope to settle the car into the corner, and he just hugs the pipe all the way around. So Elliott Boots really showing that he's liking this track here in Vegas.
See him land off the crapshoot, and dust just explodes from where the front bumper digs into the dirt. And a 3.4 second cushion on Ryan Cavallari, the provisional second place qualifiers. We'll have to see if there's any surprises coming from the next 3 heats or so that may jump up in here. But Elliott Boots going to wrap up what could be his second TQ in 2 tries. 17:10:15.492 for the win. Ryan Cavallari second. Jared Tebow third. Darren Bloomfield fourth. And Joan Figueredo fifth. Zanketten sixth. Peterson seventh. Savoya eighth. Barufalo ninth. Matsukura 10th. And then Stees Hopper Dickerson 11th, 12th, and 13th.
I wanted to talk to you about Zanketten as well. Made the main in 2014. Had to race in over the weekend.
Yep.
And now in the third fastest heat and putting in some solid times. That time, 7th for the heat, puts him so far 22nd for the round overall in Heat 3. So pretty solid from him.
He was 38th in round number 1. And looking for, would not be a surprise to see Zanketten in a semifinal again. As far as where the top 4 drivers here in this heat slotting into the top 10, Elliott Boots and Ryan Cavallari go to first and second on the provisional finishing order. Jared Tebow now 6th fastest for the round. And we're going to go to a J Concepts pit report on the driver's stand with Elliott Boots.
We're live. Elliott Boots here. Awesome run, Elliott, again. Round number 2 of qualifying. Elliott, I was watching your car, and it just seems like, yes, everybody's car, when they hit the big bumps, they're moving, but it's all the other bumps. Your car's just floating over. Tell us what's going on.
Well, yeah, I mean, the car is working amazing. It's absorbing all the bumps, which is what you need out there. It was pretty tough out there then. It's definitely getting more and more bumpy. You just got to take it a bit easier now, I guess. A bit more steady, find the lines, drive around the bumps, the bigger bumps. They're getting pretty big out there now, but played it safe and we worked together. Thought we'd just stay the same and it worked out.
Yeah, I saw also that when you came up on traffic, back there in that back corner, I didn't know what was going to happen. You just kind of got scissored right through all of them. That worked out good for you. Changing up your line in a couple spots and you're not losing any time. You're just super fast. Any changes you made to your car to this round? What tires or anything like that?
No changes this round, same as before. I've been watching the track, seeing how it's been changing, but no, you're right, it was a close call back there through traffic, but luckily I managed to get through it.
We have a term that we use on the broadcast, track IQ. You got a lot of it. Thanks, Elliott.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Gary. Wrapping up an interview there with Elliott Boots, looking at potential clean sweep of the first 2 rounds of qualifying here at the World Championships. Checking into our liveRC.com chat room here. M-Town RC, yeah, Chris Mitchell is definitely Australian.
I wonder how you can tell, mate.
Yeah, right. It's not the accent, it's your word choice. What else we got going on in here? WIDS. Yeah, this track layout's a little bit safer than other years, but that may make for closer racing once we get into the finals. That's typically what happens when people talk about the track layout being too easy. That means that the finals end up being amazing. So
yeah, and I think the idea with the track being, well, what a lot of people that aren't here are saying easy, is the fact that it was intended to be that way because they knew it was going to rut and it was going to blow out, and some corners are going to resemble the surface of Mars by the time we get to our finals, let alone our 60-minute main final, let alone what they're going to look like after the 60-minute main final. It's going to be an absolute new planet out there.
Mars is offended, I think. Kay Gombe making an interesting point. Boots must be thinking, not again. Last time I TQ'd the Worlds, I didn't even start my semi. Back in 2012 in Argentina, Boots, I believe, TQ'd 4 of the 6 rounds. Locked up the top qualifying spot, and then, ran into some electrical issues in warm-up for the semifinal and didn't even get a chance to make the starting line. To be honest, I don't think he's even thought about that. These guys race so much that They know that those fluke things just happen. And, yeah, they got to get it going. I did see in the chat room people were talking a little bit at the beginning of heat number 3 that it seemed like perhaps the track had been unfairly watered for heat 3. And let me assure you, as we saw the lap times figure out, that's definitely not the case. The track is watered virtually completely evenly for every round, at least the best that they can. And the pace is so much faster at the beginning of the race because the pit stops are not taken into account when they determine when the computer system automatically determines the pace. So the lap times at the beginning and the end of the race for that round were pretty similar to what they were in the other heats. Unfortunately, did not, fortunately, it was pretty much even for those first 3. And just seeing drivers like Elliott Boots on another level, able to stand up above the field, it just so happens that he came from the later of the 3 heats.
Yeah, I mean, saying that with thinking about how Boots didn't make the main in 2012, it comes with the territory in a class like 8 Scale Nitro. It really does. I mean, you can be the best driver on the day and not even make the show because something goes wrong and it all falls apart right in front of you. And it's what happens, and most of these guys accept that and they know it, and they go into every weekend trying to do everything they can to make sure it doesn't happen.
And Zach Rose has a point. I think it may have been a plastic servo horn or something interesting that broke. Bliss, thank you so much, as well as who else gave us a nice little
M-Town RC.
Yeah, thank you, M-Town RC, for the shout-outs there in the chat room. We certainly appreciate it.
I can see a couple of the guys on here. I recognize them. I think they're Aussies on our chat room, but
there usually are a lot of Aussies in the chat room.
Yeah, there were even Aussies getting around the chat room when we were in China for the Touring Car World, mainly because it was on the Australian timeline. It was so close where, for Americans, they had to be up at stupid o'clock to try and watch it, which didn't work for them.
Who was it that just asked where Boots finished in Italy? He did not make the final. I'm not sure where he ended up. I only went through and made a list of the 12 drivers that made the finals over the last 4 World Championships. So I'm not sure where Elliott ended up. I just know that he wasn't in the top 12.
You can see from our on-track camera watching all of our nation flags around the perimeter of the circuit. The wind's starting to pick up here across Las Vegas, Nevada. Should make it a little bit more interesting trying to send the cars over the jumps that are across the wind. And the wind's still seriously going on, but we're getting ready to go racing for Heat 4. A lot of our guys in the chat room getting around and pumping up my fellow Australian mate Aaron Stringer in this one with Graham Aslop, Martin Bayard, Austin Blair, Richard Saxton, Marco Natale, Alessandro Stocco, Travis Amescua, Alex Napatrapi, Marcus Sandberg, Jack Embling, Daniel Vega, and Colin Weatherholt all taking the start for this heat as time has started. Everyone ticking over. And we're going to see who comes out from the opening couple of laps on our freshly watered surface here at RC Tracks of Las Vegas for Heat 4. Find out who's going to be our leader to start off this run. Opening couple of sectors, and it looks like Aaron Stringer going to the top of the sheet with a fast lap at 35.549 from Jack Endling, the Brit in the 2 spot. Martin Bayard driving the X-Ray into 3. Graham Aslop in 4. And Stringer opening up early with a 17.10.04. He's had good pace throughout seeding times and in the opening round of qualifying so far. We'll see what can come from the Australian. I think he was our fastest Australian. I'm not entirely sure. Didn't quite get around all the results. I have to check on that from round number 1. We are now following the Mugen of Aaron Stringer in the orange and white. I can follow this car all day, get around Aaron running in the Australian Series, which I get to have the pleasure of emceeing and running and commentating back down under. Stringer coming on to Las Vegas Boulevard at the moment. He puts in a 36.8 that time by, and he holds a 6/10 of a second lead over X-Ray factory man Martin Bayer. Now, Stringer, the only driver with a 35-second hot lap. Next fastest is Richard Saxton, who's currently running in the 3 spot with a 36.171. And Saxton also half a second down on Martin Bayer in the 3 spot. And just 600ths ahead of Travis Amescua, driving the borrowed hot bodies this weekend after his departure from Team Durango Racing. So not a bad start to the weekend for Travis Amescua as well.
Aaron Stringer, early in this race, of course, that will drop off with a pit stop, is on a new TQ run, 10.714. In round number 1, he was 20th overall with a 10.722, and he was actually the fastest driver here from group number 4. So we'll see if Stringer does well.
The Stringer with 20th in round 1. And he was the top driver from Australia. So a solid start to the event for Aaron. Of course, he was out here for the Silver State race and just came a little bit short from making the main show. I think in both classes. I might be overstepping my knowledge amount here. They didn't quite get around it too much for Silver State. But a totally different ball game when they come out here for the world titles, and the track's completely different. No resin on the track, which was not popular with a lot of races.
I disagree. I loved it. 2.4 seconds from Stringer back to Travis Amescua with the rent-a-ride. Austin Blair, the S-Works driver, in 3rd. Graham Alsop from with an HB Racing Buggy in 4th. And Alsop's fellow Brit, Jack Embling, in 5th. Stringer still on a great run, but has not yet come into pits. He has slipped off of what would be a TQ run as Boots did a 10-17-10-15. Stringer's on a 10-17-10-16, excuse me. Stringer, Amescua, Blair, Alsop, Embling, top 5. Last lap for Stringer, a 36.4. Amescua had a 36.3. Graham Alsop is who we're following at the moment, a.k.a. Sloppy. A very long time 8-scale off-road racer from England.
Super wide in the ante up there. Managed to catch the car right up against the pipe and power into the crapshoot. Might be a new favourite option line to get around, especially if the inside of the landing on the ante-up starts to really blow out over the course of the weekend. We might see a few drivers opting for that one. As he comes around onto Las Vegas Boulevard down the main straightaway. Current running in position number 4 is 3.9 seconds down on the 3rd place of Austin Blair in the S-Works, who's only half a tenth down on Amescua in the 2nd. Stringer still on top, looking still at a 10-16.6. Has not yet stopped for fuel though. I'd say his fuel stop would put him down past the 20, maybe a 21. So looking for a top 10 run is my fellow Australian mate Aaron Stringer right now, which is absolutely solid.
Stringer in and out of pit lane. His father grabbing the car, dumping a tank of fuel in it, and throwing it back into the pit area.
Couldn't have said that at a more opportune time.
Nope, that was a great stop. One-man stop too, 4.4 seconds from pit in to pit out. The fastest so far, Martin Bayer at a 4.2. So Stringer's pitman getting it done there by himself. That's a great stop at just 4.4 seconds. Let's see what his total outlap was.
As he comes around over the poker table just now, just say Mark Stringer, one-man pitman, does a great job on the gun. Like, he's absolutely super quick. I suppose he's got to be because Aaron's well known for being a driver that, well, he's full punch all the time, so he uses a lot of fuel.
He's
Not
in
always able to go as long as other drivers on his fuel stops, but he makes up time on how quick he can put the fuel back in the car.
He's in a lot of traffic at the moment. Did get a lucky break to get around one car, but he's still got someone ahead of him. And it's got to be nerve-wracking to be trying to put down the best laps you can with someone both in front and behind you. Stringer trying to get around Marco Natale on the track. Natale running in the 4th spot on the clock is 6.7 seconds out of the lead, but he's right ahead of the leader. Stringer, Blair, Alsop, Natale, and Bayer, the top 5. Top 5 separated by 8.2 seconds, and 5.1 of that is from Stringer back to second place driver Alsop.
That's a big gap there, and Stringer's going to get quicker now and start to shorten that pace. I'd say it'd be a sub 27. He's currently looking at a 17:10:27, which shows him 11th for the round as it is, with 2:15 left on the clock. Might just up the ante a little bit towards the end of the run to make sure, or try and make sure, he puts himself inside the top 10. And as I say that, on the roof. No good for Aaron Stringer. A lucky marshal though. Martin Bayer sitting in second aboard his X-Ray with a 6.7 second gap between the two. And then 1.5 tenths back to the Brit, Graham Aslop, in the 3 spot. And then Austin Blair in 4, half a second down. Marco Natale in 5, just 2.8 tenths of a second down on Austin Blair. And Richard Saxton in the 6th spot, 2.2 seconds down now we see Marco Natale and Austin Blair switch around, and confusing the daylights out of me.
Stringer, Bayer, Alsop, Natale, Blair top 5, Saxton 6th, Mark Petropi 7th, Misko 8th, Colin Weatherholt 9th, Danny Bega 10th, and Sandberg, Embling, and Stocko round out the running order with 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go.
And you can see that crash from Stringer cost him a lot of time last time by a 38.7. It only really cost him about 2 seconds off of where he would be lapping on average, but that's dropped him down to looking at a 17:10:29 and showing 14th for the round so far. So he lost a couple of spots out of that one on what he'd be predicted to get overall. If he can keep it rubber side down and gets a lucky break through these lapped cars, he's got 1, 2, 3 right in front of him, and then a 4th a bit further up the road. So not quite ideal situation for Stringer to be lapping around in traffic if he wants to put in a top 10 run. But as is the nature of the beast in 8-car racing, you never know what card you're going to get dealt.
Martin Bayer just 0.2 of a second behind Austin Blair. It's close after Aaron Stringer for the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th positions with 28 seconds left to go. Stringer in heavy traffic now, heading up over the high roller to the fadeaway double. Stringer trying to fight his way, throwing some elbows after the fadeaway double, trying to get through slower cars. Oh boy, one car swapping directions. Tapping him again through the crapshoot.
And you'd wonder why these guys just don't just back off ever so slightly and just let the faster car through.
It's been an issue through most of the qualifying rounds, and I don't know what's been going on.
Maybe we need an extra director up on the stand advising the drivers to just look. That's the guy that's leading.
Right.
And Stringer just gets impatient there and just taps the guy on the side of the guy in front of him and says, "Look, mate, I've been behind you for a lap now. Out of the way." But it cost himself some time, and another one of the lap cars goes back around, and Aaron's got all that work to do again. But he is making inroads on a possible top 10 run towards the end of the run, as we've had time expire now, and this will be the last tour around the track for Aaron Stringer, your leader. 4.7 seconds gap back to Austin Blair in the 2 spot last time at the line, and Stringer's going to take the line. And he puts in a 17:10:29, which puts him into 14th overall on our round board at the moment. Austin Blair hasn't quite finished yet, as he goes over now a 17:10:33.2, and 4 tenths behind him, Martin Bayer on a 17:10:33.6. That puts them 22nd and 23rd on our overall round sheet. So nobody going faster than our current round TQ, Elliott Boots, and I'd say, Aaron, I wouldn't be expecting anyone to do so as we progress through the next, 14 heats in the round.
Still lots of time left for some drivers to jump up to the, maybe not the top 5 or so, but still lots of space below those very, very quick times to see where the drivers are going to slot in here in round number 2. Aaron Stringer taking the win here in Heat 4. He's 14th overall. That is a bit of an improvement, at least so far. 20th in round 1. There was 3 drivers that ran after Stringer that went faster than he did in round number 1. So Stringer potentially looking at a top of 20 at least. Jumping into the chat room here. I'm excited for Jeremy Korch's 2 boys here. Looks like Seth and Zane both saying hi. Bliss, though, with the funny comment that I saw, yeah, there would be blood in an on-road race. If lap traffic was acting the way that they have so far this week.
And just also spotting Savage Sam, Red Bulled up Chris. Yes, I am Red Bulled up. You wouldn't expect anything different from me at a Night Sky race. So these guys, Savage Sam knows me. I've got a reputation. I think at Brisbane in the Australian round, I drank 2 litres of Red Bull across 2 days.
2 litres?
Oh, a day. No, a litre a day.
That's like 8 ounces, right? No,
Sure.
I'm kidding.
That's crazy.
Yeah, a liter is about 24 ounces. Got a J Concepts pit report with Ryan Cavalieri down in the pit area.
Here we are with Ryan Cavalieri. This is the second round of qualifying coming up the track right now. Ryan's second for the round. He was for round number 1. Ryan, tell us how your car was. Are you happy that you're moving on up, making some progress?
Always happy to prove a lot better. I was able to push pretty much a lot harder throughout the entire run. I felt way more comfortable. There's just a couple spots on the track I think I can just kind of perfect a little bit and make my life easier and go a lot faster. But overall, the car was really better. And we only had to make a few minor changes, so excited.
What were those changes?
We ran just a few different adjustments that were different and pretty much just went on a little bit different tire compound, and it was in
Well, that's...
Those secrets out yet, but later.
He said he won't give those secrets out yet, but that's later. Ryan, thanks. Cavalieri, back to you guys.
Ryan Cavalieri second at the 2014 IFMAR World Championships. Trying to get back at least to a semifinal, have a chance at racing his way into the main event, and then take another shot at an IFMAR World title.
And what a title it would be to be able to bring it home on home soil right here in the USA, of course, in the wonderful city of Las Vegas. Cavalieri currently sitting in P2 for the round.
Cavalieri's made 3 of the last 4 World Championship main events, 2008, 2010, and 2013. He was 11th the last time the race was here in the United States, 10th in 2012, and then 2nd, as we mentioned, just 2 years ago. So Cavalieri definitely has the speed to get in there, definitely has the racecraft, the understanding of how to win an 8-scale race. He's won 2 Roar National Championships in this class. Lee Martin, Miguel Matias, Tanner Denny, Cole Tollard, Wataru Takashiro, Evan Vale, Martin Walanka, Gunnar Rick, Jeremy Kortz, Bradley Baird, Clayton Saxton, Michael Page, and Eddie Cordoba. Coming up next here in group number 5.
That's a stacked field of Americans right there. Lee Martin, one of our drivers who had to race their way in to the show this week in Vegas as well. Had a bit of a nervous time on Saturday, making sure he put in some clean qualifying runs to have a chance to race the rest of the week, and now he's happy into race mode and currently trying to contend his way for a decent qualifying spot in the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 Off-Road World Championships, as all our drivers have taken to the track for their warm-up now. Tanner Denny, Cole Tollard, drivers to watch as well. Martin Walanka, the X-Ray driver. Bit of a small X-Ray team represented here, or the X-Ray main factory team. But Walanka and Bayer. Who else is here from the X-Ray team this weekend, Aaron?
Josh Wheeler.
Josh Wheeler from X-Ray USA.
Yes, but a lot of their crew is split half and half between here and the IIC.
Of course, you got Bruno and Alex Hagberg. Bruno getting around a bit of 8-scale racing lately, Hagberg not, but Bruno choosing to run touring car this weekend instead.
Yeah, and I actually talked to him about it a little bit in the hotel last night because we're staying at the Westgate where the IIC is taking place this week. And I asked him, because the first time I met Bruno was at the Off-Road Worlds 2 years ago. I thought he was more predominantly an off-road driver, and he said that he ran that race because it was easy for him to get to and just because X-Ray had asked him if they wanted to go and, have a little bit of fun.
And he decided to walk away with the world title.
No, I'm talking the 8-scale Off-Road Worlds 2 years ago.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Yeah. And so he, absolutely took them up on it and, raced his way. I believe he was at least in the quarterfinal. But that for this race, he's been running a lot of on-road lately, extra amount of on-road lately, and, had done some electric off-road, but just didn't feel he was too prepared for this. And so it would make more sense for him to go to the IIC race and run some touring cars. So that's why Bruno's not here. Kind of unfortunate. I would have loved to see how he would have been able to mix it up with these drivers, even if he wasn't super mega prepared, but I can understand the decision from both Bruno and X-Ray's perspective.
Yeah, I would have loved to see that matchup, see where Bruno stacks up with the rest of this 230-plus field here this weekend in Vegas. But you can understand the choice to run touring car at the IIC. Bruno was a strong finisher at the electric 8-scale Euros in Spain.
That's true.
Not long ago. Did a very solid job out there, along with the rest of the X-Ray team and Martin Bayer and all the rest of the drivers getting around it. Looks like our session has started for Heat 5, qualifying round 2. And Lee Martin going to the top of the sheet early on. Hasn't turned his first lap just yet. And Jeremy Court's actually going into the second spot right now. So it looks like we are waiting on Lee Martin to take the line for lap number 1, see where he filters through. Jeremy Courts looks like in the second spot right now. Wow, some fast times from these guys early on. Tanner Denny going to the top of the sheet, looking at a 17:10:03 opening predictive time. We could see a shake-up.
Lap.
Yeah, we could see a shake-up in the top 10 if he's able to keep it rubber side down.
No kidding, and have a decent pit stop. That is a very quick first lap. Of course, it will back way off, especially as the track dries out. That's a lot of it, too. The track is wet at the beginning of it, but, after 10 minutes of the wind blowing, you see how straight the flags back there are standing up. It's just windy and hot and hard to keep the track wet. And so the track's really quick at the beginning, not because the cars are set up for the wet or anything, but just because they have to wire the track to keep the dust down. And then when the track is drying out, actively drying out, that's when it's the loosest. So, if they were able to just let the track run wet, that'd be one thing, but they can't.
Yeah, absolutely not. It's part of the perils of 8-scale off-road racing, or of off-road racing on natural dirt. You can control how much water you put in, but you can't control how quickly the water comes back out.
There is Jeremy Courts, unfortunately having a rough second lap. Dropped him down to the 9th spot, but his follow-up lap to that, a 36.7, was not bad at all. Courts trying to climb his way back up the running order here. Tanner Denny leading the way, Miguel Matias second, Gunnar Rick third, Lee Martin fourth, and Martin Walanka rounding out the top 5. And those 5 drivers still going very quick here in the opening 3 minutes of heat number 5.
Yeah, Denny's dropped off to a 17:10:12 at the moment. Gunnar Rick in the 2 spot, looking at 17:10:14. And Tanner Denny dropping off to a 17:10:17. Walanka in 4th overall for the heat at the moment, looking at 5th overall for the round if he stays on track with the 17:10:18. Of course, pit stop still yet to play as Denny and Lee Martin have both stopped for fuel, same as Wataru Takashiro. Wow, Takashiro having a slow one. That's dropped him down to 12th overall for the heat at the moment. With a 38-second lap a couple of laps ago, and now he's taken fuel as a 41-second lap. I think that was his fuel stop lap. So, slow one there. It was a 5.2-second stop, so he must have had a... no, that's about right, actually. So, no crash for him, so it's going to drop him down to 12, but he might move his way further back up the order later in the run. It looks like...
Follow along here with Gunnar Rick over the fadeaway double. Rick running in the second spot, 0.6 of a second behind Miguel Matias. Still have not yet reached the halfway point here of this one. Love the bright pink on Gunnar Rick's paint job as he comes around to the 5-card draw.
Definitely stands out.
Oh, see how big that crater is back there.
Almost swallowed the whole car.
And pitched him over on his roof. So Rick going to slow down a bit here as he ducks into pit lane.
The pit lane looks like it's tricky for some guys to get into. They try and take the normal race line over the poker table, and they realize they've got to actually steer left and away from the corner to get it back into pit lane.
The entrance is way back there, and I think they did that, to force the drivers to slow down to make the turn. And then there's another pipe, halfway buried into the dirt as a speed bump to force the drivers to slow down again.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good way to make sure you slow everyone down, but I don't think that speed bump's really slowing people down too much. Watching our drivers in the fast heats earlier in this round, heats 1, 2, and 3, they're just airing it out over that bump and slamming into the ramp on the entrance to the pit lane and then airing it out again, basically into their pit man's hands for some of them are doing. So, still pretty gnarly, and I know in Australia we would call that a safety issue. Actually penalised Kyle McBride at a national round for getting the tyres off the ground. Like we said, if your tyres leave the ground, you're going too fast, and we had to enforce it. But it's up to the race organisers here to manage that, and they've got a pretty high side on that pit wall, so it probably isn't really an issue unless someone comes in super crazy.
Jeremy Courts 2 laps ago, personal best lap 35.845. He's only 2.5 seconds behind Miguel Matias for the race lead, but Matias hasn't pitted yet, and Courts did. So, unfortunately, it looks like Courts suffering from a slow lap here, and he did 42.574. Actually, I think that was his pit stop. So, no, I honestly don't know what's going on.
No, I think that was. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I don't think that was his pit stop.
No.
Because he had a 41 earlier that I believe was his pit stop, because his pit stop was a 4.7 time through the pit lane. So lose a bit of time for Jeremy Courts, but he drops down to the 4th spot for this heat and showing overall in 34th at the moment for the round, as we're about 3 minutes 30 to go in Heat 5 of qualifying round 2. Miguel Matias out front, looking at a 17:10:20.4, which would be good enough for 5th in the round, but has not taken fuel. So that'd put him down around a 25, maybe a 26, depending on whether he bounces back, has a good or bad in or out lap, which would still put him around that top 15 mark. So a solid run here from Miguel Matias.
If he doesn't try to go all 10, we don't know. Miguel's been a very long time 8-scale off-road racer, perhaps able to stretch that fuel mileage a little bit. Doesn't look like he's ripping on the throttle very hard anywhere, so be interesting to see if Miguel's just waiting here for the final 2 minutes or so to pit. We'll follow along with him across the dance floor, see if he goes wide to jump into pit lane, and here he is anyway. So 2:30 left to go. Let's see if he can get in and out with a quick pit stop.
It was a nice all-wheel slide all the way into the pit lane
Whoa,
exit.
and that was very quick with the fuel gun.
3.4 seconds pit lane time.
Ooh, lordy.
Scorching fast. That's a hot one here in Vegas, and that's going to help him along. I'm sure we'll be looking at around a 27, maybe a 26 if he can make up some time again towards the end of the run, which would be good enough for 11, 12 for the round. So solid running here for Miguel Matias, currently sitting in the 1 spot for this heat. But Jeremy Courts goes back to the 2 as you get a great shot of the aircraft landing at the Las Vegas airport. It's an awesome backdrop here in Las Vegas.
And weird we didn't hear the roaring of the jet engines as they came over. Usually it shakes the trailer. Miguel Matias, 2.5 second advantage on Quartz, who's got 2.4 seconds on Willy Wonka, and then another 1.9 seconds from Walanka back to Denny. And as I say that, Quartz with a bit of a rough lap, now 5 seconds out of the race lead and less than 0.2 of a second up on Walanka. Tollard 5th, and Matias out front with clear track ahead across the dance floor. 1:15 left to go. Looking at a top 15 run at the moment.
As we're following Miguel Matias, your leader in this heat at the moment, 1:10 to go, as Aaron said just a moment ago. 2.4 seconds a gap from Miguel Matias back to Martin Walanka. Or actually 1.9 the gap as Jeremy Courts jumps into the 2 spot ahead of Walanka. The gap between those two just 0.5 of a second. And Miguel Matias is falling off. A slow lap for him last time, a 39.4 for Matias. Now it puts him on track for a 17.10.31, which would be only good enough for 22nd in the round. So, unfortunately, a bad end to what was a good heat for Miguel Matias. It could have been good enough for a run inside the top 15. And now it's going to be looking at, well, as he's elevated himself back up into the 16 spot. So he's making a liar out of me. And it's got to be super close in that mid-range, or between positions 15 and 25. Only 3 seconds, really, between them. So Matias on track now for a 17.10.30.0. He's got 3.2 seconds up on Cole Tollard, who's jumped up into the 2 spot now. And Jeremy Courts is only 3/100ths down from Tollard in the 3 spot. Who's the fastest man on track, though? Tanner Denny hot lapping with a 35.482. As time expires, everyone's going to go through, finish their runs. Matias looking to jump back inside the top 15, puts in another decent lap, and goes for a 17.10.29.3 predictive time as he's started his well and truly into his final run around the circuit now as he comes down Fremont Street, around the double left and through the 5-car draw. Matias might be inside the top 15 again, Aaron.
Would not be surprised. There's a reason he's made a handful of World's Finals, including, I believe, 2 or 3 second-place finishes. It's quite crazy that Matias hasn't run into a World Championship yet.
As he finishes a run off with a 17.10.29, good enough for 15th at the moment. Jeremy Courts goes to the 2 spot with a 17.10.32, which should be good enough for 23rd at this stage. Martin Walanka yet to finish. I'm not sure what's happened to Martin Walanka there, but he's not done as he just goes over now.
Walanka's last lap, just a 37.5, so that was not bad at all.
No, it just looked like he took a while to finish on, by my reckoning, but managed to get across the line. And his time good enough for 33rd in the overalls at the moment, with Cole Tollard in 4th and Lee Martin in 5th on a 17.10.36 for Tollard. And Martin just missing out on a 17 lapper, whereas a 16.10.02 for the British driver who bumped his way in on the race in on Saturday.
We're going to go catch up with Jeremy Courts on the driver's stand after completing his 2nd round.
We're here with longtime USA Worlds driver Jeremy Courts.
Making me feel old. Making me feel very old right now.
Jeremy, your kids are watching right now. They asked us on the chat board. They said, hey, can you tell Dad we love him and we're watching? I think your son said, I'm on my aunt's account. So what do you have to say to him?
I just want to say hi to Dane and Seth and Nikki, and I'll see you guys in a couple of days. And I miss you guys very much, and I love you.
How was your run?
I had a couple crashes right now. First round, 15th, and then this round, a couple bobbles. So we're probably looking top 30. So a bad run this round, but not too bad. So I'll take it.
That's cool. I think I raced you with you the first time, like 1988 or something like that. So
we go way back in the really bad hair days. You know what I mean? You know, so we are longtime friends. So, but anyway, I'm gonna need to go turn marshal before I get in trouble.
That's Jeremy Courts. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Gary, and that's a special shout out to Jeremy's children watching back at home, sitting at their aunt's house. Hope you enjoyed getting to see Jeremy there on the liverc.com broadcast here of the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships, presented by Proline and Kyosho.
As we're getting ready for Heat 6, still got some solid names coming up in these heats. Joseph Quagrain, he's had some interesting views on the world so far. I was having a good chuckle reading his daily insights and column into what's going on, and he never ceases to entertain, does JQ?
Sure, entertain is the adjective that we'll give.
Yeah.
I'm just catching up in the chat room here, talking about how wondering what the heat order is going to be like for tomorrow. So I did find out the official ruling, what it's going to be for tomorrow and Thursday. Tomorrow, both rounds will start with heat number 7 and go 7, 8, 9, 10, all the way through 18. And then after race 18, they'll go back and do 1 through 6. So we're going to do that for Wednesday, both rounds 3 and 4. And then on Thursday for rounds 5 and 6, they will start with 13, go from 13 through 18, and then back 1 through 12. So that way, trying to do the best that they can over 6 rounds of qualifying without making things too complicated to give everyone a chance that runs at the beginning of the round, the middle of the round, and the end of the round. So trying to shuffle the heats, make them as fair as possible, which means if you are trying to time just when you'll want to watch heats 1, 2, and 3 tomorrow, you're going to need to tune in a little bit later.
Or you can just tune in earlier and watch more racing.
That's true, too. So we've got a product spotlight here with Proline Racing's Daniel Adams going to show us some new stuff.
We have caught up with Proline Racing's Daniel Adams here at the 2016 IFMAR 8-Scale Off-Road World Championships. Proline has some new products, and Daniel's going to walk you through some of those.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time testing here, obviously through the whole year, and we came up with some exciting new products, one of which is the new tire called the Electro Shot, which was a concept that kind of came from Ty, where he took the center of an electron and kind of bolted on the sides of a hole shot, and that's where the tire was born. So it's got really good forward bite and definitely going to have better wear than the hole shot itself, and we're really excited about it. So that's one of the new products. Then we also made a stiffer wheel, because we realized that coming here that the stiffer wheels actually work better on the rough track, believe it or not. So new stiffer wheel material as well. And then on top of that, to top it off, we have the new Trifecta lightweight wing. So what we did is we did away with the bolt-on wicker system, and it's already built and integrated into the mold itself now. And then you have a different centerpiece, and then we revised just the shape and the design of the wing. So far it's been working really awesome, and everybody's pumped on the thing, and we're able to cut them to the Piper height and everything too to meet the specifications here for the wing height. So
Wingate 2016, that's what we're calling it.
yeah, Wingate 2016. Yeah, kind of came as a little bit of a shock to everybody. I know it was in the rule book. It wasn't really enforced before, and then all of a sudden it was kind of thrown on there. But fortunately, I brought a bunch of wings that weren't already cut out, so we're able to cut them to the proper dimensions, you know what I mean? So, and then the guys that already had them, they were able to bolt on a piece to make them work, So, it was a little bit of chaos at first, but, we've got it sorted out now. We're moving forward.
Great. And then how long until these things are going to be in the end user's hands?
Yeah, so the tires themselves and the wings will be in stores right after the conclusion of the Worlds. So basically early November, they'll hit the shelves and everybody will be able to purchase them. And if you're at the race, you can always come by and check them out as well.
All right. Thank you, everybody. That's Daniel Adams with Proline's newest products here at the World Championships.
So jumping into our live RC chat room here a little bit, watching on the broadcast. Trevor Montgomery, top stories of the day. The fact that the track isn't quite as bad as what we thought it was going to be. But Elliott Boots coming out swinging here in the first 2 rounds of qualifying has set the fastest times. And, those would be the biggest stories of the day for sure. What else we got going on in here? Scott Thomas was asking what place is Lutz in. Well, he was 16th in round number 1. But he might be looking at a 5th place finish here in round number 2. Can't imagine anyone in these later heats will quite jump into the top 5. So It's going to be really interesting to see. Lutz might be exiting day number 1 with one very strong point. What else? Sean Alcorn saying great job, Tanner. Keith Smith as well, cheering Tanner on. Keith Smith pointing out some very fast pit stops. Andrew Gonzalez Fernandez saying how HB Racing is on fire for sure. And then our regular chat room on live.liverc.com, Hot Rod Diesel saying LiveRC is awesome. Aww, you're too kind. Rockstar 199, I'll tune in all day again. That's awesome.
Of course, and that's exactly what we want you to do. Tune in. All the action here from RC Tracks of Las Vegas for the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 Off-Road World Championships. Coming at you all week here as we are almost halfway through. We're actually 1/3 of the way through qualifying round number 2 to round out our Tuesday afternoon. And we are into heat 6 of round 2, about 1 minute 40 in, 8:20 to go. Tom Robin going to the top of the timesheet. The Frenchman ahead of Yannick Aguirre, fellow countryman from France as well. Going to the 2 spot. Just 1.3 tenths of a second between those two drivers. And they are looking for some hot times. Currently showing with 17:10.11s, but they are yet to stop. And some late run pace might affect them as well. We have young Carlos Canas in the 3 spot at the moment, looking at a 17:10.15. Josh Wheeler sitting in 4, looking at a 17:10.15 as well. JQ in the 6 spot, or in the 5 spot, I should say. He's battling with Josh Wheeler now as they switch spots momentarily. So all pretty close, and these guys looking anywhere between 17:10.11 and 17:10.15. As Jorn Neumann jumps up into the 5 spot, looking at a 17:10.19 in this early stage of the run. 2 minutes 30 in, 7:25 to go now, so 2:35 down. Fastest man on track is Juan Carlos Canas with a 35.63. And a whole stack of these drivers running around the 35-second bracket at this point. Robin still on top of the sheet, though, with a 4/10 of a second lead over, looks like JQ moving his way up the sheet. So Joseph Quagrain going to the 2 spot at the moment, looking at a 17:10.12. And he's on the move, Aaron.
Tom Robin, Joseph Quagrain, Juan Carlos Canas, Josh Wheeler, and Jorn Newman, the top 5. And as I say that, Newman up to 4th, Vic to 5th as Wheeler drops down. Quagrain, Robin, and Canas on a very quick run here, 3.5 minutes into this one. Quagrain's got 53 thousandths of a second now. Canas taking over the top spot. I believe Canas was actually 2nd at the eBuggy Euros that you mentioned earlier, and the Euros B champion this year. So very, very fast young Spanish driver. Joseph Quagrain slipping to the 2nd spot, 53 thousandths of a second back. Tom Robin 3rd, Jorn Newman 4th, Tyler Vick 5th. Early on in this race, the top 6 drivers all on pace to jump into the top 8. Of course, that's going to slow way down as we get into pit stops coming up next.
Yeah, pit stop takes around anywhere between 3.5 and 6 seconds, depending on who you've got doing the work for you in the pit lane. And, of course, late run pace as well. As the track dries out, the dust starts to come up. Cars get a little bit harder to drive consistently. We see a lot of people switching and swapping left and right as they keep the throttle fully punched exiting corners, which is cool to see. These conditions really challenging everyone out here at RC Tracks of Las Vegas. It's not really a circuit that's going to be favouring one driver or another, and it's going to challenge everyone out there.
1 second from Canas back to Quagrain as Canas had completed his pit stop, and he picked up nearly a full second on Quagrain. About a 9/10 of a second faster pit stop. Quagrain's crew blowing it.
Yeah, got to step it up if you're going to beat Canas in the pits. Still holding down the 2 spot, though, is Quagrain from Josh Wheeler, just half a second back in 3. Then we got 0.8 of a second back to Jorn Neumann, the German, in the 4 spot. And another 0.4 back to Tom Robin, the Frenchman, in 5. And currently Canas without a pit stop Well, just actually, Canas just takes his pit stop, and so does JQ, so they drop down the order. Tom Rabin and Yannick Aguin also taking fuel. Josh Wheeler and Jon Neumann yet to take fuel, so Wheeler's time showing him as a second for the round so far, with a predicted 17:10:17, of course, yet to take fuel. So it doesn't quite count as expected. Maybe Wheeler might be trying to stretch that out to 10 minutes, but I'd say the safer bet would be to hold it down, put a pit stop in.
Juan Carlos Canas in a Mugen Seiki buggy in a paint job that is surprisingly similar to his Spanish countryman Robert Batlle. Going for a virtually identical package.
Also looks very similar, well, to my eyes, to Jon Neumann. So I was sitting here for about 10 seconds trying to figure out who it was. Thank you, Aaron, for clearing that up for me.
You're welcome.
As we've zoomed out, and we're going to pick up on the next car coming around Fremont Street.
Here is Tyler Hooks running in the 10th spot. TLR driver from Texas. The purple, pink, and white. Hooks coming by right there with a 37.580. He is on a 16-lap 10:07 pace. Jon Neumann on a great run. 10:7:19 the pace would be third quick. Not sure if he's going to pit. He does still have 2.5 minutes left to go. Jon Neumann, Juan Carlos Canas, Josh Wheeler, Tom Robin, and Joseph Quagrain. The top five, is Neumann with 2 cars ahead of him. He's the third in this group of 3.
He hasn't pitted yet, but is looking at a third overall at the moment with a 17:10:19.
And getting by 1 car there who rolled over like a turtle in the what's getting increasingly blown out off-camber corner that completes what we've been calling the Snake Eyes section.
You never want to go full turtle in the Snake Eyes.
I never want to go full turtle ever. Neumann through the double-double section, and the other car flying right off the track at the back. So that made it easy enough for Neumann to get by. Didn't even slow him down at all, although a 37.3 does drop him down to a 17:10:21 pace. Minute and a half left to go. And it's starting to look like the German might be trying to go on 1 tank of fuel. It is a rather large advantage. About 4.5 to 5 seconds, depending on pit entrance and exit.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to say. This will be the first time that we've actually been able to watch and find out whether they make it all the way, if he goes the full distance on the 1 tank without taking fuel. A minute to go, he goes by. So
I can't imagine he's going to pit in the last minute.
No, why would you splash and dash that late? Right. So it looks like Neumann trying to go for the 1 tank run, sitting on a 17:10:21.1 at the moment, which would put him 5th overall for the round if he can hold on to that time. He's lapping anywhere between a 35.9 and around the mid-high 36s at this stage. He's holding down a 3.5 second advantage over Juan Carlos Canas in the 2 spot, and Yannick Aguin in the 3, who's another 2.8 seconds back. JQ in 4, and Josh Wheeler in 5. Atsushi Hara jumping up into the 6th spot now, currently looking at a 17:10:37.4. Tyler Vick in 7, Tom Rabin in 8, Tyler Hooks in 9, Jerome Sartell in 10, Alberto Garcia in 11, Robert Gustafsson in 12, and it looks like we lost Agus Coutinho earlier on after just 7 laps. As we're coming down the last 10 seconds, still following your leader, Jon Neumann, the German driver, on board the Serpent, I believe the SRX-8 buggy, as he comes into the dance floor, exits nice and slowly.
And we'll be starting his final lap. Neumann down the front straightaway, 37.472, starting lap number 17. One more time over the fadeaway double. And we'll have to see if he can make it on fuel. It's going to be close. 17:10:22 the pace. plus a 37 or so second lap means you've got to go 11 minutes. HRP track cam up the top of the Hoover Dam. The yellow and red Serpent Buggy getting through both doubles. That's a lot of fuel consumption to get through there. Across the dance floor, 2 corners left to go. Newman's going to make it on a full tank of fuel. And done.
And he goes through 17, 10, 23.5, 6 for the round.
Wow.
So he throws himself straight into the middle of our top 10.
All cars done, all cars done, all cars hit, all cars hit. All cars done, all cars hit. So your Norman is going to bump up to the 6th qualifying spot for the round.
MX engine and fuel. Some miserly fuel consumption out of that new OS-based MX B4 for Jorn Newman. And an excellent top 10 run. That's a bit earlier than I thought that we'd see some of these faster drivers gamble. But Newman getting it done. And have to imagine a lot of that was the first few minutes of really good, clean driving from Newman. Had he made a mistake or so, I imagine they would have elected to go for the pit area, or I'm sorry, to go for a pit stop. But because he made it by cleanly, you see there the number 3 car, I think that was Juan Carlos Canas. Getting a full tank of fuel. Number 6 car right here, Miguel Hosbrook. What were they calling him? Rabbit Pants, I believe, on the Facebook chat. Yeah, I was just as confused as you are.
And now I'm really confused. I did not know of this. Rabbit Pants?
I'm not going to ask. We're going to go to a quick commercial break before we come back with race number 7 here at the 2016 IFMAR 8-Scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships, presented by Proline Racing and Kyosho.
When it comes to true champions by design, Team Associated radio-controlled cars have everyone beat, hands down. With multiple national and world titles won over the decades, it's no wonder Team Associated RC vehicles are the highest performing cars and trucks on the track today. So get behind the wheel of your very own Team Associated radio-controlled car or truck and be part of the winning team. Will you be the next world champion?
Feeling the need for speed? Log on to AbsoluteHobbies.com. We stock more of the items you want and less of the items you don't. Most domestic orders ship same day for no extra charge. We carry a full line of nitro and electric RC cars, parts, and accessories, and we have a knowledgeable staff providing phone support from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern on weekdays. Tired of waiting for your orders and being treated like a number in line? Make the switch to AbsoluteHobbies.com today, and you will never shop anywhere else.
Back to our pit cam as we've got our drivers and cars getting ready to head out on track in just a moment's time to start heat number 7 for qualifying round 2. Daniel Kobovic, Kyle Johnson, Mark Sosa, Brian Baldo, Billy Easton, Miguel Hasbrook just Jessica Paulson, Shinosuke Adachi, or Shin Adachi as we all call him. It's a little easier to say. Andrew Ford, my Aussie mate. Jacob Haas, Mean Wetlock, Steve Harris, and Alejandro Darras all taking to the track in this one. Looks like a couple of cars got sent out prematurely there. As we're 35 seconds away from a start in heat number 7 for qualifying round 2. Time to beat is still Elliott Boots. And it's starting to look more certain for Boots to take a round 2 TQ. With a 17:10:15.4. Jörn Neumann, though, in the previous heat 6, throwing it in there to the 6th spot with a 17:10:23.5 aboard his MX-powered Serpent buggy. A solid run for the German driver, putting it into the 6th spot about the halfway point through round number 2. Got a couple of hot names, some well-known names worldwide in this one. And a couple of it, Kyle Johnson, a Las Vegas regular. Shin Adachi, of course, running the Serpent buggy as well, I believe, this week. Andrew Ford for TLR Australia. Mean Wetlock getting around it as well. It's around plenty of racing internationally across on-road and off-road racing. As we're following Las Vegas regular and Kyosho driver Kyle Johnson at the moment. Currently sitting in the 2 spot in the early stages of this run, but he hasn't crossed the line to actually complete enough time to get a predictive, and he goes to the 4 spot, looking at a 17:10:21 to open up the run. Fastest man on track is Brian Baldo, opening up with a 35:704, and opening up with a 35:787 and backs it up with a 704. So 2 solid opening laps for Brian Baldo out front, looking at a 17:10:07 early on. Well, that might come into play later on as we go for pit stops and late stage track drying out might slow him down towards the end of the session. Steve Harris, the American, leading out Billy Easton, another fellow American, in 2 and 3. Then Daniel Kobovic knocks him down as he goes into the 3 spot now. Kobovic on track for a 17:10:22 as Steve Harris goes to the top of the sheet. For the moment, Shin Adachi jumps into the 3 spot now. So Shin putting in a couple of fast laps last time by a 35.923. Not the fastest lap of the run, but very close indeed, only 0.2 of a second, and he's the only second driver to go into the 35-second bracket. Of course, Brian Baldo running with a 35.704 last time by. And Steve Harris looking on track for a 17.10.15.6. No pit stop yet with 2 minutes 40 down, 7:20 to go. Currently putting him second overall on our timesheet. As we're following Steve Harris exiting the first corner now over the high roller. Well, a bit wide out into the dust through the fadeaway jump. Now around the Snake Eyes. Takes a mid-track option, just lumps it over those bumps. Nicely over the anti-up though. Lands perfectly into the Hoover Dam. Then down Fremont Street around the double left through the 5-car draw. Boulevard, that's a lap with your leader, Steve Harris. The American currently holding down a 17.10.15. And last time by was a 36.316 ahead of Billy Easton in the 2 spot. And last lap for Easton with a 36.003, so 2 seconds a gap between Harris and Easton. And now third place joining them to make an All-American 1-2-3 at the moment. Tenths of a second down on Billy Easton in the 2 spot. Johnson on track for a 17.10.23.05. So Harris still looking at a time that's going to put him 2 for the overall in this round so far, but yet to take fuel. As we're coming up on 4 minutes, we'll start to see fuel stops coming through. It looks like Jacob Haas, Jessica Paulson, and Alejandro Darras all taking fuel at this stage. That'll be enough to see them through to the end of the 10-minute run. And it's going to be interesting to see who will take the gamble and maybe try and go the full 10 minutes without a stop. I know my Australian mate Andrew Ford, usually pretty good on fuel, might give it a shot. But if he's playing the safe game, oh, we've got a crash on the front straight. Didn't see who that was. That was pretty wild. As Steve Harris comes in for fuel. Nice quick spool up. And that was a 5.3 second stop in the pit lane. So not as scorchingly fast as we've seen from the likes of Elliott Boots and others around the 3 to 4 second bracket, but pretty respectable. Still getting it done inside 6 seconds. And that's the full time it takes the car to transit the full length of the pit lane from beam to beam, plus the stop to fill up the fuel. And of course, while you're getting filled up, you are in the hands of your pitman. Communication always the key, and plenty of practice to make sure you get that stop done in record time. It takes some fancy finger work to get it done. Shin Adachi, though, going to the top of the sheet with a 7. Johnston and it looks like Steve Harris have all taken fuel. Easton now looking at going to your effective leader unless Adachi is going to go all the way, which his Serpent teammate did of Jorn Neumann in the previous heat. Jorn's time from the previous heat fast enough for 6th in the round overall with a 17.10.23.5. Shin at the moment looking at a 17.10.25.5. Neem Wethlock and Daniel Kovacic also in 2nd and 3rd, both of them not taking fuel just yet. Fastest man on track though is Mark Sosa with a 35.326 last time by. Actually, it was on lap number 4, so not last time by at all. Adachi still goes by, 3:30 to go. We are following now with Mean Wetlock as he comes out of the Snake Eyes over the anti-up. Through the crapshoot and then up into Hoover Dam. Down Fremont Street, double left-hander. Keeping the car nice and settled in the rear end as he goes through the 5-car draw. Just cases that last one. The tips and nose in the corner. Gets over that crater pretty nicely. Now over the poker table and onto Las Vegas Boulevard. That's a lap with Mean Wetlock, your second place driver at the moment behind Shin Adachi. 1.6 seconds between Adachi and Wetlock as Steve Harris goes up to the 3 spot. In fuel with 2 minutes 45 left on the clock. You would expect them to take fuel within the next minute or so. Otherwise, that'll be a perfect indicator that they're trying to go the full 10 minutes without. Shin Adachi putting in a 36.6 last time by. Still looking at a 17:10.26, and Mean Wetlock looking at a 17:10.31. That would be good enough to put Adachi into 12th for the round at this point in time, and Wetlock into 29th, as we're now following on with your race leader, Shin Adachi, in the white, green, and yellow Serpent Buggy, going around Hoover Dam and down Fremont Street. And through the 5-car draw. Tell you what, it's an awesome feeling sitting in this trailer as the planes go by at McCarran Airport. It does actually shake the whole trailer. It's pretty awesome feeling. Not that it's going to stay awesome for very long. Probably going to get pretty annoying after being in here all week. So I feel sorry for the rest of the Live RC guys who've had to endure that all week. Well, I just rock up today and just wing it straight here in the booth. Adachi still leading out. Looks like he's going to try and go the full 10-minute race distance as he's coming back down Fremont Street now. Looking at a 17:10.26. Looks like Mean Wetlock in the 2 spot is trying to go the full 10 minutes as well. Steve Harris, who took a pit stop, now jumps up into the 2 spot. Looking at a 17:10.31. Shin Adachi just circulating. Looks like he's got Steve Harris with him for company. So Harris using Adachi for a pace man. As they come out of the crapshoot up into the Hoover Dam, Adachi and Harris are 1 and 2 as Adachi runs wide and Harris runs wide. Adachi maybe going a little bit defensive to stop Harris from getting through. We've got a team associated instant replay. Just checking out Wetlock. That's Adachi. And Harris, all out of shape onto Fremont Street. A big, what I would call a tank slapper from Steve Harris. Still chasing around Shin Adachi. Both these guys looking to go the full 10 minutes. Adachi getting nose down, a bit wild in the air. Coming out of the crapshoot as time has expired. So these guys going to try and get through. Looks like they're going to have to go one more. They will sneak through for one more as they're only on lap 15 now. They're going to come through to finish their 16 and start their 17th. And Adachi on track for a 17:10.27.7. Harris on for a 17:10.31.5 in first and second. Mean Wetlock on track in third at the moment for a 17:10.33.4. Just watching still Adachi come through the crapshoot now. Oh, Adachi puts it on the roof. And Steve Harris goes by. Luckily, Adachi, though, gets it back, rubber side down. And a lucky break for Shin. Still going to be able to put himself maybe inside the top 15. He was looking at a 10.27, but that rollover cost him about a second on the track, and he comes across for a 10.29. And boom, one rollover cost him 4 spots in the end there. Actually more. He was looking at 13 before that lap, and now he comes through showing 21st for the overall with a 17:10.29.4. Steve Harris coming across in second for the heat. Goes to 27th overall for the round with a 17:10.31.09. And Mean Wetlock comes across third in the heat. Actually, Mean Wetlock did not finish. So Wetlock running out of fuel, I would say, at the death knock on the last lap. And that's the gamble. Exactly what myself and Aaron Waldron spoke about. The gamble, if you try and go a full 10 minutes on fuel, well, sometimes it doesn't pay off. As does plenty of gambling you try and do here in Vegas. Sometimes you win, and well, especially here in Vegas, I'd say more often you lose. And Wetlock not able to get home for the 17th lap, so Kyle Johnson will take third place for that heat with a 17:10.33.5. And that'll put him 32nd for the round ahead of Wetlock in 46th for the round with a 16:09.56. And we're going to do an Inside the Car segment with Dyno Dan Hissam's vehicle.
We're going to go inside the car of Richard Saxton, and to lead you through that is one of the engineers at Team Associated, Dyno Dan Hissam. Dyno, take us through his car.
Okay, this is the King, Richard Saxton's car. He's actually running the exact car as Spencer Rivkin and Ryan Cavalieri. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of the new option and upgrade parts that are featured on the RC8B3. Number one, we went to smaller ID spring adjusters right here, which are blue in color. Then we also went to the smaller ID lower plastic spring cups. That allows us to run smaller ID 20 millimeter, which are more conventional size springs, gives us a wider tuning range. You can see right here that we have the aluminum servo saver arm, obviously for just increased durability. When you're at a world's event, you don't want any plastic parts failing, so this is a great upgrade too. All the way around on all four corners, we have our new +1 millimeter wider hexes. We also offer those in a standard width and also a +2 millimeter width. That's a great way to adjust roll rate of the car, roll stiffness, and track width. Going with a wider front end and a narrower front end tends to help the car release the corner quicker, and obviously the wider the front end and narrower, great way to get some crisp steering in the car and a little bit more on-power steering. Overall, we do have a few smaller bits in the car. We're running some prototype half-degree adjustable pills in the car. Just allows us to fine-tune. There's some places that we feel maybe going to a half-degree, more or less anti-squat or kicking the car, just to give us the desired result instead of going a little bit over the mark. So I'm sure as everybody heard, the wing debacle was a bit of a career move. So everybody obviously the default going to the Kyosho wing. So we have some of our guys running into Lexan wing with a modified side dam to add a little bit of height to the car. Another aftermarket option part that all of our guys are running, we now offer the bleeder caps that you can see the small 1.5 millimeter hex head screw there. That allows us to either run bladder or emulsion. At this event, we're running, everybody's running emulsion. You can simply remove the shock, remove the spring, compress it, and then you can bleed the air out of the top using that small screw. Burping the shock it saves a lot of time. So we also have our +2 degree Ackerman plates here, which gives you about 5 to 6 degrees more Ackerman at lock. Really what that does is the car's steering feel is obviously generated by the outside tire, so we're getting less wheel rate on the outside. As the track starts to develop a little bit of grip, you're going to see us increase Ackerman just to make the car a little bit easier to drive. So other than that, that's the majority of the newer parts on our car that will soon be production and in stock and associated. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So I want to thank you guys for giving me the time to kind of explain my product.
Thank you, Dino. We appreciate you taking your time. We know you guys are really busy out here this weekend at the World Championships, and that's a wrap.
Thanks, guys.
That was Gary Guest speaking with Dino. Dan Hissam going through the associated RC8B3 chassis, going right through all the ins and outs of, I believe, Spencer Rivkin's car. As our drivers are getting sent out on track for heat number 8 of 18 in qualifying round number 2. Josh Payne, Sebastian Winterstein, Greg Degani, Max Mort, Chad Grana, Craig Lawton, Tony Truman, Derek Weatherholt, Oscar Baldo, Tommy Saladin, Mason Epley, Justin Wheeler, and Alejandro Callens, all taking to the track to kick off their second run of the day, as we've got another picturesque little scene of another aircraft landing at McCarran Airport. And just focusing on the crater starting to form on the exit of the Snake Eyes. That's starting to look real good. Just looking at our chat on liverc.com. DRM asking to follow Craig Lawton. Well, if Craig does well, yeah, sure. The same goes for Josh Payne. Yes, Showtime. Joshua Showtime Payne. We don't call him that in Australia. At least I don't. I call him the pain train. Choo choo! Inspector Gadget also saying, wish you were there. Inspector Gadget saying, wish I was there. Well, up until today, I wished I was here too, but now I'm here and I'm living it. And it's awesome fun being here, so yeah, I stand with you. Wish you were here. Missing out in the atmosphere of a Vegas Worlds. You get the 2-in-1. 8th Off-Road Worlds in America. The huge entry numbers here really makes the event. Awesome track conditions. The track is really cool. And the character building in the track. As you see, Craig Lawton just getting a bit out of shape coming onto Las Vegas Boulevard. As we're 1 minute into our 10-minute session. Lawton aboard his TLR 8 4.0 coming through the Snake Eyes. Nice and settled through the bumps there. Decides to go the wide way around into the crap shooter. And up around Hoover Dam, taking the wide line as well. Make sure you keep the car settled and don't get hung up on that curbing. If you get the car up on the curbing, grab a rut and whoop, she's on the lid. And apparently there's no marshal directly on that corner. So flipping over in the Hoover Dam section, which is that hairpin that steps up before you turn back around and drive straight back towards the stand, would be seriously costly to your race time. You go to your leaderboard though. Tony Truman going on the top of the sheet. Oscar Baldo in 2. Tommy Salonen in 3. Greg Degani in 4. Sebastian Winterstein in 5. As Justin Wheeler goes into the 5 now. Derek Weatherholt in 6. Craig Lawton in 7. Max Mort in 8. Degani dropping to 9. Josh Payne jumping up into the 8 now. Truman early on looking at 17, 10, 14. I believe Truman had to race in on Saturday, managed to get himself a spot, as did I think up to 20 other drivers joining the grids this weekend. There was only 10 or 12 spots that were guaranteed to go through, and the rest would be based on no-shows of which drivers decided not to rock up or not to race. Truman out front with a 1.7 second lead, looking at a 17, 10, 16. Of course, pit stop and late race pace yet to come, as now we're following Josh Payne. You can tell that paint job from a mile away. Awesome paint job. The turquoise. Some great effects on the S-Works of Payne. And yeah, you could say I pick it up easy because I raced with the guy, sure. I can say that's my claim to fame. I raced with Josh Payne. Truman still out front at the moment with a 7/10 of a second lead, but he's not the fastest man on track. Derek Weatherholt, I'll say that right the second time around, was the fastest. Now Tommy Saladin goes fastest lap for the session, 35.7 for him. Craig Lawton jumping up into the 3 spot as Greg Degani goes to 4. Sebastian Winterstein goes to 5. Josh Payne dropping down to 8 as I say that, as Max Moore goes to 6. Oscar Baldo goes 7. Justin Wheeler goes to 9. Tony Truman down to 10 now. Slow lap for Truman last time by a 44.9. And he did take fuel. 6.8 second fuel stop as well. Josh Payne a 12.1 second fuel stop, so a really slow one for Josh. But it's not showing it properly on our screen, so maybe that fuel stop not quite exactly correct. Not sure what's the go with that one there. But Derek Weatherholt goes to the top of the sheet now, looking at a 17:10.22. Would be fast enough to put Derek into the 6th overall position in the round. Thank you, DRM, for correcting me. Josh crashed in pit lane. So not a good place to crash in pit lane, definitely not. And cost yourself a load more time. That's why you had a 12.1 second stop, and is down in position 12. Derek Weatherholt out front though, still on track for a position 6 in the round so far. Yet to take fuel though. Taking fuel would put him down around at 17:10.27, maybe a 28. Looking maybe a top 20, which would be a really solid spot for Derek Weatherholt in round 2 of qualifying. Tommy Salonen in the 2 spot right now, on track for a 17:10.27. And I welcome back to the booth Aaron Waldron, rejoining us for heat number 8.
Thank you so much. We just shot a new segment outside that I'm really excited for everyone to watch. It's going to be really cool. Something interactive. You can be a part of the show, just like in our fan mail pictures. Right now, Derek Weatherholt was in and out of pit lane. Unfortunately, a 14.5 second stop as he rolled to a halt on his entrance into pit lane. Yeah, came up about 50 feet short, it looked like, of his pit man. And that's going to spell certain doom for what would have otherwise been a pretty solid run.
Yeah, looking at inside the top 20 and then nowhere now.
No, nothing. Tommy Salonen now taking over the top spot, the Finnish driver, with Craig Lawton, the Aussie, running second. Derek Weatherholt third. Oscar Baldo now moving up to third as Weatherholt dropped all the way to the 12th spot. Baldo third, Truman fourth, and Justin Wheeler, the younger of the 2 Wheeler brothers, in 5th. 3:15 left to go.
So now your leader, Tommy Salonen, is out front, looking at a 17:10.27.49. Without a pit stop at the moment, would put him in the 13th spot. So a pit stop would put him around a 31 or 32, which means he'd be battling with Craig Lawton for the lead, and looking at anywhere between P30 and P40 for the round. In Heat 8, that's a pretty solid effort, as we've had over 100 drivers take to the track at this point in time. So Tommy Salonen having a pretty good run at the moment. Craig Lawton in the 2 spot, looking at a 17:10.34 right now. Salonen still hasn't taken fuel. I wonder if Salenen's trying to go the full 10 minutes.
Seems that that's something we've seen more often here in the second round, perhaps, as driver. Whoa! Salonen almost exiting the park in the back right corner, heading through the bank.
Backwards, too, just for good measure.
Have to see if, wondering if drivers are noticing that they came off after the first round with maybe a little bit more fuel than they thought, or just seeing that drivers that have made it by for a 10-minute run on 1 tank of fuel have had considerably better runs than they would have otherwise. It seems like there are more people going for that gamble. Maybe they just realize they're in Vegas and might as well roll the dice.
Roll the dice. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Give it a go. And I tell you what, people say, why don't you just see how much fuel's left in the tank after a 5-minute run? And that. And in practice, yeah, sure, the theory is there, but it doesn't apply to what you're going to do during a race. And it comes down to a thing that I call race finger.
Sure.
Which is how aggressive you are on the throttle. Come time the red mist descends, the tone goes, and you go, I'm in racing zone now, and pull the trigger harder. You're going to use loads more fuel. So maybe more conservative strategies for some of these guys in the opening qualifying round, just trying to make sure they bring it home. And then exactly as you said, seeing a little bit more in the tank at the end of the run, go, maybe I could go a full 10 minutes. It looks like Tommy Salonen trying to do that now. And if he does, he's going to go for, he's currently looking at a 17:10.34, which would put him 40th overall. Looks like Craig Lawton has dropped off big time. Now looking at a 16:10.10 at a 48.9 second lap, 2 laps to go. So not what Craig Lawton wants. And
also
now down to 82nd.
can't discount as well how much the car changes in performance over the one tank of fuel, because in addition to the fact that the track is changing, the tires are wearing out, from a full tank of fuel to an empty tank, the car is going to be about 120 or so grams heavier with a full tank than it is an empty tank, which for us Americans who use this stupid standard system in which there's nothing standard about it, that's about 4 ounces.
Says the guy who wrote the track dimensions in feet.
I did not write those track dimensions. They came from Chris Tocco, who probably measured them in feet and then gave them to Gary.
Stupid feet.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, I will say, I don't really have any frame of reference as to, using meters and stuff, because, we've never used them here. But I do understand that saying, there's 8 ounces in a cup, but there's also 16 ounces in a pound.
Yeah, you've lost me already.
Stupid.
I work in systems that actually work.
Right. Where everything's based on an even number 10.
Yeah,
Right.
based on an even unit. Anyway, back to, it looks like our run's done and time has expired. Justin Wheeler going to the top of the sheet. And I didn't see what happened to Tommy Salonen, but he lost out, 16:10:01.
Well, that last lap of a 41.2 is what happened to Salonen, and losing out by 87 hundredths of a second. Dropped him all the way down to third. Justin Wheeler taking the win. Tony Truman second. Tommy Salonen third. So Wheeler was a half second faster than Tony Truman, and then another about 37 hundredths of a second to Tommy Salonen in the third spot. Degani fourth, Josh Payne fifth, and Mort sixth, Lawton seventh, Epley eighth, Baldo ninth, Winterstein 10th, Weatherholt, Kalins, and Grana 11th, 12th, and 13th.
And this is the first heat in our second round qualifying that we've seen no 17 lap runs.
Yep, 17:10 flat, .637. Justin Wheeler missing out by fractions of a second.
Still good enough for 49th in the round so far. But I'm sure that might change as we head further along the qualifying heats during qualifying round 2 here at the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 Off-Road World Championships at RC Tracks of Las Vegas. And the sun's starting to set to a lower angle here across the track. Makes for a nice golden setting, as our pit cam just shows a bit of interaction going there. Working with the hands.
I have to imagine if that's one of the Italian drivers.
Nemo Racing shirt.
Probably not. Remember, watching back at home as well, it's not that the drivers will get progressively slower each heat. It's that they will get slower every 3 heats. So heat 9 here being the last heat in the third group. Heats 1, 2, and 3 are the fastest 3 heats of the round. 4, 5, and 6 are the second fastest group. 7, 8, and 9 are the third fastest group. Within those groups, the drivers are pretty well evenly sorted based on their pretty well evenly shuffled, I should say, based on how they ended up in seating practice. So there will be a bigger drop between heats 9 and 10 than there was between 8 and 9.
My question is, why? Why do that rather than straight up seating?
Because then you have pre-qualifying, qualifying. You might have the A group of drivers that runs together all week long.
Sure, so the intention was to just mix it up and get people to run with drivers who they're not always running with?
Well, I think just a little bit of variety, but also, if being in the A heat is truly an advantage, based on not just running with the fastest drivers, but also, if they're at the very beginning of the round or the very end of the round, if you have the faster drivers sprinkled throughout the round, there's going to be more variation in what's going on.
Sure, so I can see the reasoning behind doing that. Just something a little bit different here in Vegas, just to shake it up.
They do that for the World Championships in 8-scale off-road, at least the last 6 of them.
Really?
Yeah.
Where have I been?
Not an 8-scale World Championship.
Not paying enough attention, obviously.
I like it a lot better. I don't think having practice count as sort of qualifying really makes any sense. This does take out most of the opportunity of people trying to sandbag to get in, the B or the C heat, because it's so much more random. You might end up, if you're 4th fastest, you're still going to end up in heat 1. If you're 6th fastest, you're going to be in heat 3. Like the differences between there would be much harder to manipulate the system to try to gain an advantage that way. I don't think there should be any strategy in practice.
Yeah, go out and run your laps and learn the track.
Belish, the Aussie commentator, is Chris Mitchell.
Hello.
He announces a lot of races down under and joined us for the first time at the ISTC World Championships in Beijing, China last month.
It feels like more than a month ago we did that.
Yeah. Feels like.
For you, it would be a never-ending blur of RC races.
And not only that, but the flight home from there. I mean, yeah, you've had 2 long flights, so that's why it feels like forever, because when you time travel on an airplane, it just kind of throws everything off.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little off today.
Or you're going to be worse tomorrow.
Don't start. That's why I went. Actually, Trevor Reed took me around to Walmart before we came here, and I bought myself a 12-pack of Red Bull, and they're going in the fridge tonight.
That's healthy.
I'm not going to be drinking a liter a day. Definitely not.
No, liter. That's
You're trying to work it out?
Put it back into our stupid standard system.
Hot Rod Diesels. Am I single? Yes. Are you hitting on me?
He likes your accent.
That'd be a first. Not many people. And all the Australians don't like Australian accent.
You mean the Australians don't deny that they have an accent?
The Australian girls, they don't go crazy over Australian accents, of
sure.
course. They're used to it. Volition as well.
Brilliant. He'll have to come and call some 10 scale at Kylor. Oh, so he's an
Kilo,
Aussie.
Victoria, yeah. I don't know exactly who he is.
Hot Rod Diesels, just don't tell my wife.
Perfect. But yeah, I'm going to Keilor in January for the Keilor Invitational, which is Australia's down under version of the Reedy race.
Interesting.
I'm hoping to actually get a spot in the invite class again. I got a wild card just because I'm cool last year, and I think I ran like 11th.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to ask if you blew out.
Nah. I held off Carl McBride for like 3 corners, so that was pretty cool.
10 U.S. drivers here in group number 9. That's some saturation.
Just a little bit. Derek Salsa, Jason Negroho, and Irichi Kanai, the odd ones out in this heat.
I can't count. There's 9 Americans.
Yeah. I wasn't going to point it out.
I can't has math, apparently.
As I didn't even read it, but Ben's Papon, also non-American in this one. So yeah, you can't count. But neither can I.
Race number 9 of 18. Once we're done with this, we'll be halfway through. Yeah, rad and bad. I looked that up too. 1 liter is about 33 ounces. That's because 1 gallon is about 3.8 liters. Here's CJ Jellin getting up on the pipe, heading up the high roller back there. Oh, and flipping it over through the off-camera corner.
That's not what you want to do. Lose a lot of time there at the exit of the Snake Eyes. We got a good look at that, the size of those ruts at the exit of the Snake Eyes while you were away, and they're getting pretty deep.
Yeah,
You
there's
couldn't
some
say
spots on the track that are rough and whooped out.
Yeah, and it's only going to get better.
I agree. I want the track to blow out so bad.
And yet before you were saying you loved the resin surface at Silverstate.
Far opposites. We're going to go to a Team Associate instant replay. And here's Jellin exiting the turn after the fadeaway double. And he turns in a little early. Oh, hit the pipe.
Tries to save it.
Yeah. Almost got it back on his wheels.
So close, but yet so far. Unfortunately, lost himself a few seconds.
Oh, boy.
That was all out of shape coming down Fremont Street. I wonder if you could drive down the real Fremont Street like that.
You don't really drive down Fremont Street. You walk.
I could drive.
I'm not taking out hundreds of pedestrians.
Yeah, I'll make the local news.
Oh dear.
They're
going to deport you.
I'm surprised they even let me in. I filled out my customs card wrong.
Really?
Well, because Americans, you love to do things backwards by the way of putting my birth date in. Month and day are back to front.
Oh, yeah. No, that's along with the standard system. We also do that really stupid.
So
We're like one of 3 countries in the world that writes a date, month, day, year. Because literally everyone else says day, month, year. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah. So I did that in my sleepy stupor plane while I was trying to recover from like spots of minimal hours of sleep on board my 13-hour long haul. And yeah, they accepted it. So I was surprised at that one.
Amazing.
While I stood in customs for over an hour.
You were born in the 17th month? I don't get it.
26th month.
Oh, even better.
It's obviously that it's a mistake, but they took it.
Chad Phillips out front by 64 1/1000ths of a second with Jake Dellinger running second. Colin Herzig third. Hunter Kinsey now up to third. Herzig fourth and Benz Papon fifth. So here is Chad Phillips trying to get around Benz Papon in the blue, white, and orange. I believe it's an HB buggy for Chad Phillips. I think it was the 1998, something like that, 1999 maybe, two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive open champion at the Reedy race. Now works for Absolute Hobbies.
Nice and settled through the 5-car draw there.
I like how he went from the inside all the way to the outside pipe to miss the holes in the double apex right-hand turn after the 5-pack.
Got to use all the road, right? And it's a nice four-wheel drift all the way out to the pipe too. Use the pipe becomes the road. Eventually the dust and dirt builds up against the pipe and you just get this long... Yeah, you just get this long berm going, which is really cool.
Phillips jumping into the crap chute and dropping down onto Fremont Street. He has a 2.2 second advantage on Jake Dellinger in the second spot. You see him again going all the way to that outside pipe, getting a little, doing a little jig on the dance floor there.
Do a little dance.
Shake, shake, shake. It's Phillips, Herzig, Dellinger, Kinsey, and Papon. 4:45 down, not even halfway done yet.
Wow, Phillips' time, currently without a pit stop though, is looking at a 17:10.23.0 on track for 6th for the round. So a pit stop adds anywhere between 4 and 6 seconds. So put him looking at at worst a 17:10.29, which would put Phillips around about a top 20, maybe top 25 run. That's a lot better than 90th in round one.
He was 90th in round number one with a 16:10.07.
So Phillips on a heater, if he can hold on to this sort of pace, he's doing a lot better than round one earlier today. Herzig on for a 17:10.29 at the moment. Another picturesque shot. A UPS plane coming into land at McCarran Airport. I'm really liking that shot across the top. That's really cool.
Yeah, the plane's coming in depending on the direction of the traffic. Depending on the direction of the wind, they rechange the air traffic that comes in and out of here. A really large airport, a few different runways, and sometimes we get really cool shots of planes flying right overhead.
I hope they add that in when they make the VRC version of this track.
That would be really cool.
Every once in a while, your speakers just go to maximum. This plane comes in over the track, you get super distracted and crash and have to reach for spacebar real quick.
Phillips, Papon, Kenny was up to third, dropping to ninth, however. So it's Herzig, Nugroho, Dellinger, Kenny, Kirkman, Kinsey, Jellin, and Wheeler top 10. Phillips still on a great run, is not yet pitted. Benz Papon, the tie driver, in the second position, 6.6 seconds out of the lead. Down the back straightaway into the crapshoot.
Wondering what the shadows on the left side of the circuit from that anti-up and then coming out to the crapshoot does to the way the water behaves in that section of the track later in the day. Have you seen that yesterday?
No, I didn't really notice if it stayed any wetter back there. Just as the temperature dies down, and specifically the wind died down at the end of the day, and that really allowed the track to start holding a little bit of water at least. So we'll see if that happens again heading into the second half of this round.
And like we said, there's nothing you can do about that. Absolutely nothing.
Right.
You can control how much water you put in. You can't control how much water comes back out, though, with the weather, temperatures, wind directions.
Well, and also, it's not like they're going to say, like, oh, water a little bit lighter in the shadows. Like, that's not really relevant or reasonable.
Yeah, they could, but how much is it really going to help? Right. It's not going to help much, to be honest. Unless it's stupendously wet in that section and then you're watering it again straight after, and you're just adding water to more water. It's not going to help. Papon, though, goes to the point.
8 minutes into this one, 2 minutes left to go. Ben's Papon leading a bunch of Americans behind him. Herzig, Phillips, Dellinger, Kenny rounds out the top 5.
A very safe and square line through the dance floor for Papon then. Looks like he's trying to go the full 10 minutes.
I think once you get past the 8-minute mark, if you haven't pitted yet, it seems like you're pretty much committed. So
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there'd be one section where, like, if you felt the bobble, you might be able to roll it in and just burble the throttle all the way up into pit lane. But that's only going to happen if you feel the throttle drop off.
Oh, Papon getting bumped
by
a slower car. Every time something like that happens, you use up a lot of fuel. So
yeah, definitely when you start going full punch from a standing start, doesn't quite help. But hopefully for Papon, for his sake, might be able to bring it home as Colin Herzig goes to the top of the sheet. Chad Phillips goes to 2. Herzig's time so far is 17:10.34. Would be good enough for 37th for the round. Phillips from a 90th in round 1, still looking at 43rd at the moment with a 17:10.36. Just hanging on to a 17-lap run.
Herzig was 74th in the previous round
with a 16:10.0. So improvements for Herzig over the first round result.
And Papon was 2 spots further from Phillips in round number 1. He was 92nd.
With a 16:10.07. So improvements for Papon as well, as he's running now a 16:10.05. So not a great improvement. Herzig and Phillips both looking at 17:10.34 and 10:35. A second between them. And Herzig's top time is the fast lap of the race, a 35.86. As time expires now, and everyone's going to finish off their runs. Herzig looking for a strong finish here. 35th of the round is on the cards with a 17:10.33.9. Chad Phillips looking at a 43rd for the round, 17:10.35.4. Ryan Kenny goes up to the 2 spot now from Jake Dellinger in 4, and Ben's Papon down to 5. And I believe Papon made the line for a finish. So managed to get it done on fuel at 16:10.05. Round 2, 17:10.34.198. Goes 36th for the round. Might lose a few more spots if a few drivers in the later heats go faster, but could be a serious improvement. As we're just waiting for the driver stand to fill up with our next heat of drivers for heat number 10. And some more water going down onto the dirt of RC Tracks of Las Vegas to get ready to greet our new drivers for the next heat.
You are watching the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 Scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships presented by Proline Racing and Kyosho, our title sponsors for the week, stepping up big time to allow us to bring you live coverage of this race for free on a variety of platforms, including Facebook Live, YouTube, and Twitch.tv, as well as on liverc.com. So special thank you to Proline Racing, as well as Kyosho. Looking here at our Kyosho pit lane cam.
Looking at Barry Baker posting, asking when would the final be scheduled for on Saturday? I think it's 6 p.m. Saturday evening. It is on our broadcasting schedule that's been posted up on liverc.com. And off the top of my head, it is 6 p.m. Saturday. Heat number 10 for qualifying round number 2. Getting ready to take to the track, Ronnie Luba, Albin Tarning, Camden Lime, Stanley Wansanera. Pretty sure I spelled that one wrong. Waldo's giving me the nod saying, yeah, you did. Come on, mate. And I'm going to say the next one wrong too.
Game Mangkolpan.
Mangkolpan.
Stanley Wangsanagara.
Stanley Wansanagara? Yeah, there we go. Not bad. I still think our competitor from China, from the Beijing ICC Worlds, was a real kick. Genji Osaka, Shane Kelly. There's an easy one. Another one of my Australian mates. Sebastian Recio, Man Yat Lui, Kazuki Sasatu, Jean Agus, Sivian Yaniv, and Felipe Martinez, all taking to the track for their second run of the day. Nice sunny Tuesday afternoon here at RC Tracks of Las Vegas, for their second round of qualifying at the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 Nitro Off-Road World Championships. Presented by our broadcasting sponsors, Proline and Kyosho. Nice shot there from our camera up on the Hoover Dam. And you can see the hole on the apex, and that's why a lot of drivers are going wide. You dip the outside tire into that hole while mounting the curbing, and you're going wheels to lid faster than you can say, Marshall. As the track continues to develop more and more character here over the course of the week. Of course, you're getting this shot on the Hoover Dam, courtesy of our HRP track cam. That's a really nice shot there, actually. Kudos for setting that one up. A little bit of a sun glare as the sun starts to get low over the Mojave Desert.
Remember, guys, spread them out. You're all in your own individual pocket. You haven't taken the loop yet. Make sure you give yourself some room. Slow up or speed up or separate yourself somehow. You don't have to if you don't want to, but as long as you got the method.
As our session is about 30 seconds old, and we're watching Australian TLR driver Shane Kelly getting nice and sideways, coming out of the Snake Eyes into the anti-up. And I think we're going to see a lot of unfair favoritism on commentary towards the Australians, just because I know them, which is usually very helpful when you're trying to call races. Kelly's got a bit of a lonely drive out there as he comes down Las Vegas Boulevard, and he's currently sitting third for the heat in the opening laps. We'll let everyone filter through before we start to really call who is where and what's now, as Alvin Tarning goes to the top of the sheet. Game Mongolfan into the 2 spot. Kazuki Sasatsu into the 3, Kelly down to 4, Ronnie Luba into 5, Camden Lime into 6, Stanley Watsangera, I should say. I'll get it right soon. Into the 6 spot now, Lime down to 7, John Agus into 8, Felipe Martinez into 9, Sebastian Recchio into 10, Manyat Lee into 11, Kenzie Osaka into 12, and Sylvain Yaniv into the 13. Fastest man on the track is Alvin Tarning right now, a 36.323 last time by. Currently looking at a 17.10.21.7 without a pit stop and without any changes on track as the water starts to fade away from the track surface. The dust comes up. Definitely making a difference in the late stages of the runs here, as we're still following Shane Kelly in the yellow and blue TLR. Kazuki Sasatsu now going to the top of the sheet, looking at a 17.10.27 as Alvin Tarning drops to 2nd place. Following along with Alvin Tarning now as he comes onto the dance floor. Well, very safe through the dance floor. And Tarning nice and square down Las Vegas Boulevard, holding down, well, falling down to the 4 spot now as Kelly goes through for 3. Sasatsu goes to 1, and Kenji Osaka jumps up into the 2 spot. Picking up with Game Munglepano, just hanging up on the pipe, coming down Fremont Street. Luckily, the marshal was standing a little bit further away from the pipe. Munglepan currently running in the 4 spot, looking at a 16.10.01, which would be good enough for the moment for 58 overall in this round. Kazuki Sasatsu out front at the moment, looking at a 17.10.31.3, which would be good enough for 30th overall, but Kazuki has not yet taken fuel. 4 minutes in, 6 to go in this 10-minute session. Just having a look over the chat, it's good to see that I've got a lot of love from my Australian mates getting on the chat. But no, I'm not the best. I appreciate the kind words, J-Rod, but I'm not the best. Waldo will agree to that. Albin Tarning going back to the top end of the field now, looking at a 17:10:32, still good enough for 30th in the round. Kazuki Sasatsu holding down the 2 spot at the moment, just 2.8 thousandths of a second, 2.8 hundredths of a second between them last time at the line. As they both dropped down a little bit of time, they've both taken fuel stops now, and they're looking at 41st and 42nd overall for the heat, or overall for the round. Really is an easy way to identify that. Sebastian Recchio in the 3rd spot, looking at a 16:10:08, which would be good enough for 43rd. Well, I'm not sure what's happening to Kazuki Sasatsu. Kazuki's dropped down the order a little bit now and goes to 4th. So as we're following Sasatsu at the moment, coming up through the Hoover Dam and down Fremont Street, just like everyone else, just chasing that second lip there. As the top lip, as you jump down onto Fremont Street, is completely worn away. There's not enough pop to get the cars over the gap nicely. It's just easier to throttle up and try and hit the ground running once the rear end slaps on the top lip of the downslope. Tarning, though, is still your leader, but they're losing time rapidly at the end of the run. Tarning now on track for 70th overall with a 16:10:06. Recchio on track for 80th overall, looking at a 16:10:07. Sasatsu down to 92nd, looking at a 16:10:11. And Wang Sanagera down to 93rd overall, looking at a 16:10:11. As you've got 2 minutes 40 left in this one. This is heat 10 of 18 for qualifying round 2. As we're now following along with Albin Tarning coming over the fadeaway double. Then around the Snake Eyes, nice and safe. Has to go the wide option to get around the flipped car right in front of him. I believe that might have been Shane Kelly, actually. Tarning, though, holding on to the lead by 1.8 seconds at the line. 2.5 back to Sasatsu in the 3 spot. Another 2.5 back to Wangan Singh. Mansangera. I'm going to keep getting that wrong if I don't get it right soon. It's going to be my weekend thing. Wang Sangera holding down the 4 spot. Camden Lime in 5. Mongolpan in 6. Luba in 7. John Angus in 8. Felipe Martinez in 9. Shane Kelly in 10. Manyat Lui in 11. Kenji Osaka down to 12. It looks like we've lost Sivan Yaniv earlier on lap number 10. Tarning up in the pace a little bit now. Looking at a 16:10:03.1 on track for 56th overall. So a solid late stage run for Albin Tarning, trying to make inroads back towards the 17 lap bracket. And a couple more like that in the final minute to go might just put him inside the 17 laps. Tarning goes through, ups the time again, 16:10:01. Looking closer to a 17-lap run. Might just get away with it. 35 seconds left on the clock. As Tarning's going through the Snake Eye section now, he's going to get around and through for one more before time expires. And might just sneak around for one more again on Tarning's own personal 10-minute clock. But we'll have to wait and see the dying moments of this heat. Heat 10 of 18 for qualifying round 2. Down Las Vegas Boulevard. Sneaks through and drops it just slightly again to a 16:10:01.06. Kazuki Sasatsu in the 2 spot, looking at a 16:10:05. Sebastian Recchio in the 3, looking at 16:10:08. Camden Lime in 4, looking at 16:10:10. And Stanley Wansangera in 5, looking at 16:10:11.8. So Tarning, with his current time, 16:10.01.06, would put him 53rd overall. But if he can make it through to a 17, might elevate himself inside the top 40. But just misses out. Alvin Tarning goes 16:10.0.9 and stays in 53rd overall for the round.
You are watching the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 Scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships, brought to you by Proline Racing and Kyosho, our title sponsors for the weekend, along with Upgrade RC, Fire Safe Systems, Maxima MX. Group number 10 wrapping up with Albin Tarning from Sweden setting the fastest time, good for 53rd. See where Tarning was in round number 1, 114th with a 16:10.18. This time a 16:10 flat, so a lot faster than he went the first time. Sean Price, hey, Aaron, any info on the whole Durango thing? Not yet. I do know that Emesco's split with Durango did not include also a split from Hobbyco, so that might give us some insight into what's going on there. But no, I haven't heard any further.
It'd be interesting to see what happens with Durango and getting around racing. They looked really promising a few years ago with Neumann and their whole 10 scale campaign, especially around the Euro Off-Road Series, just absolutely dominating everyone out across Europe in that series. But then things change. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens with that. And I'm sure as soon as word gets out, it's going to spread like wildfire anyway.
Gary Hale posting on our Facebook comments. Who is the Aussie doing commentary?
I'm getting that a lot.
Yeah, his name is Chris Mitchell. Well, that's because no one's ever heard of you.
Well, no one in 8-scale off-road, obviously, outside of Australia.
Right, and no one that didn't watch the On-Road Worlds in China.
Which didn't count many Americans.
Right.
We'll be honest. Well, it's good to have people maybe get to know me, and I'm hoping you like me, because otherwise it's going to be a very awkward week here in Vegas for me.
Got one of your mates coming up here in this one, Zach Ryan.
Yeah, Zach getting around it. I'm sure he'd be happy with being a bit further up in the order. I know Zach can lap around the same pace as Josh Payne and Craig Lawton when he's on his game. And Zach residing in Queensland, Australia. Does a lot of shadow racing and testing with Aaron Stringer, who's in...
How do they race shadows? Is there like stock shadow and modified shadow?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. Tim Smiley, it's awesome. Y'all are streaming this on Facebook. Thank you, Tim, for watching, y'all. You can tell I don't use y'all very often. I didn't use it right.
It's just like when you try and say mate with an Australian accent.
Right. Felix, yeah, I sound British.
It's
Felix
horrible.
Martinez, I don't know why people are surprised the track is getting holes. It is Las Vegas. I don't think anyone's surprised. I think more people are surprised that it's not as rough as we kind of thought it might be. Chris Lawson, any chance you guys could show a pic of the world's t-shirts being sold? Maybe. Maybe not right now, but at some point today, I'm sure we can. Hit the water and putty knife track repair. Well, they're going to water the track, but they're not repairing anything. Jesus Silva, I want to run this track so badly. No kidding. Imagine flying around the world to RC races and never getting to drive a lap.
Yeah. I try making a habit of whatever track I go to, that at least by the time I fly out at the end, after the event, that I get to drive once. Because otherwise I go home wanting to drive so bad.
Yeah.
And it really kills.
Yeah, I used to try that too, and then I gave up.
Yeah.
For everyone asking where certain drivers are qualifying at the moment, you can check out our new live scoring beta page at ifmar.liverc.com. And that way you don't have to wait for us to answer you. You can just look it up. Waiting for the start of group number 11. 1 minute left in warm-up. Tim Moore, y'all can have another y'all. I actually think I used it right that time.
Y'all?
Yeah.
It doesn't sound right for me. It's all yours.
It doesn't sound right to me either.
It sounds worse.
I went to Texas for the first time, and I thought it was hysterical. I walked into a gas station, and the lady was very nice. Was standing by, and I came walking in. She's like, "How can I help y'all?" Like, look over both my shoulders, like I'm the only one in the store. It's just me.
So in Australia, we have a version of that, but it's not your. Because we're Bogan, and I explained Bogan to you last time we got together in the commentary booth, it's use.
Right.
How can I help use?
Weird.
And that is even worse.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. No, it's funny. She said, it's just me, and she laughed. She's like, y'all aren't from around here. I'm like, I'm still confused.
Yeah, I'm still one person. I didn't morph into three.
She's like, no. She's like, if it's one of you, it's y'all. And if it's a group of people, then it's y'all. Unless it's a big group, and that's all y'all.
And somehow you have a visual differentiation between those.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I was like, oh, well, now it makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Clear as mud.
Danny Choi from South Korea, Zach Ryan from Australia, Adrian Bertine from France, Robbie Williams from the United States, Timo Engelstetter from Germany, Atsushi Kawamoto and Kenji Saruta from Japan, Frederick Sederberg from Sweden, Tian Olafs from South Africa, Chopin Yusuf from, I believe that's Singapore, and Gary Baird here from Ireland.
How big's the Irish team here this week?
Bigger than I thought.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm ruined that I missed the opening ceremony because I got to watch a little bit back on the really bad Wi-Fi connection I had.
There's a replay on the homepage.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get onto that tonight, I think. But it looked really cool.
Eric Hanna in the chat room. Come on, y'all. That's how we roll in the South.
Nice. Billy Fisher going to the top of the sheet ahead of Timo Engelstetter in the 2 spot. Kenji Saruta into the 3. Danny Choi in 4. Adrian Bertine in 5. Zach Ryan in 6. Atsushi Kawamoto in 7. Gary Baird in 8. Robbie Williams in 9. Jan Oliofs in 10. Chopin Yusuf in 11. Frederick Sederberg in 12. And Mark Morrow rounding out our 13. Danny Choi jumping to the top of the sheet. A fast lap of a 36.241. Currently looking at a 17.10.26.7. Would put him 12th overall. Without a pit stop yet, though. So looking at maybe a 30 or a 40. We'll see how Danny Choi's run continues on. Billy Fisher trying to chase him down, though. 1/100th of a second between them last time by. 1/10 of a second, actually. I'm getting good at that. I mean, no, I'm getting really bad at that. Confusing hundreds for tenths. Oh, jeez. I'm blaming it on jet lag. I will blame it on jet lag.
Chopin Yusuf is from Indonesia. That's where he's from.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
But that's a long trip even from Indonesia to come to Vegas.
So is Australia. What's your point?
Well, yeah. As we're following along with Billy Fisher now, coming over the poker table down Las Vegas Boulevard. Oh, just a bit of curve there through turn 1, up over the high roller. Goes to the inside line to miss the hole that we call the money pit, right?
Yep.
It's not really seeming to be, it seems to be flattening out, actually,
right.
the money pit.
It was a lot worse yesterday.
So maybe a bit of water, and the car's actually chopping the top off the money pit there is helping it.
Yeah.
It's a pain because I wanted to see the money pit grow.
Me too.
Everyone likes a deeper money pit.
I want to see the track blow out already. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah. Make it harder for the racers. This is supposed to be a world championship, right? You know, because it's already hard.
Right. Billy Fisher ducking into pit lane here before the 4-minute mark. See Danny Lewis, I believe that was, and Thomas Jones from Techno RC picking the car up, putting fuel in it, and throwing it back out. Not sure actually if that was Danny Lewis or Zach Burnside. I didn't get a good look at him there.
Yeah, you're going to be a better judge of that one than I am.
Well, they're also from my hometown, so that makes sense.
Yeah, a lot of sense. Danny Choi still holding down the lead at the moment, 7.9 tenths of a second up on Billy Fisher in the 2. Then another 9.5 tenths back to Adrian Bertine in the 3, and they all switch around again. Billy Fisher dropping down to the 5 spot now as Timo Engelstadter goes to the 2 spot. Bertine still in 3. And Choi with a 2.6 second lead, looking at 31st overall at the moment with a 17.10.33. I'd have to say, don't think Danny's going to be able to put in a 17 overall at the end of the run, as he's yet to take fuel. And as the track dries towards the end of this session, going to lose some more time. But Timo Engelstadter sitting in the 2, Adrian Bertine in 3, Atsushi Kawamoto in 4, Billy Fisher in 5, now Robbie Williams in 6, Zach Ryan in 7, Tian Oliovs in 8, Gary Baird in 9, Frederick Sederberg in 10, Kenji Saruta, sounds about right. Actually elevating himself into 9th now, Baird down to 10, Sederberg in 11, Mark Morrow in 12, and Chopin Yusuf in 13. As Choi just loses a little bit of time. Has taken fuel though, goes 17.10.36. Was that after the pit lap? Might lose some more time again for Danny Choi. Currently looking at 44th overall.
Got a Team Associate instant replay here with Timo Engelstadter. Whoa. Little too fast over the hip jump.
Managed to save it though.
Yeah.
Oh! Very nice. Bicycling around onto Las Vegas Boulevard. I wouldn't mind bicycling around down Las Vegas Boulevard.
I wouldn't. That'd be so dangerous. Can't be on the sidewalk because there's a million people.
Yeah.
And you can't be on the side of the road because there's taxi cabs all over the place.
Yeah, someone's going to open the door in your face.
Or just run you right into the curb and kill you.
Yeah.
No thanks. No bicycling down the strip for me.
That's a pretty common thing in Australia, actually.
Wait till you see the strip at night. It's horrifying.
Horrifying?
Yeah.
I was going to say, like, mystical and awesome.
Yeah, horrifying.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll go with horrifying.
Coming up on the remaining 3 minutes here of this one for Atsushi Kawamoto. 1.5 seconds up on Billy Fisher. Imagine Fisher, I would like to be a little quicker than this at the moment. He actually did not start in round number 1. That's right. He had the electronics issue and warm-up that knocked him out of the race. So Fisher getting out there for his first qualifying run. Kawamoto, Fisher, Choi, Engelstadter, and Bertine top 5 as we follow along with this big gaggle of cars.
As we're following along with Danny Choi, was our leader early on in the run, now running in 5th place, looking at a 16.10.11. Oh, all out of shape with some traffic.
I think the yellow and red car that was right ahead of him that just got spun out there is the leader at Atsushi Kawamoto. And as I say that, Billy Fisher took over the top spot anyway by 56 hundredths of a second.
It's just all a bit argy-bargy in this pack here.
What?
Oh, you've never heard that before. Argy-bargy.
Argy-bargy.
It sounds horrible when you say it. Yeah. Yeah, it's like bump and grind.
Hey, nothing wrong with a little bump and grind. 8:35 down, 1:25 left to go. Ingolstadter less than 0.4 of a second behind Zach Ryan, the Aussie running out front. Ingolstadter second. Adrian Bertine third. Billy Fisher fourth. Fisher with a 42.4 knocked him out of the lead for the moment with 1 minute left to go. Ryan
on the top of the sheet. Some more pace from Zach in the late stages of the run with 35 seconds to go. Where was Ryan in the first heat, Aaron?
Somewhere between first and 234th.
Nice one.
$116th.
Well, an improvement for Zach Ryan, currently looking at 87th at the moment as Timbo Engelstadter goes to the top of the sheet now, looking at a 16:10.08.2. As we are following along with Zach Ryan coming down Las Vegas Boulevard, the white, yellow, and black Kyosho. Looking a bit understeery. He comes up over the high roller, a bit out of shape.
Understeery.
Understeery. I'm killing it today.
I didn't realize there was an adjective form of that.
It is in Australia.
Huh.
A bit wild coming off the crapshoot as well. Ryan currently looking at 85th now, so making inroads. But Engelstadter still goes to the top of the sheet as time is up and everyone's finishing off their runs. Engelstadter finishes off with a 16:10.07.3, which looks like it's going to be good enough for 78 overall at this point. Ryan comes across with a 16:10.08.3, which is good enough for 84th. Billy Fisher comes across in third for the round, third for the heat, I should say, with a 16:10.09.4, good enough for 89th overall. Danny Choi comes across with a 16:10.10.3, which would put him in 94th.
I'm jumping back into our chat room here. Apparently Savage Sam tagged Chris in a
I did see
Facebook
that.
post. Yeah. Tobelmeister, that's proper English, argy bargy. Sure. Robbie W, bump and grind? Question mark? Yeah, don't get a BUI. That's another reason not to go bicycling down the strip. I got a... Who sang that song? I say this is Genuine?
Bump and grind?
R. Kelly, yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with a little bump and grind.
That's right.
Glad someone picked that up. Perfect. Robbie W, that made me laugh in the middle of the race. As far as I can tell, RC is a money pit.
Absolutely.
Nailed it.
Absolute money pit. Any form of motorsports, I think, becomes a real money pit.
Checking out our Facebook comments. Matthew Bargo, Truggy. Yeah, nope.
No, not at all. Buggy's where it's
How
at.
about just not?
Oh, not at all?
No.
Just run Buggy.
Yeah.
Simplify things.
Right.
What's this two-class of stuff?
Right.
I'd like EP Buggy still. I like EP Buggy.
Dylan Hartshorn. They are running 6 qualifying rounds in total. 2 today, 2 tomorrow, 2 on Thursday.
God, that's a long qualifying.
Yeah. Taking each driver's 4 best results out of the 6. Josh Holstad, let's see the Hoover cam.
Hoover cam?
Yeah, on top of the Hoover Dam. At first I thought Josh Holstad was talking like we needed to strap a GoPro to a vacuum or something.
You know, I actually brought my GoPro session with me this weekend.
Huh.
With a head mount. I might throw that on someone's head for when they're doing pitting.
That would be interesting. Johnny Kimball, commentary is doing a very good job. Thank you, Johnny.
Yeah, I like Johnny
I
now.
hope you still feel that way in 5 days. Let's go to, is there going to be a Truggy Worlds, Donnie Carpenter? Nope.
Not if Aaron's got anything to say about it.
Not if I have a single thing to say about it.
And he will say and sing and dance loud.
I will write articles about it, and that'll be that. So we're going to jump into some fan mail. Here is Donnie Carpenter saying, my view, thanks for all you do. A very dark mood lighting going on in there.
Just wants to set the tone.
Yep.
Gonna get around some welds.
Tim Barth, prepping for round 5 of the 2016 Force Series and watching the World Championships. Getting some wrenching done, part of the JQ Racing team. Thank you, Tim.
Oh, their hats hanging below the cars. Sorry, I thought that was socks.
Dan C. Dan Carey, watching from Dorset, UK. Go Team Losi Racing. Watching on the laptop. Got an 8-scale car and a 10-scale car there. And Gary took a picture of Tim Long on the right there and Chris Moore sitting in the Mugen container watching the broadcast on their laptops. Thank you, Tim and Chris. We appreciate it. And Juan Gonzalez, saludos desde Mexico. Go Team Mexico. Working at the office with his iPad, streaming from YouTube.
Nice and tidy desk too.
That's awesome.
Desk. Back to our Yosho pit lane cam. Watching our cars for heat number 12. Getting ready to go out. Charles Ross, Charles Hicks, William Skidmore, Nicholas Regante, Miguel Villabos, Gil Alontaga, Britton Curry, Ryujo Noguchi, Gustavo Bayer, Roberto Zegon, Ben Sterling, Tyler Cook, and James Arluck taken to the track in this one. So we have 5 Americans, 1 Australian, 1 Brazilian, 1 Japanese, 1 Brit, 1 Mexican driver. Plus 2 from Argentina and 1 from Colombia taking to the track for this one. 1 minute till the race is going to start.
Len Stage, simple response to that. No.
God, you're a hard man to please, Aaron.
No, I'm not.
Just don't run trucky and you're happy.
Yeah. Same in electric races. Don't run stadium truck. Don't run,
short course? There's a fancy
not
sitting
really.
on there.
Not at the Nationals. Frankly, if a class can't draw 30 entries in a national championship, it shouldn't be part of the Nationals.
Sure, I see that. In Australia, we don't even run modified short course. It's stock.
The only nice thing that I have to say about short course at racing events is that there are a lot of people when they get into RC,
they buy a short
course truck.
Yep. It seems to be the gateway for a lot of people to get into RC racing. When they go out and they go to a hobby shop and they see a Tractor Slash or something like that, they go, hey, that's cool and that's cheap.
That actually looks somewhat sort of like a real car.
Yeah.
None of these spaceship-looking things.
And then they take it to a track and they see other people with these other short courses. They go, oh, yeah, okay, I might get into this.
Yeah.
And then it opens the gateway.
Sure. And then if they end up buying one of these spaceship-looking buggies, that's fine.
Yeah.
But, Truggy, stadium truck, no.
Yeah. I had an interesting conversation a while ago with one of my Australian mates, Karen Noddle. I'm sure he might be watching this one, about the aspect of how RC cars look so bad compared to trying to beat scale, and then the difference between performance and scale, or performance and scale.
Yeah.
And we got to, why do we put headlight stickers on touring cars? And his simple answer was, well, if we didn't, they'd look like a bunch of dustbusters running around a track.
Yep.
But
that's the thing. So, we're in this interesting dichotomy because we've allowed the cars to get so unrealistic, but we're trying so desperately to keep the tracks in the racing program realistic. It doesn't add up.
How's the racing program realistic?
Well, okay,
you have like
no,
3
never mind.
days of
The
practice.
racing program isn't realistic, but I mean, like,
I gave you that one.
qualifying and main events and make things fair, and like, people freaking out about dirt tracks not being real off-road and like panicking over racing on carpet. But the cars look nuts.
Yeah.
Right.
They're
So-
like any other. They're like you take an off-road buggy, something that runs in Pro 2 buggy,
Right.
and you put it on steroids, and then you go and change everything about it, and then you get something that closely resembles an RC buggy. They look nothing like
Right.
their scale counterparts.
Like, I don't understand the dichotomy there. Let's let the cars look ridiculous, but let's still try to frame this as a miniature motorsport versus kind of letting it look like an interactive real-life video game. Like, that's what, to me, like, carpet off-road looks like. Carpet off-road is closer to, like, drone racing or video games than what we do now, and it's hugely popular everywhere in the world except for, well, it's starting to catch on here, and I guess it hasn't quite made its way to Australia.
It's not very well liked in Australia, but there are a few tracks that are starting to run it, and it's starting to gain traction.
Pun intended, hooray!
That was awesome. I was hoping you got that.
Oh, yeah. 235 down, 725 left to go. Oh, but back that, yeah. Hate Truggy, hate Stadium Truck. Yeah.
Short course, maybe.
Only because it's popular with new racers.
Yep.
250 down, 710 left to go. Gil Alantaga. I said this yesterday, funny enough. Gil Alantaga is from the San Diego area as well. He was the manager of a hobby store I worked at for a year after high school.
Right.
Yeah.
So you get back a long way with Gil?
Yeah.
Nice.
Ben Sterling, actually. And so he had taken over a store that I had started working at.
Yep.
And then the manager of that store was removed and Gil got put in place. And I had an agreement with the previous manager because I was racing at that point.
Yeah.
And so I told him, like, there are going to be a lot of times where I just need days off because I'm going to these races. He's like, yeah, I understand. Like, that was an agreement we had when I started working there. And Gil was like, well, that agreement was with the previous manager. Like, I need you here. Like, no, I'm going to miss work for these races. Like, that's more important to me than this is right now. And so he told me I couldn't have, 3 days off to go to the Hot Rod Shootout. I went anyway. And I came home Monday and didn't have a job at the hobby store anymore.
Oh, perfect.
Right. And it was funny because then, I ran into him, a year later, and he wasn't working at that store either. He's like, yeah, no, I'm over it.
As we're following Gil Alantaga now around track. He put the mockers on him, and now he's on the roof.
Yeah, the camera curse is real.
It's like commentator curse when you're live track announcing.
Yep.
They get frustrated when you do that. You say their name and they blow apart like a hand grenade. What? Sterling now goes to lead.
That got dark. 435 down, 525 left to go.
Ben Sterling in the lead with a 17:10:36.6 at the moment. Currently looking at going position 44 for the round. Should be a pretty good improvement from Ben's round one result. And the reason why I asked Aaron to find them is because he's way quicker at doing that. No offense, Savage Sam. 139th in round number one for Ben Sterling. So this would be a solid improvement for Ben. Currently looking at 67th after a slow lap last time by, a 39.6. As Gil Alantaga goes back to the top of the sheet. Now Tyler Cook goes to the 3 spot. Nicholas Brigante goes to 4. Miguel Villalobos goes to 5. William Skidmore, the 6. Roberto Zigon goes to 7. Britton Curry to 8. Charles Hicks to 9. And Ryuji Noguchi to 10. And everyone's now off of a 17-lap run as Gil Alantaga goes 16:10:01. Currently looking at 54th. And tell you what, I'm killing Ben Sterling out there because now he's dropped to 120th on our overall sheet. So not the way Ben wants his qualifier to go. to try and make improvements from round 1.
Gil Alantaga out front by 5.7 seconds over Tyler Cook. Nicholas Brigante third, William Skidmore fourth. Ben Sterling dropping to fifth after running out front earlier in this race. 2/3 of the way done with round number 2 once this race is complete. So we are quite a ways behind the original schedule set up for day number 1 of qualifying. Of course, we knew that after round number 1, as we had completely run through the what was supposed to be the lunch break. They still gave us 15 minutes, and then round 2 has taken longer still.
Yeah, it seems to be stretching out. As the heat of the day set in, track ordering takes a little bit longer. The gap between races drags on, and the day gets longer. Deliberately dragging that out for effect.
Oh, I get the joke.
Oh, finally. Took you long enough.
I'm just kidding. 7:40 down, 2:20 left to go. Gil Alantaga on pace to qualify 50th.
Solid.
Yeah.
And just knocking on the door of a 17-lap run, too. Looking at 16:10 even .252. Tyler Cook in the 2 spot, looking at 16:10.07.1, which would put him 78th overall for the round. Nicholas Brigante now dropping down as Brigante drops to 6th overall. Britton Curry going to the 3 spot, the 16:10.16.6, looking at putting himself 118th overall for the round. Ben Sterling, well, it's an improvement, but not a big enough improvement that he would be wanting. Currently looking at 4th for the heat, which would put him 120th for the round for a 16:10.18.1. William Skidmore in the 5 spot, looking at 16:10.18.4, would put him 121st. So Curry, Sterling, and Skidmore and Zegon Brigante all inside the 120 to 130 range and battling it out for 3, 4, 5, and 6 and 7 in this heat. It's all pretty closely matched with a minute to go. Alantaga still out front. Has lost a little bit of time, though. Has not taken fuel yet.
Whoa.
So Alantaga trying to go the full 10.
He was 119th in round number 1, on pace to qualify 65th if he can keep it up here on a 16:10.03 pace and not run out of fuel.
Yeah, I was going to say, and not run out of fuel at the same time.
Don't run out, don't crash.
Yeah.
Sounds easy, right?
Yeah, easier said than done a lot of the time. Especially the don't crash part. Or for me, anyway.
I'd love to come up with a specific instance that was easier done than said.
Easier done than said. I have to get back to you on that one.
Right. I don't know. Perhaps
now you've broken my brain.
Ignore. A lot easier to ignore somebody than it is to even say ignore. Oh, I get the joke.
Yeah, I just sat there for a minute just looking blankly, trying to give Aaron the joke. He gets it.
I was kind of hoping he'd go that way.
Yeah, I gave him that 180 for sure.
Gil Alantaga, Tyler Cook, Britton Curry. Alantaga on lap number 16. His pace has slowed to a 16:10.03. But just a couple of corners from being done. It seems like more people than I expected able to make it for the 10 minutes.
Don't run out. Don't run out. Look at the wheels.
Got it.
Alantaga gets through for 16:10.03. Yeah, it cuts it a lot finer when you are driving on that 17-lap pace. You know, if you're chasing a 17:20 and you come around to start that 17th lap.
If he had been 5 seconds faster and gotten by for like a, 17:10.35,
yeah, it might have been
everything.
super close. Especially if you get that victory lap, last lap shakes. Just
Checking out
looking
our
at how
Kyosho pit lane cam. As we see Chris Wheeler picking up Charles Hicks' car to shut it off. You're watching the 2016 IFMAR Nitro Off-Road World Championships 1/8 scale buggy. Brought to you by Proline Racing and Kyosho. Jumping back into our chat room here. Andrew Salvaggi severely disappointed the Aussie contingent aren't trackside yelling at people to do whips.
that comes in the finals.
Yeah,
Salvaggi.
Catman, you were right. Gas truck was a two-wheel drive 1/10 scale stadium truck with a .12 engine. Sean Price, something easier done than said. Flux and Austin illipification.
Wow.
Boom!
Smash that.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're marrying someone that's going into healthcare.
Yeah, I'm going to leave that one to you. I'm not even going to try.
You gotta come, Gary, you gotta come see this word that I just crushed in the chat room. What's that?
Proline tires have been awesome. We have an advantage for sure.
Just a couple of words from our sponsors there as we're back to our Kyosho pit lane cam. Getting ready to go racing for heat 13 of 18 as we're starting to wind down the day. Current local time is 6:20 p.m. It looks like it's going to be a late one, Aaron.
Yeah. Imagine we're going to get back to the hotel. The only thing that's going to be open here on a Tuesday
is the whole strip.
No. Especially not at the hotel to get dinner. It's going to be the deli in the back corner, which luckily does have a pretty decent Reuben sandwich. Their adult beverage selection's horrible, and it's like $9. Kyosho pit lane cam active right here. Checking out car number 5, Ali Al-Falakawi.
Ali Al-Falakawi.
Savage Sam, it is fan mail at liverc.com. Yes, sir. Check out our Facebook chat as well. Alejandro Prieto. Vamos, joven Juan Jose. Let's go, young Juan Jose. Javier Urbina Sobera. Nothing closes in Vegas. False. We went to check out 3 different restaurants in our hotel alone last night that were closed at like 10.
That's a fail.
Yeah, it was bad. Carlton Tucker, great run for Midwest guy, Britton Curry. Thomas Lane cheering on Ophir Kamarian.
I'm going to have to go find the Australians and see where they're going for dinner.
Jacob Leader, so tempted to drive out. Come make the trip. You can still watch the broadcast in our hospitality tent, and you can come in and check out our studio. Victor Orellana, common gill, not rare gill. Saying common and like as come on. So common being the opposite of rare.
As we're about to get a start underway in Heat 13 for qualifying round 2. Warren van der Merwe starting out alongside or with Ben Panic, Jose Alvarado, Maurizio Fantinel, Ali Alfalcawe, Frank Lemke, Kevin Sharp, Juan Jose Benayepes, Ophir Kamirian, Wen Pai Wong, Carlos Segura, George Coleman, and Scott Yang all heading out.
Dylan Hartshorn on Facebook. When are they starting the race tomorrow? 9 o'clock. You can check the broadcast schedule on our Facebook page. On our homepage at liverc.com.
Just checking our chat. Andrew Salvaggi, what's to go with the pit man wearing the Kyosho jacket? That's George Coleman's pit man. And yes, he is wearing a headset with a mic. That's how they communicate with each other. I don't think there's anything in the rules that say that's not allowed. It's pretty common.
There was for a while, but I think they changed that over the last few years. Javier Urbina Silva says, well, maybe not the table that you're sitting at, but restaurants, shows, stuff that I actually want to do after we get out of here. Yeah, closes.
Yeah, I want to see more than gambling tables. I'm not a gambler much myself.
Nope.
But the shows and restaurants, yeah, I want to get around that.
These casinos don't pay for themselves. 9 minutes and 10 seconds left.
Their first lap of the run. Ben Panic opening up with a 37-1. And we have a team-associated instant replay here. Whoa. And that's Warren van der Merwe, just before crossing the line. Luckily, it wasn't a lap later.
Van der Merwe.
Merwe?
A hilarious story about Van der Merwe in Italy 2 years ago. His dad was sitting at a bar restaurant with us after racing was over one night. He was trying to tell us that taking shots of olive oil was the key to not having a hangover the next day. Table for you to, dunk your bread into.
Yeah.
And so he just started filling a shot glass with it and taking shots of olive oil.
Ugh,
yeah, it was bad. And it didn't work.
Bad for your acne, too, if you had bad acne.
Unless you rubbed it on your skin, that'd be okay.
Or it gets the hose again.
That was great.
Day one, and I succeed at breaking Waldo.
Ben Panic leading the way. Maurizio Fontanelle second. Ali Alfelakawi third. Juan Jose Serna Yepes fourth. Frank Lemke fifth. Wen Pei Wong sixth. Scott Young seventh. Carlos Sikora eighth. Ophir Kamarian ninth. Now George Coleman ninth. Jose Alvarado 10th. Ophir Kamarian 11th. Even Sharp 12th. And Warren van der Merwe 13th.
And Panic on top, looking at a 16-10, 13.3, which would put him 108th for the round so far. Maurizio Fontanelle going to the 2 spot now, looking at a 16-10, 16, which would put him 120th for the round. Frank Lemke on for a 16-10, 18.3 to go 122nd. Scott Yang on for a 16-10, 23, which would put him 134th. Ali Al-Falakawi going for a 16-10, 24, which would put him, actually elevates to a 16-10, 22, would put Ali into 130th. Fastest on track right now, Ben Panic with a 37-1. But a slow lap last time by, that was his pit stop lap, a 47, so I'd say it was a crash and a pit stop as well. Not helping himself at all. Quick view there of our HRP track cam up at the Hoover Dam corner as we watched Ali Al-Falakawi go through. We are following Ali Al-Falkawi. As Ali heading up the top right section. Whoa, that's not the line you want to take. And he's got to contend with lap cars as he comes off the dance floor. Just bucking the rear off the dance floor. With a donkey kick from the X-Ray Buggy. Crosses the line, still in second place. Looking at a 16:10.22.5. Actually goes to the top of the sheet now, looking at 10.22. Looking at 129th overall. With 5 down, 5 to go. Halfway through the heat.
GNS Racing, only if you have money. Ali Al-Falakawi, 2-second lead over Frank Lemke. Scott Yang third. Ophir Kamarian fourth. Maurizio Fontanelle fifth. So Brandon shipped me off to some race in New York called the Nova Rossi Challenge at Barnstormers. And Ophir Kamarian is from the New York area. And he actually drove me to go get, he volunteered one of the other racers there, Jamie Gregg. Jamie drove us both to go get lunch one day, and Ophir picked up the tab. Right.
Very nice.
Yeah. And I walked up and introduced myself, and he's like, yeah, I know, you interviewed me after I finished second and 40 over at Nitro Challenge.
Oh.
Like, oh.
You didn't remember that?
Had no idea.
Nah.
I didn't think I'd even met the guy before.
You go through so many events, you can't possibly remember everyone.
Al Bop. The carpet's fine because they're not driving on it.
I think Al Bop's actually asking about the
IIC.
IIC.
That's why that was funny. At least to me. Don't care if you didn't think it was funny.
Yeah.
Ben Panic moving back out front by 0.2 of a second over Ali Al-Falakawi, with Kevin Sharp another actually less than 0.2 of a second further drift. And no, that's Maurizio Fontanelle the third, Kevin Sharp fourth. So the top four separated by just 0.7 of a second.
As we're following Kevin exiting the dance floor around the poker table, or over the poker table, I should say, and down Las Vegas Boulevard. A nice, healthy puff of smoke out the exhaust tip, just maybe a little rich for the evening conditions. 10:36.9. Ben Panic takes it off him though, and Ali Al-Falakawi comes through to take it off of both of them with a 16:10.36.2 with 2 minutes 20 left on the clock. Currently looking at 148th overall for the round. And Maurizio Fontanelle comes through and takes the top spot for this heat off of everyone again. Goes for a 16:10.35.7 so far, putting himself, predicting at 146 for the round.
Maurizio Fontanelle of Mal Graphics. Oh, a nice little whip there over the fadeaway double here for this all-orange buggy of Kevin Sharp. He is a motocrosser and mountain biker, road biker at heart. Coming up a little short, jumping down from the Hoover Dam.
I like the General Lee paint job.
What?
It looks like a General Lee paint job,
No,
isn't it? The blue
it's
01
not
on the
at all.
side. It looks like it from that camera view just then.
No. And in fact, if you went and saw and looked at it and saw just how ungenerally it is, you'd be like, wow, that was a ridiculous comment. Check out the sunset back there over the Las Vegas Strip.
Oh, that's cool.
That's beautiful. You know what causes that?
The sun landing.
All the smog in Los Angeles. 8:50 down, 1:10 left to go. It was really weird for me, having lived in California for the first 30 years of my life, to move to the East Coast. And then now when the sun sets, I say, wait, my closest ocean is the opposite way. Ben Panic out front by less than 0.3 of a second. Ali Al-Falakawi now 1.3 seconds behind. Maurizio Fontanelle third, Kevin Sharp fourth, Jose Alvarado fifth. Kevin Sharp is actually Mark Pavidis' mechanic for many, many years.
During Pavidis' World Championship win?
Oh, I
in
don't know if
06?
Mark was there or if Keevan was there for that one. I think so. He traveled with him a lot.
It was 06 in Jakarta, wasn't it? Yeah. Yep. Whoa, Ben Panic getting a donkey kick off that hole in the track, coming away from the 5-car draw. Managed to keep it rubber side down and goes to the top of the sheet for now. Looking at a 16:10.29 and 140th for the round so far. As we're following along with Ben as he comes through the snake eyes. Going wheel to wheel with another driver though. Can't quite see the number on the car.
To 20 seconds left to go.
On the chat, Scott Robert, East Coast rules.
Yeah, I was going to address that after this race is over.
Oh, yeah, you still can, absolutely.
Ben Panic was up by a quarter of a second, but looks like losing it on this last lap here. 39.4. Nope, I was wrong. Anyway, Maurizio Fontanelle taking the win by 0.13 of a second over Ben Panic with Ali Alfelakawi third. It's like Keevan Sharp coming by in fourth. Made it the whole way on fuel. Jose Alvarado fifth, and Sikora sixth, Yepes seventh, Lemke eighth, Kamarian ninth, and Yang 10th. Then Wong, Coleman, and Bunda Marnova rounding out the field. In the chat room, Mike Twig Webb asking to give Red Long a shout out. There you go. Damian Westfall, I'm guessing you were saying that about Jamie and Ophir. That's your group of friends? Yeah, Jamie's awesome. That was really, really cool getting to meet everybody. I loved the whole Barnstormers crowd. Richard Cameron, I have a tire in my hand at the moment signed by Ryan Lutz, but I also drove for Techno. Yeah, I honestly had a whole bunch of cool memorabilia when I was younger, and then didn't realize that there would someday be a market for it. Like, I had Masami Hirosaka's cork from a champagne bottle from the 97 Worlds.
Wow.
Yeah, threw that away. Oops. Brian Maglinger saying Ryan Lutz went from Tamiya to Team Durango, and now Lutz is with Techno. Before he was with Tamiya, he actually worked at Kershaw America. And before he worked at Kershaw America, he actually ran a 50% driver for Mugen. So that's the super Lutz history.
And
Neil Cron, are the Thunderbirds going to do a flyover for the mains? Probably not on purpose.
A life lesson from that one from Waldo is don't question him on his history.
Yeah. I am a bigger RC nerd than you could possibly imagine. How about that? Scott Robert, East Coast rules. Honestly, I love living in Portland, Maine. It's been really, really great. Ask me in 3 months, I will probably give you a different answer. I've never been through a snowy winter
It's
before.
Get cold.
I'm going to freeze to death, and I'm making peace with that. I will always have a soft spot for Southern California. I grew up there. My whole family's there. But, yeah, I like the East Coast so far. Catman, Keevan running the Las Vegas Edition OS. Absolutely he is. Rockstar 199 is back, which is awesome because he had some pretty great chat messages earlier today.
Yeah, I'm going to have to set up my laptop tomorrow so I can get in on the chat as well, just for some fun.
Well, just respond to them off of there.
On yours.
What do you mean? That's
connected to what? Oh, okay.
We've got a whole bunch of monitors back here in our studio that you guys can't see.
Yeah, we're having a conversation that no one else can privy to.
Right.
Yeah, well, there we go. We can put them up on that one. Perfect.
Hack to walk out to the track and run like I'm at the Worlds, and I owned it.
What?
I don't understand. Checking out the S-Works car coming up in this next race.
Yeah, that's the S-Works of young Jaden Jameson, all the way from New Zealand.
Shane Connor, a Kiwi in this race as well.
And Simon Roberts, better known as Simeon, from the Underpush Racing
Rockstar 99, 199 had sorry beers.
Makes sense.
Right, yeah. Sorry had beers would have made
similar amount
more,
of sense.
Well, yeah, more but less. I think that's hilarious. Unless the beers themselves were apologetic.
Apologetic beer.
Well, he had sorry beers.
Looks like we've got a Kiwi fan on the chat group too. My 4AR1. Go Jaden and Shane. Well, the Kiwis getting around it. Who else we got starting this? Henrique Winnick, Miguel Torres, Nick Katuna, Ryan Lee, Minsu C, Eduardo Rossi, Jonathan Jung, Jirai Hoodie, Luis Fernando Ramirez, Rodrigo Malagon Alvarez, and Simon Roberts. Simon bumped in from a spot in the race in. Was lucky enough to get one of the remaining spots to compete this week. Part of the ever-growing crowd of racers now. You probably wouldn't know about this group. They call themselves Underpush Racing.
Is that like understeery?
Yes.
Oh, dear.
Yes, it is. There's a story behind the name. It's quite funny. You got to get around the Underpush guys to really find out the true heritage of the story. Because I heard it second and third hand, but it started with a group of guys that get around in New Zealand.
This chemical that we put into these cars is specifically designed to be incredibly flammable and combustible. I'm gonna light a cigarette.
But I've seen people go trying to start an old Ford Escort with the downdraft carburetor, pouring fuel into the carb and then leaning over it to see if the fuel was actually running through the carburetor to sort of wet everything and get fuel to the engine with a cigarette hanging out of the mouth.
Perfect.
But I grew up in Bogan, Western Australia.
Bogan.
As we're just over a minute into heat 14 of 18 in qualifying round number 2. Luis Ramirez going to the top of the sheet. Shut down, though, by Ryan Lee, who goes to the top now with a 37.642 fast lap. Currently looking at a 16.10.02. He put himself 57th overall in this early stage of the run. Simon Roberts comes through to second, though, with a 16.10.08. Shut down by Luis Fernando Ramirez, who comes through now for a 16.10.09 to put himself 91st for the round. Simon Roberts dropping to 114th for the round. Minsu C goes to 4th in this heat with a 16.10.17, going to 122nd for the round. All coming around for lap number 2. Seems like the lap times dropping off a bit further than I would have expected from these guys, Aaron. I'm not sure. Is there any difference in lap times as the sun set and the night came alive here at RC Tracks of Las Vegas?
Yeah, well, the track changed a lot yesterday because, not just because the temperature changed, but also because yesterday the wind slowed down a lot at night, and you see the flags actually behaving a little bit. So that's what makes a big difference, too, because as the wind dies down, they're actually able to keep a little bit more water on the track. So the track does change quite a bit.
So unfortunate for the drivers then who end up with a night run, really?
No, I think it actually makes it a little bit better.
Oh, you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the track is, I mean, we see it's faster when there's a little bit of water on it, and then it's faster when it dries out. But the hole in the middle of the race during the day when the track is actively drying is when it's the loosest. So I think if it actually stays a little bit wetter throughout the run, it's a little bit more consistent, and then they're okay.
So our A-Main starting at 6 p.m. might actually be really good for track conditions.
Well, it is going to be an hour, so...
Yeah. That's going to blow out. It's going to be super blown by the time we get there as well.
I hope so. If the track doesn't get much rougher than this, I'm going to be frankly disappointed.
Oh, jeez. Tell you what is rough, that crater in the top right corner coming out of the 5-car draw, that's huge now. It's swallowing the car and spitting them out again.
It's like chewing a piece of bubblegum twice.
What's the flavor?
Ryan Lee out front, flying off the track on the turn marshal, doing a little double take there. Actually, sorry, that was Luis Fernando Ramirez down the 8th spot that launched himself out of the track, becoming the newest member of the Out of the Track Club, or Off the Track Club. Jumping totally out of the park. Nice pit stop there, in and out for Ramirez. Ryan Lee from South Korea running out front by less than 0.3 of a second. Got a Team Associated instant replay here of Luis Fernando Ramirez. Sideways before the corner, touching the pipe, and whoop, not even close. Cleared the outside pipe, didn't even touch it, all the way down to the fence in the air.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
It's a pretty specky crash as Ramirez goes over again, exiting the 5-car draw.
A pretty what kind of crash?
Specky.
What kind of language do you speak? Like, we both call. I know what I speak isn't English. I know what you speak certainly isn't English.
Specky is slang for spectacular.
Right. I would have said it was like, polka dotted in a random fashion like specs.
No. Aaron Waldron needs an education in Australian slang.
Apparently.
We are following Ryan Lee now, coming over the poker table and down Las Vegas Boulevard. He's currently leading this session with a 2.3 second gap back to Rodrigo Olivares in the 2 spot and Minsu C in 3. Jaden Jameson, the young Kiwi kid, up to the 5 spot now behind Henrico Winnick in 4. Lee looking at a 16:10:20.5, currently on track for a 126th for the round. Rodrigo Olivares on for a 16:10:25, looking at 136. Minsu C on a 16:10:12.25 as well, only 0.7 of a second between them, on for 137th. And Jaden Jameson on for 154th, looking at a 16:10:37.3.
Race number 14 on the track.
4 more to go to round out the day.
Which means we're getting out of here about 8 o'clock.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds super appealing when you say it like that. But part of being a world, so you get to hang around for lots of time to be part of the racing. Ryan Lee still out front. 2.3 seconds a gap. Still looking at 126 for the round. Minsu C in the 2 spot. Jaden Jameson in 3. And Eduardo Rossi in 4. Miguel Torres in 5. Rodrigo Olivares in 6. Shane O'Connor in 7. Jonathan Young in 8. Henrico Winnick in 9. Jirai Hoodie in 10. Simon Roberts in 11. Luis Ramirez in 12. And Nick Katuna in 13. .145 left in this second qualifying session for Heat 14 of 18. Ryan Lee still out front, looking at a 16:10:19 now, trying to up the pace a little bit as we're still following Lee, I believe. Yes, down Las Vegas Boulevard in the white, yellow, and pink Mugen chassis. Minsu C now up to the 2 spot. Jaden Jameson, the young Kiwi kid, elevating himself into the 3 spot. Eduardo Rossi jumps up into 3, knocks Jameson down to 4. Rodrigo Olivares jumping up to 5. Shane O'Connor into 6. Jonathan Jung in 7. Miguel Torres in 8. Enrique Winnick jumping up to 8. Now Torres down to 9. Luis Ramirez down to 10. Jirai Hoodie into 11. Simon Roberts into 12. And Nick Katuna into 13. Looks like Ryan Lee, our leader, just shortened his time a little bit. 16:10:18.0 on track for 120th. Just slaps the landing of the fadeaway double there. Does a cartwheel, gets it rubber side down. And on his way again. Minsu C still in the 2 spot. And we've got someone's car getting shut down there, having to get run back by the marshal. So it'll be a failed servo or steering system. And we have a team associated instant replay. This is Ryan Lee coming over the fadeaway double, just pops it up, dabs the brake, and boom! Lawn darts the car into the ground, and a nice spectacular, or specky, front flip before getting rubber side down.
I don't know of what you speak. I don't understand the comment, and I will not respond to it.
Oh, Lee getting checked up again, coming off the left side double, as I'm forgetting what it's called.
Ante-up.
The ante-up. I'm sure I'll have these down pat tomorrow.
No, you won't.
Shh. Ryan Lee still out front. Dropping a bit of time, though. Dropping to a 16:10:20. Looking at 126 for the round. Minsu C into the 2 spot with a 16:10:28. Looking at 141st. Rodrigo Olivares looking at a 15:10:0. And 155th for the round as Jaden Jameson comes through with a 15:10:0 as well. Another flamed out car having to run back. I think that might have been... No, it wasn't who I thought it was. As time has expired, we're waiting on Ryan Lee to come across, and Ryan will take the finish to win the heat and go 16:10:20.9 and go 126 for the round. I'm sure Ryan will be looking for a bit more pace out of his Mugen buggy. He former techno driver from South Korea, and I believe he's the owner of Tested RC product.
Ah, okay. Lee was 231st in the first round earlier today. Dropped out of the race before the 2-minute mark.
So an improvement nonetheless.
Andrew Salvaggi linking me to a website full of Aussie slang, saying some late night study for you. And that's hilarious for 2 reasons. First of all, there is nothing that's going to keep me up any later than absolutely possible tonight. And 2, I much prefer laughing at you because I don't understand what on earth you're saying than actually understanding your silly slang. So
well, at least
that would ruin the fun for me.
Yeah, at least all my my friends back in the land down under are understanding what I'm saying.
It made me think of that horrible song, Do You Come From the Land Down Under? I got yelled at for singing yesterday. I forget what song because I made up a stupid lyrics for the Alanis Morissette song. One hand in my pocket, because there was a turn marshal walking out the track with one hand in his pocket, and it made me laugh. Oh, producer just sang a line of the song and about destroyed me. Rockstar 199 with some advice. Casino table don't get busy till 10 anyways. LOL, get out like 8. Get back to the hotel and wash the buys. I don't understand what that means. And to the tables, free drinks, perfect night.
What about the food?
Well, get out at 8 o'clock. We're not going to be out of here until 8 o'clock, so that strategy's out.
Yeah, won't be getting back to the hotel until at least 8:30.
Yeah. I'm going to eat dinner by 9 and hopefully be asleep by 10:30, so...
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to force myself for an early night tonight. But I do want to see the town. I'm really just itching to get out and see the strip.
Maybe over after lower finals day. Or we can drive down the strip on the way home, way back to the hotel.
Oh yeah, I've already driven down part of the strip.
Do you find yourself referring to the hotel as home sometimes? Like leaving the track, we're like, yeah, we won't be home until 9 o'clock. Wait,
Oh yeah, in
I
that
won't be
sense.
home for another week.
Yeah, in that sense, yeah, I do.
Gamblers31 giving Mark a shout out. I like the way you think, Mark. I may need a roommate if the Worlds ever goes back to Vegas.
I like how talking about Vegas and his username is Gamblers31.
Right, yeah. Like that wasn't. I feel like that was on purpose.
Very fitting for a Vegas Worlds. As Heat 15 are taking to the track to get started for their second qualifying round of the event here at the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 Off-Road World Championships at RC Tracks of Las Vegas. Coverage brought to you by Proline and Kyosho. Carlos Segui, Grant Park, Shane Prugschat, Jonas Hivarinen, yeah, I'll get that. Sebastian Beltran, Elector Shiniz, Tommy Allo, Antonio Castro, Luis Jose Gudino, Ray Chen, Nando Lima, Ali Abdulaziz. I've met Ali before, Ali Abdulaziz, and Andy Chen, and we are following car 12 of Ali Abdulaziz going off the crap. Whoa! Bit of a roll over there, coming off the crap chute. Still a minute until race start. Burmy Guy RC, where are the 2018 Worlds? They're in my backyard.
Australia, whoop!
Perth, Western Australia. And I'll be happy to welcome everyone to come down to the Model Off-Road Buggy Club. Literally my backyard, 5 minutes from my house, which is pretty cool.
Do have an American here in this race, Shane Prugschat from the Pacific Northwest, making his first World's experience. Following along with car 12, Ali Abdulaziz.
Cheesy, yes, I slept. Yes, I'm tired. But no, it's probably not going to get much better than this during the week. Waldo has the confidence to say that.
0. Dingoes and babiers?
Dingoes and babies.
Oh, babies, okay.
Dingo got my baby. Gee, that's an old one.
Yeah, I've heard of that, actually.
Everyone's heard of that.
Is saying bloody an Aussie thing or a British thing?
It sort of goes both, but the British sort of, it's just an exclamation, bloody hell. But in Australian, it's just anything. It's still used as an exclamation. Usually when you're trying to say, when you're trying to, yeah. I can't quite get into the whole bloody thing because it's can be used to replace other words which you don't want to say around women, children, families.
Tommy Alho out front. Eric Deschene is second. Deschene is from Canada. Jonas Hivarinen third. No, Hivarinen going to jump out to the front with an early fast lap of the race, 38.166. Hivarinen out front. Alho second. 2 Finnish drivers here in this race. Luis Jose Godinho, the Mexican driver, in third. Eric Deschene is fourth from Canada. Shane Prugschat 5th from the Pacific Northwestern United States.
We're following along with Eunice Hivarian as he's coming down Las Vegas Boulevard. Oh, the bumps at turn 1 just get better and better. Driving over the high roller and through the fadeaway double now around the Snake Eyes. Coming up on a couple of lap cars. Just bouncing across those lumps, exiting the Snake Eyes. Now to the crapshoot. Slow and safe through the crapshoot. Around the Hoover Dam. Down Fremont Street. And double left-hander through the 5-car draw. Well, just dodging the cartwheeling car in front of him. Then onto the dance floor. This tags a pipe on the dance floor. Gets tagged by the car behind him over the poker table and back onto Las Vegas Boulevard. As Eunice Hivarian is your leader at the moment with a 7/10 of a second lead over Eric Deschines. And another 1/10 of a second back to Shane Brugschat. Luis Jose Gordino in the 4 spot. Nando Lima in 5. Antonio Castro in 6. Sebastian Beltran in 7. Andy Chen in 8. Tommy Alho in 9. Grant Park, another one of the Australian contingent. He's also part of the underpush team. Running in 10. Oh, Grant elevates himself into 7. Solid couple of laps there. Let's everyone down. Ali Abdulaziz into 11. Ray Chen into 12. And Carlos Segui into 13. It looks like Eunice Havarian going to 130th overall for now. Looking at a 16:10:22.6. As we're now following Eric Deschines go through the 5-car draw, currently running in the 3rd spot with 5 minutes 15 remaining. Now onto the dance floor, just turns it a bit too early on the dance floor, gets all out of shape in the dust and throwing a big rooster tail off the back of the buggy. Now coming through the high roller and up over the fadeaway double. A bit out of shape trying to get onto the fadeaway double. This won't be a good lap from Eric Deschines, but currently running in the 3 spot and 1.8 seconds up on Antonio Castro in 4. Now through the crapshoot and up into the Hoover Dam. Eunice Havarian currently looking at a 16:10:26. Has not pitted yet, as pit stops are now starting to filter through our field. I'm currently looking at 136th position with Antonio Castro on for a 16:10:32, looking at 147th position. Eric Deschines on for a 16:10:33 and looking at 148th position. Nando Lima on for a 16:10:34 and 150th position. Shane Brugschat on for a 15:10:04 and 163rd. Tommy Alho on for a 15:10:06 on for 166th. And Luis Gudino on for a 15:10:14. 15:10:20 now actually, and goes to 178th. 3 minutes 45 left on the clock. Eric Deschines goes to the 2 spot now. We've got a team associated instant replay coming through. And 1, 2, oh. So one lawn darts and the other one just crashes out of sympathy somehow. Got on the brakes, the rear of the car unloaded, and oh, over she goes. Eunice Havarian still leading the way on for a 16:10:21 and 127th position with 3 minutes to go. Eunice, Nando, and Antonio have all not taken fuel yet. And we're just crossing 7 minutes, so I'm wondering whether they're going to continue on and maybe go for the full run without fuel, try and go 10 minutes. We're following now Nando Lima, just getting hung up on the pipe and on the roof at the top right section just before the dance floor. Down Las Vegas Boulevard.
I have quite a few people in the chat room excited to watch Nando Lima doing well. Lima running in the 3rd spot here from Brazil.
Unfortunately falling victim to a camera curse. 2 crashes in the space of a lap. Fernando not going to help his cause. Currently showing 3rd, but I'd say at the end of this lap, probably going to drop down to 4th or 5th behind Eric Deschines and Antonio Castro.
Jonas Havarainen with a monstrous lead, 18.7 seconds, certainly the class of the field here in group number 15 here for the 2nd round. Havarainen, Prokshot, Deschines, Lima, Castro, top 5. Havarainen on pace to qualify 126th. He was 209th in the 1st round with a 14-lap 10:21. He's going nearly 2 laps faster than that. That's a heck of an improvement there for Jonas Havarainen. Shane Prugshot was 148th.
Currently looking at 160th, so not quite an improvement from
no,
Shane
actually,
Prugshot.
that's quite a bit worse. Eric Deschines is currently on pace to qualify 160th. He was 227th in the 1st round. He dropped out of the race after less than 2 minutes. So this would be quite an improvement for him as the master clock coming to a close here for race number 15.
As we're back on to following Jonas Havarainen now. Coming over the fadeaway double. Holding out that lead as time has well and truly run out.
Jonas Havarainen working on his final lap. The 16:10:25.
Coming up to a bit of Jaguar cars getting all caught up there.
Oh, the one guy didn't make the corner by like a foot.
Oh, it just gets over the line. Almost getting tagged by, I think that was Prugshot. No, that was Nando Lima actually coming onto the straight. So a bit close for comfort for a few of these guys. But Jonas Havarainen comes home with a 16:10:24.9 and 136th for the round.
You are watching the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 Scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships presented by Proline Racing and Kyosho. Thank you for following along as we wrap up, getting close to wrapping up the first day of qualifying here in Las Vegas. MX304 in the chat room. You need to interview the slowest guy on the property at some point. No problem.
comes to true champions by design, Team Associated radio-controlled cars have everyone beat, hands down. With multiple national and world titles won over the decades, it's no wonder Team Associated RC vehicles are the highest performing cars and trucks on the track today. So get behind the wheel of your very own Team Associated radio-controlled car or truck and be part of the winning team. Will you be the next world champion?
Back to our Kyosho pit lane cam for the drivers taking to the track and getting ready for heat number 16, qualifying round 2 at the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 Nitro Off-Road World Championships at RC Tracks of Las Vegas. Our broadcast brought to you by Proline and Kyosho. We've got Sebastian Anaya, Shane Hancock, James Lakin, Orlando Lebron, Shane Mangu, Francisco Ortiz, Mark Andrew, Ashkay Patel, Luis Quintuero, Brian Bort, Kenneth Escobar, Warner Theodoro, and Jerome Gafour, all going out on track for their second qualifying session of the event, and of course their second run of the day.
Three races left to go. Checking out our dam cam. We've been calling this corner the Hoover Dam, the HRP track cam. Up at the top of the hill in the back section.
It's a really great little perspective of the track, and you can see the hole developing right on the apex. And thus a lot of drivers going very wide on the apex to try and get around it.
It's time for the Hancock / Mangu battle. The Aussie and the Kiwi.
Shane Mangu, otherwise known as the Mad Mangu, or Mad Mary Mangu, for whatever reason. He's a cool bloke. And Shane Hancock, usually we call him Mr. Whip, because it's just all he likes to do. No matter, he'll be leading a race and get bored and just start trying to whip and triple and usually break his car.
So interestingly, as we see the starburst there of the big stadium lights here, there used to be a dirt speedway track here, built where the RC Tracks Las Vegas course is.
Right.
And so the stadium lights were all there when they took over the lot.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So some of the best lighting I've ever seen at an RC track.
Yeah, for sure. Usually you get an RC track and the outsides are lit up and then the center is just a black hole. You can't see your car.
Yeah. Yep. Shane Hancock from Australia, Shane Mangu from New Zealand, Sebastian Anaya from Mexico, James Lakin from, I believe that's Kuwait.
As we're now following Hancock in the green and yellow Mugen heading over the ante-up.
So my 4AR1 in the chat room, fastest Maori in the world? Maori? What does that mean?
Shane Mangu, fastest Maori in the world.
Where is Maori then?
Maori are like the native inhabitants of New Zealand.
Oh, okay. So then what's Kiwi?
Kiwi is just the nickname for New Zealanders.
Oh, okay. Interesting. What?
All right, after one lap, the two Australians, 1 and 2, Mark Andrews.
Anyway, we've got actually 2 Australians out front now, Mark Andrew and Shane Hancock. Luis Quintero from Colombia, 3rd. Akshay Patel, 4th. Now Kenneth Escobar, 4th. Francisco Ortiz, 5th from the Dominican Republic. Mangu, 6th. Patel, 7th. Anaya, 8th. Lakin, 9th. And Theodoro, 10th.
Mark Andrew actually bumping his way in from the race in. Came out with his mates. Thought we'll give it a go. And if we don't get a shot, well, we can party in Vegas for a week. If we do get a shot, we'll just party in Vegas in the evenings.
Brilliant.
Because what better plan could you have? But Hancock is your leader at the moment, 16:10, 15.4. Which at this stage, good enough for 115th. A lot better than where Shane's seated. Didn't quite see where Hancock was after round 1.
.250 down, 7:10 to go.
It'd be an improvement for Shane Hancock because he was 163rd after qualifying round 1. So young Shane Hancock from regional South Australia looking to make improvements and move further up. Kenneth Escobar going to the 2 spot. Francisco Ortiz. Oh, we've got someone going. Is that Mangu? It is. Shane Mangu can't quite line up a jump, and he's broken the left front on that car by the look of it.
Mangu blew right off the track.
Yeah, that thing looks broken.
Up over the poker table, down the front straightaway.
Maybe not. I don't know anymore. I'm not sure. But regardless.
Team Associated Instant Replay here.
And this is Shane Mangu coming through out of the Snake Eyes. Turns it in and just misses.
Whoop.
Oh!
You see it swap there? Oh, he did hit the pipe at least. Yeah. Mangu totally blew it.
Didn't completely clear the track in one go, but a big one for the Mad Mary.
Shane Hancock out front.
With a 5-second lead back to Francisco Ortiz. Hancock on track for a 16:10.25. Well, 10:21 now, so he shortens his time right up. And currently looking at 128 for the round.
Hancock beating the rest of the field. Francisco Ortiz second. Kenneth Escobar third. Nope, Francisco Ortiz now third.
Will Smith movie. Hancock.
Never saw it.
Oh, you saved yourself like an hour and a half of your life that you would never get back.
Perfect.
Hancock and Andrew now, 1 and 2, the 2 Australians. Andrew on track for a 15:10.03, which would put him 161st in the round. Then Francisco Ortiz gone for 3 at the moment, looking at a 15:10.04, which would go 163rd. And Shane Mangu in 4th, the Mad Mary, currently on track for a 15:10.09, which would put him on for 171st at this stage as he elevates himself up into 3rd place. Kenneth Escobar into 4. Sebastian Anaya in 6th now as Orlando LeBron comes through with a 15:5.10.16, which would be good for 183rd in the round. 4 minutes left on the clock. I was wondering if we're going to see Shane Hancock try and go 10 minutes without fuel, but, well, there's the answer as he stopped for fuel and back on his way.
Mark Andrew might take fuel, might be able to stretch it as well, but I'm expecting everyone else to take a stop and do the safe option to try and get through to the finish. We're now following along with Mark Andrew, the Australian driver, coming out the fadeaway double through the snake eyes. Nice safe lines, keeping his associated buggy nice and punched. Out of the crap chute, giving the apexes a wide berth. Make sure you don't want to tip the car over. Out through the 5-card draw.
Whoa.
Catching that right on the exit of the dance floor.
Yeah.
Big donkey kick. I'm guessing that's what that horrible sound was.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. You haven't been to an off-road race with us. That's the donkey kick noise.
Dude, I've been to one race with Live RC. Well, 2 now. Hancock and Andrew still out front. Hancock on track for a 16:10:36, which would put him 154th overall. Not a huge improvement on his round 1 pace.
Just heard word from our cameraman up on the driver's stand that someone was getting mad and stomping around on the stand.
Like a toddler that's not getting their way. Oh, I think that's Mark Andrew on the roof at the anti-up.
Tipping over, going up the face of the jump. That was an interesting place to crash.
That's what happens when you ride the pipe. 140 to go. Hancock improving at the end of the run now.
Yeah, with 14.7 seconds, I think it's safe to say Hancock has a tight grip on this race.
These bad innuendos to bring you into a Tuesday night.
Grabbing a fistful of throttle through the ruts here.
Grabbing a solid handful. We'll probably go better with that, I think.
Yeah, his car does look like a real handful.
Yeah, the comments that come after calling Shane Hancock for an A-main call-up are usually not safe for children. Careful.
I hope the Kiwi. I hope the Kiwi's mechanic has a temp gun, because we'll have to see how hot Mango is running after this race. Live RC after dark.
Definitely after dark, as it's sundown, lights out, and we're still racing here at RC Track for Las Vegas. Rockstar 199. You need to get your head further in the gutter.
You don't need to know.
Yeah.
Awesome. So after this race, we've got a super cool segment coming up. I'm really excited for this. We shot this earlier today and edited it together. Frankly, it would have been great if we had shown this like an hour ago, so we'll have to play it again in the morning, but we just want to see what everyone thinks. An interesting new segment we shot earlier. It's going to be super cool.
So what's it about?
You'll have to see.
Oh. No preview? No teaser? Can't spoil the fun.
Nope.
As time's expired, Shane Hancock's looking to finish with a 16:10:38. Good for 154th. So a minor improvement by about 9 spots so far. And to be honest, not where I'm used to seeing Shane Hancock running. Expecting more pace out of the young fella from South Australia.
Shane Mangu was running all over the track. And then he
finished 4th.
Yep.
With a 15:10:15, which would put him 182nd for the round. So the Australians and the Kiwis spread themselves out pretty thin across the whole field here.
Hancock taking the win. Andrew second. Ortiz third. Mangu fourth. Quintero fifth. Anaya sixth. LeBron seventh. Escobar eighth. Patel ninth. Lake in 10th. Then Bort, Theodoro, and Gafour rounding out the finishing order. Hancock finishing strong there in that one. So here comes a new segment called Aaron Asks. Check it out. Welcome to our newest segment of the broadcast here from the 2016 IFMAR World Championships called Aaron Asks. We're going to take your questions from back at home and ask them to the drivers here at the World Championships that you'd like to see. And to give this a shot for the first time, I'm going to walk around and ask a bunch of your favorites a bunch of questions and see what they have to say. So let's find somebody. Oh, hey, Cody King, 2010 World Champion. What did you think of the IFMAR rule regarding the minimum size of the side dams on the wings?
I don't know. Ours were legal.
Ryan Lutz, do you still get nervous racing RC cars?
There are moments, yes.
Adam Drake, what's the secret to getting such great fuel mileage?
It's a combination of everything.
Brad Brucker, were you bummed that you saw me walk over here with a camera?
It wasn't too bad, but
Corey Kroll, have you always been such a nerd?
yes, ever since I got an Atari.
Darren Bloomfield, did you ever try using a pistol radio?
Yeah.
Tyler Jones, what's the toughest part of traveling for races?
Just getting to the airport on time.
What's the best part of taking a nap at the World Championships? Chris Toko, what's the hardest part of putting on a major race?
Trying to make as many people happy as you can.
Joseph Quagrain, what do you think of the track? Colin Herzig, what's the hardest part of the track?
The option lane for sure.
Tell us who you want us to talk to. Send us your questions and the driver you'd like us to ask to fanmail@liverc.com.
Well, that was the exciting new segment coming to the Live RC broadcast. Aaron Asks.
I thought it was hilarious. We were walking around shooting those segments, and I was cracking up. Sean Price, you will have to keep them, we got to be able to ask them online.
Yeah, we've got to be able to play them back.
Yeah. Yeah, if they're too obscure, obviously we wouldn't be able to show them online, but yeah, we had a lot of fun with that. Dana Smith, that's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. Mark Ortega, it's in the low 70s right now, a little bit of a breeze. Bring a sweatshirt, but looking forward to seeing you and Patrick later this week. Sean Price, come on, man.
So is the Aaron Asks going to be like a daily segment?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, something we're going to shoot every day. Take a handful of questions. Sean Fant, loving the great segment. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Something that we decided to throw together over the last couple of days, and then DRM, you got to mail it to fanmail@liverc.com so I can have a record of it.
Yeah, send it in, Dave. And I'm sure Craig Lawton would love to get in front of the camera.
Wow, that's a great question, actually.
Heat 17 of 18. Second last race for the night here for qualifying round 2 at the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 Nitro Off-Road World Championships at RC Tracks of Las Vegas. Joe Hui, Nawaf Al-Abduz... Oh, jeez.
Nawaf Al-Abdul Razak.
You're good at this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thomas Schmuck, Chung Leng Yo, Guy Rinkovic, Carson Jung, Harush Gill, Juan Pablo Torres, Elvin Espenes, David Hart, Pablo Mojica, Asha Ancelovic, and Zamir Ramutar all taking to the track.
Two heats left to go here to wrap up day number 1 of qualifying at the 2016 IFMAR Nitro Off-Road World Championships.
And then it's time to hit the Las Vegas Strip.
It's time to hit my pillow. Our coverage this week brought to you by Proline Racing and Kyosho.
And just a heads up for anyone who really enjoyed our Aaron Asks segment, make sure you send it in to fanmail at liverc.com.
Yep.
Send in the questions you would like asked and who you would like them asked to. And we'll force Aaron to do it.
I will volunteer to do it.
Within reason, of course.
Yeah, you got to keep it remotely reasonable.
There's some things you just shouldn't. Shout out to Donnie Bamford. Haven't seen you down club racing for a while. Good to see you joining in, watching our coverage on Live RC. All the way from Perth, Western Australia. Host city of the 2018 IFMAR 1/8 Nitro Off-Road Worlds at the Model Off-Road Buggy Club in Whiteman Park.
Fermin Erwin Suarez watching from Monterrey, Mexico. Hello, Erwin.
As we're 2 minutes 10 underway with this Heat 17. Joe Hui out front from Harush Gill in second. And Nawaf Al-Abdul Razak in third. Pablo Mojica jumping up to the third now. Al-Abdul Razak in fourth now. Guy Riknovic in fifth. Carson Jung in sixth. Thomas Schmuck in seventh. Juan Pablo Torres in eighth. Elvin Espenes in ninth. Shong Leong Yu in 10th as David Hart jumps up into the 10th spot. And Joe Hui right now looking at a 15:10.0 7.5 and goes to a predicted 166th for the round. But Harush Gill jumps to the top of the sheet with a 15:10.03.2, predicted 161st. As we're following Harush Gill now, coming down Fremont Street and then through the 5-car draw. I'm finding that's the hardest one to remember on our track names.
5-car draw?
I don't know why.
Just count the jumps. 340 down, 620 left to go. Joe Hui and Harush Gill.
Harush just in and out for fuel?
Yep. Both coming in for pit stops already in the first 4 minutes of this one. Get in early and get back underway.
Harush choosing the option line around the outside of the jump at the crapshoot. I haven't seen that so far.
Saw a bunch of it in practice, but it seemed like once we got into racing, most people were comfortable just jumping into that chicane section. We saw a lot of the fast guys actually yesterday were playing with that outside lane. It seems like they decided to go for the jump.
Well, it could be a very interesting
Passing opportunity.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, man. There was actually a couple of times yesterday in practice that someone would fly around the outside because they were in groups of racers that were, so much different, faster and shorter. Or, I'm sorry, faster and slower. That, you see people bonsai around the outside and dive inside before the next corner. It was awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if it comes to play in the finals. You could really pull that off. Oh, Harish Gill crashes across the top right, exiting the 5-car draw and gets marshalled and flamed at the same time. So he's going to drop all the way down the order. And now Abdul Razak. You break it down, it's easy to say. Goes to the top of the sheet now with a 15:10.04 on track for 161st. Joe Hui in second, on for a 15:10.15.1, and 183rd for the round with 4 minutes and 20 remaining. Juan Pablo Torres on for a 15:10.17.9, and 185th as Nawaf Al Abdul Razak goes down to 186 overall due to a 15:10.20.
Got a Team Associated instant replay coming up right here. Heading toward the 5-car draw. Oh, hit the bump in between the first two there, got out of shape. And
Whoa.
Oh boy. Got it.
Caught it. Put the wheel though, flamed it out as he put it down.
Boo.
$3:20 to go. Joe Hui out front on a 15:10.11.9 and 174th overall. Now Al Abdul Razak into the 2 spot now, on for a 15:10.19.6 and 185th. As Joe Hui drops to 183rd now. Fastest time on the track is a 37.9 from Joe Hui, the only driver in the 37 bracket.
$2:20 left to go. Finding my attention span running thin.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Joe Hui on pace to qualify 177th. Nawaf Al Abdul Razak would be 185th. And right here is Thomas Schmuck, would be 190th if he finishes up with a 15:10.25 pace. Less than 2 minutes on the clock. Whoa, Schmuck! Getting it wrong, hitting a bump after the fadeaway double. Rocked up on the front tires, and there was no way he was going to get that stopped before it tumbled out of the lane. Turn marshal's back there busy.
Or just looking busy.
No, they're running around to a couple of cars.
Yeah, it's a pretty hot spot to crash there. Jump's a little tricky. We've got a Team Associated instant replay. Looks like Thomas Schmuck here over the fader way and just slaps the rear end, jumps on the brakes. It looked like it was settled.
45 seconds left to go.
Well, even though you run with the same group for the next 3 days, the race order will change. We start with race number 7 tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Nawaf Al Abdul Razak into the 1 spot now on a 15:10:13. Currently looking at 178, so he's improved his time and making up some ground with 15 seconds to go. Joe Hui into the 2 spot on a 15:10:15. And that'd be good enough for 183rd. Juan Pablo Torres up to a 15:10:20, good for 186th. And Thomas Schmuck, even after the marshal and the crashes, on for a 15:10:32.6. Sorry, 15:10:30 actually, 0.2. Good for a 194th position in the round. As time's expired, and it's a big cluster of cars exiting the 5-car draw. And now all into the dance floor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars.
Oof.
All going with each other. Everyone trying to get through cleanly as well, which is one of those things that's easier said than done. Especially when you're trying to finish off your race quickly. And the other guy wants to finish it off quicker than you did. Bam! On your roof. Now Al Abdul Razak comes home first actually, a 15:10:11.1 for 171st. So a bit of a gain there from Nawaf at the end. Joe Hui comes home with a 15:10:14.9 for 183rd. And Juan Pablo Torres.
4 more to finish. All right, all cars are done. All cars are done. Bring them into the pit. Drivers, bring them into the pit. All cars are done. Do not cut the tracks. Take your cool down lap. All cars are done. Nawaf Al Abdul Razak taking the win.
So we were just told tomorrow's start time has officially been bumped up to 8:30 a.m. local time. It was 9 a.m. So set your alarms. We'll be starting 30 minutes sooner at 8:30 a.m. and we expect that change will be made for Thursday as well. The broadcast schedule online will be updated to reflect that change.
Joe Hui second, Guy Rekovic third, Pablo Molina fourth, Thomas Schmuck fifth, Carson Young sixth, Juan Pablo Torres seventh, David Hart eighth, Claude Renfro ninth, David Estelle tenth, Asher 11th, Samir 12th, and Heroic finished in his 13th spot. Bring them and set that record as well.
Proline tires have been awesome. We have an advantage for sure.
Runners in position as well. We get our 2 runners in position.
Rockstar 199 and Redback in the chat room. Thank you so much. We appreciate the support, as well as you and everyone else tuning in here on Tuesday evening for the last heat of qualifying round number 2 here at the 2016 IFMAR 1/8 Scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships, presented by Proline and Kyosho, along with Upgrade RC, Fire Safe Systems, and Maxima MX.
Okay, the number 7 out to the back cut. Right over by the auction lane. Number 7, 130 to the start, guys. 130 to the start. Backside of the track, walking on the backside of the track. 1/10 of the start drivers, 1/10 of the loop goes live. 1 minute. That's 10 seconds of the loop goes live.
Onwards now to the final heat of the night. Heat number 18 for qualifying round number 2. Andrea Salazar, David Shea, Russell Freeman, Sergio Cisneros, Gavin Dawson, Daniel Azevedo, Sigrid Ramon, AJ Schumacher, E.L. Caldor, Javier Buren, Nicolas Mazza, Juan Carlos Palacios Ruiz, and Stefan Hossein, your 13 drivers taking to the track for the last race of the day, their second race for the night. And Aaron, I don't know about you, but I'm kind of excited to see a bed at some point tonight.
That would be correct, Chris.
Yep, it looks like Aaron's done for the day. But we'll be back up tomorrow morning with an updated broadcast. 8:30 a.m. local time for the first race of qualifying round number 3 tomorrow morning. Looking at the chat, Rockstar199, feel like I'm watching World Superbike or MotoGP with Chris's my voice. Really? I don't know about that.
I think it just means he can't understand you.
Yeah, it's probably that. Or I'm just talking really slowly, because I'm tired, I'll be honest. Tired and keen to drop my head onto a pillow tonight. But I'm torn, everyone. I'm torn.
Like Natalie Imbruglia?
Yeah. I want to go see the strip or just do something, but I want to go to bed. I think I have a solution. Red Bull.
No.
AJ Schumacher going to the top of the sheet. On for a 16:10.22 at the moment. Gavin Dawson in second, just 0.4 of a second between them. Then 0.1 of a second back to Javier Buren. And another 2 seconds back to Russell Freeman. Rockstar 199 recommends Red Bull and Jaeger.
Nope.
Well, we know Aaron's opinion on that one. AJ Schumacher's time at the moment, good for 126. So AJ having a solid run at this point. Still yet to take a fuel stop. And I think the track's a bit more consistent at the end of the run. So times maybe not dropping off as dramatically as they were during the day when the track goes dusty at the end of the 10-minute run and the cars start to throw a bit of roost. Schumacher on track for a 16:10:19.9. Then Javier Buren on for a 15:10:0.3. David Che on for a 15:10:03.9. A.L. Caldor in the 4th spot on for a 15:10:17.8. And Sigrist Ramon in 5th is on for a 15:10:23.3. As we got a big group of cars going through. Whoa, getting it all sorts of wrong. Coming on to Las Vegas Boulevard.
Rockstar 199 does not know me at all. DRM, yes we do. There are 6 decoders hooked up for the 6 different scoring loops. Be able to do the finish line, a backup scoring loop, the sectors 2 and 3, and then also the start in and out for the pit lane. So 6 different loops, 6 different decoder boxes.
DRM is David Morley, one of the committee members of the Model Off-Road Buggy Club.
Oh, cool.
Host of 2018 World.
Yep. Awesome.
And he's trying to find out.
It's not all about you.
I'm sure as anything that Aaron's not interested in going out tonight. So I'm sure I'll find probably some Australians who are keen to go out tonight.
Likely.
And see part of the great city that is Las Vegas. But on top of that, I'm keen for some food.
No kidding. Food, sleep, finish. 5:50 now and 4:45 left to go. So the Kiwi Gavin Dawson with a mistake there in the back right corner.
Another one of the underpush members, Gabby D.
Sure. And that drops Gavi D back to the 6th position as Russell Freeman, the Aussie, has moved up to 4th. Sergio Cisneros between them from Mexico.
4 minutes left to go, Robert. 4 minutes left to go.
6 minutes down, 4 minutes left to go. AJ Schumacher. Be interesting to know what car he's running this time.
Whether he's still got the hot bodies out there or whether he's
looks
chosen
like
to run
it.
something else. Currently, AJ Schumacher's time a 15:10:08, good for 164th, and he's taken a pit stop.
He was 219th in round number 1 as he had lots of room for improvement over his first round. Javier Buran in the 2nd spot is 7.5 seconds back, and here is Javier.
And we're following Javier Buran now.
I believe he's from Argentina. Don't know that flag, unfortunately. Uruguay. Nah, was wrong. I thought I was wrong once. It turned out I was wrong.
There you go. Okay.
AJ Schumacher out front. Buterin second. David Che was third. Russell Freeman fourth. Gavin Dawson fifth. So the Aussie and the Kiwi back together again. Separated by 2.1 seconds. One minute and 30 seconds left to go. AJ Schumacher out front by 12.7 seconds over David Che from South Korea. Russell Freeman up to third. Javier Buterin dropping to fourth. And Gavin Dawson, a.k.a. Gabby D, his hip-hop name, running in the fifth spot.
.35 seconds remaining. AJ Schumacher's time, a 15:10.0.6 is good for 157th right now. See whether it can hold on, maybe even make a 16-lapper in the closing stages of this one.
AJ Schumacher trying to wrap up here with race number 18.
Oh, a nice save. I think that's from AJ as well. Flips it over, coming onto Fremont Street. All over the joint. As times well and truly expired, AJ Schumacher unfortunately crashes on the final lap and comes home with a 15:10.06. And good for 164th for the round. Javier Buterin comes home with a 15:10.24 for 191st. Sigrist Ramon comes home with a 15:10.25 and 192nd for the round. David Che comes home in fourth with 15:10.28 and 193rd. Davy D comes home with a 15:10.32 and 202nd. Russell Freeman broken. Looks like Russell tried to go the full 10 without fuel and missed out by about a minute.
Yeah, that's close.
Shaking our heads. Definitely not close.
That's going to do it for today. We will see you guys back out here at 8:30 tomorrow morning for race number 7, 8:30 start time.
Welcome back to the live RC broadcast studio, sponsored by Proline here at the RC Tracks of Las Vegas in Sin City, Nevada. Once again, I'm Aaron Waldron back here with Gary Guest as we wrap up day number 1 of qualifying here from the 2016 1/8 scale Nitro Off-Road World Championships, brought to you by Proline Racing and Kyosho. And the story today, on day number 1 of qualifying in both rounds, a Proline and Kyosho driver, Elliott Boots, knocking it out of the park, setting the fastest time in both rounds. And Gary, it wasn't really close.
Not only was it not close, it was awesome. I mean, his car works awesome. It is full tilt out there. When you're out by the track, it's just awesome to hear it. It's not like he's putting around. He is driving how he likes to drive. And he told me the other day, everyone knows I like to drive really hard. So getting his car working like that with the track conditions, it's really amazing to me. I mean, it really is. He's out there driving the track like he wants to drive it.
Yeah, Boots isn't so much conforming to the way that the track has started to evolve. He's just making his car do what he wants, and he was over 3 seconds faster in both rounds today. Had everybody covered. The closest driver, second 2 years ago at the World Championships, Ryan Cavallari, fourth in round number 1, second in round number 2.
And Ryan was happy. I know he was a little bit frustrated after the first round. I heard him say, hey, my car was loose. I was in his pit. I get to walk around and get a little bit of stories. But he was a little bit frustrated. And it seems like, he's frustrated at that caliber with a 4 for the round. And then he goes to a second for the round, and he was a much, much happier.
Yeah, Jared Tebow, third after the first 2 rounds, second in round number 1, seventh in round number 2. But that's 2 solid finishes. Tebow's one of those drivers that knows he just needs to get himself into a semi, get back into the final, and have a chance at racing his way in for a world championship.
Yeah, and he made a tire change from what he had run in practice and felt the most comfortable with. And he said, for my time and how I did and how I had to drive my car, I drove awesome. So he was happy with that, even though it probably could have been better in his mind.
Dakota Fenn, we saw him at the World Championships before in 8-scale off-road, a 7 and a 4 here in the first 2 rounds. Good for 4th, and Team Lucy Racing teammate Ryan Mayfield, very quick in round number 1. Looked like he had a chance to TQ. Was 3rd for the first round.
Yeah.
11th in the second round, though. So Fenn and Mayfield 4th and 5th.
Fenn's car looks like he's driving it the way he wants to, too. I was watching it a couple times. You come out of a bump, and the car would actually kind of do a little wheelie, keep going forward instead of sideways or swapping or anything like that. His car looked really comfortable. Ty Tessman, I think that the track bit him a few times in the second round there. He's sitting 6th. Ryan Lutz looked great in round number 2, and he had to have a good round number 1. In round number 2, I watched his car for a while. His car looked really good as well. Even though they're with the fast guys, they're still dealing with traffic. So everybody had a little bit of traffic situation that they were dealing with. Cody King, 2010 World Championship. He's sitting 8th after day 1.
And he is one of the 3 drivers that's been in all 4 World Championship finals since the last time the race was here in the United States. So Cody King seems relaxed at this race. We caught up with him for our first segment of the Aaron Asks new feature that we have during this broadcast. He was super excited to be a part of it. Had a really funny sense of humor. I think his answer blew me away. It's nice to see Cody here having fun. And, after a 9th and a 14th place finish, sitting 8th overall, probably would like to be higher. But again, another driver that understands just being in the semi is a great start. He's had to bump several times to get into finals before at the World Championships. So it's, I'm sure, comforting for him knowing he's right around the top 10.
Yeah, and he's known to be a consistent finisher. He might not always be up there 1, 2, 3, but he's known to finish consistently up there, so he's got his game plan going. Also, another guy to be in the last 3 A finals, right? 3 or 4. Robert Badier, feeling very much under the weather. He's on a lot of pain meds from visiting the hospital, and so expect another level out of him once he's feeling better. And the 15-year-old sensation from Italy, Davide Ongaro, sitting 10th right now.
No kidding. Ongaro's been incredible here, looking for his first World Championship final. He said his goal earlier was to make the semis, and after 2 rounds, he's sitting pretty doing that. Just to quickly go through 11th through 20th here, David Ronefalk, 11th, showed a lot of speed in the first round, was 23rd, though, in the second round. Jorn Newman was the opposite, 26th in round number 1, 6th in round number 2. Ricardo Bertone, 13th, Josh Wheeler 14th, Joan Figueredo 15th, Mike Truey 16th, Ozzy Aaron Stringer 17th, Juan Carlos Canas, the Euros B champion 18th, Jeremy Courts 19th.
Wow.
And Renaud Savoya 20th. You had an awesome interview today with Jeremy Courts. His children actually staying with Jeremy's sister, so they're out this week while Jeremy's here racing, and they were watching online, chiming in the chat room, and you got to interview Jeremy while they were watching.
That's awesome. And, it's interesting with Jeremy. He can get emotional sometimes. He tries to act like the bad boy, but we all know that's just a little bit of a front.
He's such a softie.
It's going to be awesome day again tomorrow. We're going into rounds 3 and 4 of qualifying. We're going to have a lot more information on how the track's evolving. The bumps are getting bigger, and some of the guys are flying over them, and some of the guys are going around them. It's going to be a great day tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. That's the day number 1 of qualifying in the books.
Our coverage this week brought to you by Proline Racing, Kyosho, Upgrade RC, Fire Safe Systems, Maxima MX, a.k.a. J Concepts RC Car Action, MKS Servos Team Associated, OS Engines, and Futaba. We'll see you in the morning.
In the world of radio-controlled cars, only one company has dominated racing for more than 50 years. Team Associated radio-controlled cars and trucks are true champions by design. Together, we have won multiple national championship races and claimed more than 27 world championship titles. No other RC car company even comes close. So be part of the winning team and get behind the wheel of a Team Associated car or truck. Will you be the next world champion?
They've got a few new parts. You can just carry a lot more speed everywhere, honestly. It jumps really good. It's just got more grip, more steering, more traction in the corners. It's a good improvement.
You can push it a lot harder, and it's a lot easier to drive.
Big improvement. We put it down straight away. I had to adjust because there's so much more steering. Yeah, no, it's moving in the right direction.
グリップ悪いところでももうちょっともっと曲がるように、とにかく丸く曲がるような車にした。
Main changes are just in the front end, the geometry-wise. The rear suspension mount's a little bit different to give a different kick up. The front arm is longer, so you run like a narrower pivot, and then also the Ackerman changed a little bit.
逆にいい風に言うと綺麗にこう丸く回ってくれるっていうか、でそういう意味では TKI3 と比べて走りやすい車にはなったのかもしれない。
フロントアームをちょっとこうロング化して、フロントの幻覚をちょっと変えて、あとはあっちこっちの各気になる3で気になるところを各場所をこう直した感じ。